In this video, we are going to understand what is marketing. There is a lot of confusion as what does marketing mean. Several times I have asked this question to my students and I have got varied answers. Some of them will say it is all about advertising, somebody will mean it for a sales or selling exercise, or some will talk about promotions or will relate it to customers and their demand. So what is marketing? The simplest way to understand marketing is to identify and meet the needs of the customers profitably. As a marketer, you need to identify and fulfill the needs of the customers. If you can do that better than the competition, you are a good marketer. As far as needs are concerned, the needs may be met needs or unmet needs. A company may fulfill both the needs. For example, as a company, you may try to fulfill the needs of the customers in the food category. In the same category, there may be other players, other competitors. It means you are trying to fulfill the same need, that is the met needs. In certain other cases, you may enter into a completely new product or service category as Apple came out with iPods and iPads. Tata Motors in India came out with a $2,000 car called Nano. These products catered to the unmet needs of the customers. Now, most of the time, companies will try to fulfill the met needs and only very few companies will try to fulfill the unmet needs. This is the difference between a good company and a great company. Good companies will only try to fulfill the met needs, while the great companies will try to fulfill the met as well as unmet needs. You think about Apple, you think about Google, you think about Tesla. These companies are trying to fulfill the met as well as unmet needs. That's why these companies are hugely successful all across the world, and that's why these companies are most respected across the world. This is the simplest way to understand marketing. Now let us have a second look on marketing as defined by well-known marketing guru Philip Kotler. Philip Kotler has defined marketing in terms of CCD VTP. Now what is CCD VTP? Can you guess? There are 6 terms you need to understand to define marketing. It means creating, communicating, delivering value to the target market for profit. So, creating, communicating, delivering value to the target market for profit. Here we are also talking about the profitability part, as the objective of any business is to earn profits. Now we have talked about identifying and fulfilling the needs of the customers earlier. The same has been talked in terms of value. Now, what do you mean by value? Value is all about B minus C, benefits minus cost. Once you buy a product or service, you need to pay in monetary terms, and for the same, you expect certain benefits in return. As a marketer, if you can provide more benefits than the cost, then you can become a successful marketer. Customer value can be defined as the ratio between customers' perceived benefits like economic, functional and psychological, and the resources like monetary, time, effort, psychological used to obtain these benefits. Now let us talk about the most definitive definition which comes from American Marketing Association. American Marketing Association defines marketing as marketing is the activity, set of institutions and processes for creating, communicating, delivering and exchanging offerings that have value for customers, clients, partners and society at large. Let us recap. In this video, we have defined marketing in terms of identifying and fulfilling the needs of the customers profitably. Then in Philip Kotler's term, marketing is defined through CCD, VTP, and then we talked about the most definitive definition given by American Marketing Association, Besides the term marketing, we also get confused about the difference between marketing and selling or sales. Can you tell me the linkage? Think about it. Answer is coming in the next video. See you. Thanks. In this video, we are going to understand the difference between marketing and selling. There is a lot of confusion around this topic, as many of us feel that marketing is selling. Is it so? Let us find out. The answer of a particular question lies in the question itself. Do you agree? So most of the time we think marketing is selling. But why do you think so? Because whenever you meet somebody working in the marketing domain in any organization, you tend to find the person working in sales area. Now that's why you feel marketing is selling. But is marketing selling? No. Marketing is much more than selling. So what is the difference between marketing and selling? Selling is a subset of marketing. It means there are many elements in marketing. As you already know, marketing is all about identifying and fulfilling the needs of the customers profitably. It means marketing starts right at the point of identification of the needs, and then it goes beyond selling also. As a company takes care of its customers through customer relationship management. Now let us take an example. Apple came out with iPods, iPhones and iPads by finding the need for its products in the market. Here in this case, marketing started right after finding the unfulfilled needs of the customers, but selling started only after the production of these products. And marketing does not stop at the point of sales. It goes beyond that. So in marketing, there are many things to talk about besides sales. We talk about marketing research, consumer behavior, consumer markets, business markets, brand management, product management, new product development, product life cycle, pricing strategies, distribution strategies, and advertising and promotions. So in marketing, there are several aspects which are discussed, and one of the aspects is sales or selling. Now, you need to remember that while marketing starts at the beginning with identification of the need, selling can only be done once the products are ready to hit the market. Once the product is ready, the sales and distribution starts. As the distribution requires many people, most of the manpower goes for the selling exercise and the distribution exercise. That's why whenever you meet somebody in the market, he tends to be the salesperson. Now, for example, in a company like Unilever or P&G, the maximum manpower in the marketing domain will be working for sales and distribution. The other functions under marketing may only be requiring 5 to 10% of the marketing manpower size. That's why you get confused that marketing is selling. So to recap, we have discussed the difference of sales and marketing. Sales is a subset of marketing, and marketing consists of so many different aspects besides sales. Thank you. Marketing is everything. In this video, we are going to discuss the role and importance of marketing in business. In any business, there are several functions like production, operations, marketing, finance, accounting, information technology, and so on. But the business function which brings the customers as well as the revenue is marketing. Marketing builds the top line, that is revenue, as well as bottom line, that is profit. Earlier, after the Industrial Revolution, the business organizations were more production centric as there was a scarcity of goods and services. But in the 21st century, everything is in plenty. The customers have a choice. These choices have made the business function marketing much more important than the other business functions. That's why marketing is everything, as said by Regis McKenna. He stated, marketing today is not a function, it is a way of doing business. In fact, your business starts and ends with marketing. You need to be marketing oriented all the time to succeed and sustain in the business for a long time. The famous management guru Peter Drucker also said, the aim of marketing is to make selling superfluous. The aim of marketing is to know and understand the customer so well that the product or service fits him and sells itself. Ideally, marketing should result in a customer who is ready to buy. All that should be needed then is to make the product or service available. There have been innumerable examples of products and services where the customers have flocked to buy the product or use the services, like Apple's iPods, iPhones, iPads, earlier Sony's Walkman, and then Discman, Toyota Lexus, Amazon, Starbucks, Pizza Hut, Walmart, Microsoft Windows, Google, WhatsApp, Facebook, Pokemon, and so on. As a marketer, you just need to make the products available like Tesla electric cars. Do you know Tesla? They made history with the launch of their Model 3 car. It got more than 325,000 bookings worth 14 billion US dollars within 1 week of its launch. So let us recap. We have talked about the role and importance of marketing. We also discussed as to how does marketing bring revenue for a business organization and so on. You also think about some products and services which have made a mark. Have a thought. See you in the next video. Thank you. In this video, we are going to check out the history of marketing. By the end, you will be able to understand the past and present of marketing. Marketing as a term is widely used in the management of a business and in our day-to-day life. The history of marketing dates back to the beginning of civilization. It all started with the barter system, and when the volume of business grew up, traders came into existence. With the Industrial Revolution happening in the late 18th and early 19th century, the business expanded manyfold. Again, with the subsequent progress in transportation and communication system, the business grew across the borders of a country. In Indian context, Kautilya's famous book Arthashastra talks about the relationship between the buyers and the sellers. It also dealt with the earnings of the traders. If you talk about the global front, then on the global front, marketing as a topic first appeared in the first half of the 20th century with reference to distribution. The process of distribution and the determination of price through the demand and supply paved the way for a study in marketing. That's why economics is known as the mother of marketing. In the earlier stage, marketing was also known for selling and advertising only. But subsequently, with the development of marketing as a management study, it got the right place it deserved through the various principles and theories. Now, marketing is everywhere. Let us recap. In this video, we have talked about the history of marketing. Although it has been there since ages, still it found its place only in the 20th century in the form of various principles and theories. Now the question is, what is marketing? Keep your answers ready. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss the evolution of marketing through various stages of development. It has gone through 5 different philosophies over the period of time. Let us talk about the first philosophy. The first philosophy is production concept. After the Industrial Revolution took place, the manufacturers were selling whatever they could produce, as there was shortage of different products. It led to the stage where businesses adopted the concept of production. So the production concept is the oldest concept in the business and is based on the philosophy that consumers prefer products which are widely available and inexpensive. For the business to be successful, maintaining high production efficiency, mass distribution and low cost was essential. Currently, the companies in China like Haier, TCL, etc. follow the same philosophy based on the huge and inexpensive labor availability. The second concept is product concept. The emphasis on production concept led to the difficulty in selling the product, which eventually forced the businesses to go for product differentiation. It was also found out that customers prefer those products that offer the most quality, performance, or innovative features. This kind of business orientation led to the product concept. But a new and better product may not be always successful unless it is marketed properly. That's why it came down to the third concept, that is selling concept. Product concept further led to selling concept. When selling becomes difficult even after having a good product at a cheaper price. Selling concept holds that every product needs aggressive marketing to be sold. It happens mostly with the unsought goods like insurance, medical policies, demat accounts, encyclopedias, etc. and when there is overcapacity in the production line. The fourth concept is marketing concept. With the increasing competition, the businesses started to discover that it is useful to produce what the customers want rather than what can be produced by the company. The philosophy is known as marketing concept. Marketing concept means satisfying the needs of the customers by means of the product. Levitt has said, selling focuses on the needs of the seller, marketing on the needs of the buyer. Selling is preoccupied with the seller's need to convert his product into cash. Marketing with the idea of satisfying the needs of the customers by means of the product and the whole cluster of things associated with creating, delivering, and finally consuming it. It has also been found through research that companies have achieved better performance by imbibing this philosophy. For example, Dell Computers has achieved success through mass customization of the computers and notebooks based on the individual customer's requirements. Now let us come down to the fifth concept, that is holistic marketing concept. In the 21st century, the marketing concept is further strengthened with the term called holistic marketing concept. Holistic marketing concept takes into account a broad, integrated perspective. It is based on integrated marketing, internal marketing, relationship marketing, and performance marketing. It includes the development and implementation of marketing programs within the organization as well as outside the organization. Integrated marketing tries to build synergy among the product and services, channels of distribution, and communications. It tries to integrate the marketing mix, that is 4 P's: product, price, place, and promotion, whereas internal marketing deals with the relationship and the coordination among the marketing department with the senior management and other departments like finance, accounts, human resources, information technology, etc. Relationship marketing deals with effective implementation of CRM, that is customer relationship management, and PRM, that is partner relationship management, while performance marketing calls for marketing activities as well as broader concerns of the society. It contains financial accountability, brand and customer equity on the one hand, and ethics, environmental, legal, and community concerns on the other in the form of social responsible marketing. Socially responsible marketing calls for marketing beyond the objective of just making profits. It talks about fulfilling the needs of a customer in such a way that will help to preserve the ecology and enhance the customers' and society's welfare. With the growing concern, the concept green marketing is also gaining popularity day by day. So let us recap. In this video, we have discussed about the 5 different philosophies of marketing. The first one is production concept, then product concept, then selling concept, followed by marketing and holistic marketing concept. Currently, we also talk about societal marketing concept, which is basically the marketing concept with concern for the societal well-being. See you in the next video. Thank you. In this video, we are going to understand as to what is marketed. The answer of the question is too simple. You will say goods and services are marketed. Yes, you are right. On the whole, all types of entities are classified under the heads of goods and services. But if you go far, the goods and services can become 10 different types of entities which can be marketed. A marketer does not only market goods and services, but he also markets 8 other entities like events, experiences, persons, places, properties, organizations, information and ideas. Let us start with the first one, goods. Goods are physical, tangible articles which can satisfy a need. All across the world, most of the companies are engaged in manufacturing and producing goods like toothpaste, cosmetics, cars, food products, mobile phones and all. Services. Services are non-physical and intangible in nature and can satisfy a need. Banking, courier, hotel, airline, multiplex, trains, doctors, lawyers, management consultants are all examples of different kinds of services. With the advancement in the economy, a country moves from a good producing country to a service oriented country. For example, USA is having 80-20 mix of services and goods. Let us come down to experiences. Experiences can also be marketed with the usage of goods, services and with a dose of technology. Disneyland in USA, Sentosa Island in Singapore are examples of experiences which needs to be marketed. The fourth one is events. Events like FIFA World Cup, ICC Cricket World Cup, Commonwealth Games, Olympics, Asian Games, concerts needs marketing to get the audience. The fifth one is persons. Celebrities are also marketed. Oprah Winfrey, Tom Cruise, Steven Spielberg, Tiger Woods, Messi, Dhoni, Sachin Tendulkar and so on. All these celebrities are marketed by an agent or a personal manager or by a talent management company. The sixth one is places. Incredible India, Malaysia, Truly Asia, Great Britain's Great Tourism Marketing Campaign. These are all different marketing campaigns to attract tourists to these kind of places. Now, places are marketed to bring more tourists, residents, factories and offices. Tourism boards, real estate companies, advertising and promotional agencies and public relations organizations generally market these places. Properties. Properties include real estate properties and financial properties. Both needs to be marketed. Real estate properties as well as financial properties like shares, bonds, debentures, mutual funds also needs to be marketed to individuals as well as institutional investors. Organizations. Life is good. LG. Let us make things better. Philips. Count on us. Maruti Suzuki are examples of fortifying the image of the company in the mind of its target publics. Even social organizations like CRY, Child Relief and You also market themselves to gain visibility and attract funds. Information. Encyclopedia Britannica, yearbook, magazines like Time, Forbes and DVDs, CDs are examples of how information is marketed. Schools, colleges, institutes and universities also produce and market information to the students and their guardians. The last one is ideas. Ideas like Pulse Polio campaign in India, NACO campaign to spread awareness against AIDS, These campaigns effectively market the social concern by their respective bodies like Health Ministry, Government of India and National AIDS Control Organization. Let us recap. In this video, we discussed the 10 different entities which can be marketed, although on the whole, the same may be classified under two heads only, goods and services, but if classified further, it also includes events, experiences, persons, places, properties, organizations, information and ideas. Thank you. In this video, we are going to understand one of the most important concepts in marketing, that is marketing mix. It is also known as 4 P's of marketing. Plan your work and work your plan. The philosophy of planning is as important in the business as it is in life. In the same way, marketing also needs a plan to reach its objectives, and that is called marketing plan. The marketing plan leads to segmenting and targeting the market. Once the segments are identified, marketing mix helps the company to achieve its objectives. The marketing mix is a set of marketing tools the firm uses to pursue its marketing objectives in the target market. You have heard about 4 P's of marketing, and that is marketing mix for goods. The concept of 4 P's of marketing is given by Jerome McCarthy, and he has talked about product, price, place and promotion. These 4 P's represent the set of marketing tools into 4 broad groups from the seller's point of view. Out of these 4 P's, a company can change its price in the short run, but it can change the product or can develop a new product or can modify the place or distribution channel, or it can modify the advertising and promotions only in the long run. For example, a company may reduce its price by just announcing it. On the contrary, if you want to launch a new car model from Land Rover, it can take almost 4 to 5 years in making. Again, if you are Unilever or even Land Rover, you need to develop your distribution channel and it can take up months together. Now let us talk about the first P in marketing, that is product. The product is the starting point for marketing. A product is anything that can be offered to a customer to satisfy his or her need or want. Whether it's a television or a toothpaste or a travel plan, the product offers a total bundle of benefit to the customers. Typically, in marketing, the term product is used for any good or service or any other entities which can be marketed. According to Philip Kotler, 10 entities can be marketed: goods, services, experiences, events, persons, places, properties, organizations, information and ideas. Under product, factors like form, performance quality, conformance quality, durability, reliability, repairability, style, design, product variety, quality, features, brand name, packaging, size, service, warranty, return, company reputation, pre-sales information, post-sale technical support, repair services, service distinction, delivery, installation, customer training, customer consulting, maintenance and repair are also taken into account to offer the value to customers. A company needs to have some products to sell. If the company is new, then it should develop a new product to sell in the market. In the case of products which are already there in the market, a company needs to differentiate its market offerings. Let us come to the second P, that is price. Price has a great relevance in business. Price is the only element in marketing which produces revenue for the business organization. It is also the easiest element in the marketing mix which can be adjusted in the short run. Price is also important as it communicates the value proposition. Price is the money you pay for any product or service. The name may be different, like airfare, tuition fee, college fee, hotel tariff, insurance premium, interest charges, rent, lease, retainer fee, consultancy fee, salary, commission, wage, toll or honorarium, but it means the same. Now, in this era of hyper competition, price is the easiest way to react in the market also. Now the market is hyper competitive and you need to take action fast. Pricing also takes into account discounts, allowances, payment terms, credit terms and 0% financing. The price for any product or service is decided on the basis of the company's pricing objective, the demand for the product, the estimation of cost and your competitors' cost, price and offers. Let us talk about the third P in marketing, place. Place is very critical for the success of any business. Place means a marketing channel or trade channel or a distribution channel to reach out to the customers. Marketing channels are set of interdependent organizations involved in the process of making a product or service available for use or consumption. It is a set of mechanisms or the network via which a firm goes to the market. It serves mainly four functions. The marketing channel helps to generate the demand for the company. The company then fulfills the demand and also provides after-sales service through them. It also helps in giving the information and feedback to the company from the customers. Place takes into account distribution channels, lot size, product assortment, locations, inventory, transport, logistics, coverage, 24/7 availability, etc. Now let us talk about the fourth P in marketing, that is promotions. Promotion includes advertising, sales promotions, public relations, direct marketing, personal selling and digital marketing. Now it is known as integrated marketing communications, where a company tries to integrate all its communication efforts to get maximum returns on their promotional expenditure. Once the product is developed in accordance with the needs of the customers, it needs to be priced attractively and then it needs to be available at the point of purchase. But the customer will only ask for your product in the market when he or she is aware about it. Again, awareness or communication to the customer in such a way that the customer selects your product over competitor's product. Today, customers are communicated through various communication channels like print advertisement, television commercials, posters, leaflets, point of purchase materials, hoardings, video films, directories, sales meetings, online shopping, telemarketing, catalog marketing and all. That is all about 4 P's of marketing. Let us recap. In this video, we have discussed about the marketing mix, that is 4 P's of marketing. Can you name those 4 P's? Yes, product, price, place and promotion. Yes, you are right. These 4 P's are applicable for goods marketing. But if you are marketing services, then you require another 3 P's of marketing, thus totaling it to 7 P's of marketing. Can you tell me another 3 P's of marketing? No? Please check out the next video. Thank you. In this video, we are going to talk about 7 P's of marketing. As far as products are concerned, 4 P's still rule the marketing arena. But in the case of services and for knowledge-based economy, Booms and Bittner has suggested another 3 P's besides 4 P's like product, price, place and promotion, totaling it to 7 P's of marketing. These additional P's are required for services marketing because services are very different from goods marketing, as services have the characteristics of inseparability, intangibility, heterogeneity and perishability. That's why it becomes essential for a marketer to address the same. Services range from an airline service to banking to courier to hotels. These 3 additional P's are people, process and physical evidence. Let us talk about people. all people who directly or indirectly influence the perceived value of the product or service, including knowledge workers, employees, management, and customers, comes under the fifth P of marketing. In any service, the use of appropriate staff and people are of utmost importance for its success. Process. In the case of process, procedures, mechanism, and flow of activities helps the marketer to satisfy the consumer in a better way. It is all due to process that you get your pizza delivered at your home in India within 30 minutes. McDonald's serves its customers with freshly made burgers and French fries within 2 minutes of the orders due to its streamlined process. Now, let us now talk about physical evidence. Through physical evidence, a service marketer gives a tangible character by using certificates, tickets, logos, etc. Physical evidence deals with the direct sensory experience of a product or a service that allows a customer to measure whether he or she has received value or not. For example, if you travel first class on an aircraft, you expect enough room to be able to lie down. Again, once you walk into a restaurant, you expect a clean and friendly environment. All these factors are very important in giving the right value to the customers. All these three P's helps a marketer to effectively implement the marketing plan for services. Let us talk about an example. Say ABC Bank. Now the services of ABC Bank is dependent upon the services given by its manpower. That's why the bank is concerned about its people. In services marketing, we also talk about one characteristic, that is heterogeneity. It means the service delivery may be different by different employees as well as by the same employee in a different time frame. Say an employee is not happy for some reason, then the quality of service may be affected. That's why there are processes to check it. So in a bank, for every transaction, there may be a stipulated time frame in which it needs to be completed. Again, say McDonald's. You get the same taste of burger whenever you visit them. This is all possible as they have processes in place, which makes the service experience similar all the time. Now for that, McDonald's selects its suppliers for different ingredients like bread products, potato and milk products, and so on, and this is the beauty of process. If you go to a hotel, you find the difference in a 3-star hotel and a 5-star hotel through the physical evidence. Let us recap. In this video, we have discussed about the 7 P's of marketing. These are required as a part of services marketing mix. 3 additional P's are people, process, and physical evidence. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the difference between needs, wants, and demand. As you know, marketing is all about identifying and meeting customer needs. Needs are basic human requirements. You need air, water, food, shelter, and clothing to survive. You also need education as well as entertainment. Once these needs are specified by you, it becomes wants. For example, you are hungry and you want to have your breakfast. You can have a burger or a pizza or cornflakes or aloo paratha. It all depends upon our society and culture. Our society and culture leads to our wants. Wants become demand when the wants are backed by an ability to pay for the products or services. Everybody would like to drive a Mercedes, but everybody cannot afford it. That's why only those wants which are backed by purchasing power will be calculated as demand. For a marketer, demand is very, very important. It plays a great role in managerial decision making. This helps to forecast the demand while doing the strategic marketing planning. Let us recap. In this video, we discussed the difference between needs, wants, and demand. A marketer needs to be concerned about demand more than needs and wants, as the demand portray the right picture for a marketer to plan for its marketing strategies. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the changing face of marketing in the digital era. We are going to look at three dynamic forces which are changing the marketplace in the form of opportunities and challenges, and also changing the dynamics of the marketing behavior. By the end, you will be able to understand the face of marketing today. Welcome to the world of marketing. The world is changing and so is marketing. This is the digital era. This is the era of Tesla, Uber, Ola, Airbnb, Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, Google, and so on. This is the era of 3D printing, driverless cars, electric vehicles, private space shuttles, flying cars, and so on. With more than 4.7 billion mobile phones and internet accessibility to 3.7 billion people around the world, the technology is making a huge impact on the businesses. In turn, the world of marketing is also changing because the customers are changing. They are not the same. Now they have all the information at their fingertip due to smartphones and internet connectivity. This has led the marketer to tap the customers through digital marketing. Digital marketing encompasses search engine marketing, social media marketing, search engine optimization, content marketing, email marketing, mobile marketing, and so on. Still, marketers are having a tough time convincing the customers and making them brand loyal. Besides the technology, globalization is also changing the face of business. Now the products or services are not limited to the boundaries of a country. Even manpower mobility has seen a huge rise. The business is booming, but at the same point of time, the market is getting too competitive. BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa are presenting a world of opportunities for a marketer. Even countries like Philippines, Vietnam, Peru, Pakistan, Egypt, and so on are presenting a big opportunity to the marketer. These markets are also leading the companies to innovate and develop new products which can cater to the bottom of the pyramid population. General Electric recently developed a portable, ultra-low-cost version of ultrasound scanners. Unilever took the learning from its product Wheel, a low-cost detergent powder in India, to other developing markets in the world. Sustainable marketing or green marketing is also on the rise. Now companies are also making an effort to produce and promote environment-friendly products. Companies like IBM, British Petroleum, Nike, Panasonic, Coke, McDonald's, and so on are doing their bit to save the environment. These companies are utilizing the sustainable marketing as a platform to seek out opportunities to fulfill its objectives, as well as to portray their moral obligation towards being socially more responsible. In certain cases, it is all due to competitive pressure, while in some other there are government regulations to keep these initiatives on track. So let us recap. We have talked about three dynamic forces, that is technology, globalization, and sustainable marketing, which are changing the face of marketing today. Now, can you think about the impact of these forces upon you as a consumer? Have a thought. See you in the next video. Thank you. What is digital marketing? Digital marketing is big, and now it's a part of our life. But there is a lot of confusion regarding digital marketing. I will try to clarify each and every one of these, and will also help you understand meaning and importance of digital marketing. role of digital marketing in the consumer buying decision process, and various components of digital marketing. Welcome to the world of digital marketing. Let me ask you a question. How many logos on the screen you can identify? Most of them? Awesome. All? You are simply great. Digital marketing is all about Google, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, WhatsApp, Instagram, LinkedIn, Snapchat, and so on. And you are already familiar with most of these and using the same almost every day. You are Googling all the time. You are searching for information. You are searching for a product or a service on Google, or you are watching a video on YouTube, or you are socializing, sharing, and connecting with your friends and family on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, or you will be tweeting something, or you will be active on professional network through LinkedIn, or you may be sending and receiving messages and connecting on different WhatsApp groups. It means you are already a part of digital world, and now we will try to understand what is digital marketing. According to Wikipedia, digital marketing is marketing of products or services using digital technologies, mainly on the internet, but also including mobile phones, display advertising, and any other digital medium. It means digital marketing helps us market our products or services through digital medium. You may be connected through desktop or a laptop or a tablet or a mobile phone. It helps us connect with the consumers, and that's why we are interested in digital marketing. So digital marketing helps you market your products or services through digital technologies, but it is not only about the technology, it is about your customers. For a marketer, digital marketing helps connect with the customers through searches, through ads, and through social media. Means you are connected through Google, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, WhatsApp, Instagram, LinkedIn, Snapchat, and so on. Now the customers are also changing in the digital era as they are connected on the internet, and these numbers are huge. Now out of 7.6 billion people in the world, there are 4.3 billion people who are connected on the internet. The penetration level of internet across the world is 57%. Then there are more than 5 billion mobile phones whose penetration level is a mind-blowing figure of 67%. In developed countries, almost everybody is connected, while in developing countries, internet penetration is going very, very fast. In India, 41% of the population has access to internet, while 87% population is connected on mobile. Now, what do these numbers mean for a marketer? These numbers mean a lot of opportunities for the marketer, where a digital marketer can connect with the consumers. Let us see how does this happen. Generally, a consumer passes through 5 steps in consumer buying decision process. That is, need or problem recognition, information search, evaluation of alternatives, purchase decision, and post-purchase behavior. Now in the whole process of buying, digital is in. Now customers start the information search by searching online or by Googling. He also reviews and compares the product or service while going through the step of evaluation of alternatives. He may also get influenced on social media, plus he may also get influenced by digital display ads on any website or on mobile device. All these in turn influence the customers, and that's why marketers are interested into digital marketing. Earlier, a customer was influenced through print and television ad. Now also these platforms exist. But now there are digital platforms also where customers are connected, and these digital platforms are influencing the consumer decision buying process. That's why digital marketing becomes very, very important for a marketer. Now let us talk about the various components of digital marketing. Digital marketing consists of 9 different components. The first is the website. Website is the hub of digital marketing. Then comes search engine optimization. To improve the rankings in search results, you need to optimize your website for the search engine. The third one is search engine marketing, that is also known as SEM or pay per click search advertising or PPC. SEM or PPC is all about placing your ads in search engine result pages. Digital display advertising is all about advertising online on desktops, laptops, mobile, tablets, gaming devices, and so on. Then comes social media marketing, that is SMM. This is big. It consists of marketing your products or services through Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on. Email marketing is all about marketing through emails, and we are not talking about spamming the email boxes. Here we talk about email automation like MailChimp, Drip, Aweber, ConvertKit, etc. Mobile marketing, it is all about marketing on your mobile phones. Google Analytics and Web Analytics helps you analyze your efforts and helps you optimize it. And then comes the last, affiliate marketing. Affiliate marketing can help you get more customers for your business. Plus, you can become an affiliate marketer and earn loads of money. So, welcome to the world of digital marketing. In the subsequent videos, I will try to discuss the various components of digital marketing in detail. So, that's all now. See you soon. Take care. Thanks for watching. In this video, we are going to discuss customer value in marketing. It is also known as customer perceived value or value in marketing. Customer value is one of the most important terms in marketing. I call it the V factor, which is essential to succeed in the marketplace. Just like V for victory, V for value can do wonders for a company. So if you want to become a great marketer, you need to understand this V factor well. As you already know, marketing is the process via which a firm creates value for its selected customers. And you know, value is creating by meeting customer needs. Let me give you an example. You want to buy a car. You have got choices like Mercedes, Ford, or a Toyota. Now the question is, which provides more value to you? If Ford provides more value to the customers, then why are you interested in buying a Mercedes or a Toyota? For answering the same, you need to understand what value is. And you need to remember all these companies are successful in the market. It means they are providing a right kind of value to their selected set of customers. That's why they are very successful. Now, one more thing you need to understand, that value is subjective. Now, what does value mean? Value means B minus C, that is benefit minus cost. Now, what are benefits? Benefits include E plus F, that is E for emotional and F for functional. So, emotional benefits and functional benefits. Emotional benefits can also be understood in terms of psychological benefits. So, customer value is the ratio between customers' perceived benefits and the resources used to obtain these benefits. Value is dynamic in nature. The value proposition of your product or service may change in accordance with changes in the competitor's products or service offering. A company needs to sustain the process of value creation over a period of time to sustain itself in the market. Then only they can be successful in the market. So who provides more value to the customers? The answer is all those companies which are successful in the market are providing right kind of value to their selected set of customers. That's why all these companies are successful. Now let us recap. In this video, we talked about customer value in marketing. Value means benefits versus cost. Customer value is the ratio between customers' perceived benefits and the resources used to obtain these benefits. A company needs to sustain the process of value creation over a period of time to sustain itself in the market. Thank you. In this video, we are going to check out 5 C's of marketing analysis. How does a company or a firm identify and fulfills the needs of the customers? How does it deliver value? What kind of forces guide marketing strategy? The answer of all these questions lie in the 5 C's of marketing analysis. A marketer is guided by 5 C's, which leads the firm to go forward in fulfilling the needs of the customers. Traditionally, only 3 C's were looked for marketing analysis. Can you name those keywords which would define the marketing strategy? You may pause the video and answer. Is it customer? Yes, you are right. The first one is customer needs. Can you tell me the second one? Yes, the second one is company. Why? If a customer is there in the market and the needs are there will be existence of a company. Then once a company is there, who else will be there in the market? Competition. You are right. So if there is Coke, there is Pepsi. If there is an Apple, there is a Samsung. All these 3 C's are known as marketing triangle. Earlier, the analysis of all these 3 C's guided a marketer. But now it has been expanded to include another 2 C's. Can you name those? One is collaborators, while the other is context. Let us come to the first C, customer needs. Customer needs are very important in marketing. Marketing starts and ends with identifying and fulfilling customer needs. If you understand the customer needs well, you can be a great marketer. But understanding and fulfilling the customer needs is a pretty difficult task for a marketer. This can either be done through a formal research or through informal research. But the same may not be enough because customer needs keep changing with the pace of time. Otherwise, Nokia and Kodak would have survived in the market. Henry Ford, the founder of Ford Motor Company, Ray Kroc, the founder of McDonald's, Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft, Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, Akio Morita, the founder of Sony, and so on, understood the customer needs well and came out with products and services to fulfill those needs well. Now let us talk about the second C. The second C is company. Company analysis is as important as customer analysis, as it will help to understand what a company can do and what it can't. There are several ways and measures like SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threat analysis, core competency analysis and BCG matrix, that is Boston Consulting Group matrix, besides other methods to analyze the company externally and internally. It also requires an understanding of the company's finances, its research and development capabilities, its supply and distribution channel management capability, the strength of its brand and other assets. Now, it is not that a company needs to have experience to succeed in the marketplace, but you can also succeed if you have the pulse of the market. You understand the needs of the customers. Microsoft, Google, Apple, Sony are all the examples of understanding what you can do, what you can offer to fulfill the needs of the customers. All these companies are launched by first generation entrepreneurs who have made it big in the market. Now let us talk about the third C, competition. Once you understand the customers and your core competency, you need to understand the market players, that is your competitors. Competition is all about current and potential offerings that a customer may consider. So you need to assess the strengths and weaknesses of the competitors, as it will help out to differentiate your products and services from others. Once you are already there in the market with your product or service offering, a company needs to be careful all the time, as the competition can take the fizz away. As it happened in the case of Sony, who was the market leader with products like Walkman and Discman, but they could not understand the changing needs of the customers, and the market was taken over by Apple iPod. So beware of competition. It cannot make your business, but it may certainly break your business. Now let us talk about the fourth C. Fourth C is collaborators. For success of any business organization or firm, it is very essential to maintain a relationship with the customers. But it is also very important to maintain the relationship with the collaborators, who are the partners in the progress of the firm. That's why you need to take care of them through partner relationship management. Collaborators mainly include your distribution channel partners, suppliers, bankers, advertising agency, and so on. In India, the world's cheapest car, Tata Nano, was developed and sold for just $2,000. Do you think it is just due to Tata Motors who made it possible? No. The success of making such a low-cost car also goes to the collaborators, suppliers who made it possible. Collaborators help you to manufacture and deliver your goods and services to the customers in a better way than your competitors, and that's why they also need to be motivated. Now let us talk about the last C, that is context. Now what is context? Context may be cultural, technological, regulatory, or legal factors which may play a greater part in influencing your business decisions, your strategic marketing decisions. It is also important because the context is ever changing. Now the business is not done as it was done earlier. The advent of internet, web, and mobile technologies has led the distribution and communication system to be totally revamped. Few years back, e-commerce started the online business revolution, and now it has been extended to m-commerce, that is mobile commerce. Now with mobile banking, your bank is in your pocket now. Similarly, regulatory and cultural factors can also influence your marketing exercise. For example, in several countries including India, there are tax deductions allowed on home loans. It means there will be more and more customers who will be willing to buy an apartment or a home. So let us recap. We have discussed the role of 5 C's in guiding the marketing strategy for a firm. The first one is customer needs. If there are customer needs, a company is there to fulfill it. Once there is a company in the market, then there is competition. Again, there are collaborators and context, which makes the picture complete. See you in the next video. Thanks. In this video, we'll discuss market-oriented strategic planning. Coke, Ford, General Motors, Disney, and Tata have one thing in common. These companies are in the business for more than 75 years. All this has been possible due to their long-term vision and strategic planning. Market-oriented strategic planning has helped this company to stay ahead in the market than their competition by looking at a long-term outlook of growth rather than short-term focus on profits. That's why Philip Kotler has rightly said, it is more important to do what is strategically right than what is immediately profitable. In the changing business scenario, market-oriented strategic planning is must for any company. It does not only take into account the company's objectives, capabilities, and resources, but it also takes into account the changing market opportunities. The objective of the strategic planning is to ensure that the company hits both the targets of profits as well as growth. Let us recap. In this video, we discussed market-oriented strategic planning. With the changing business environment, a company needs to do it well to succeed in the marketplace. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss about marketing plan. Plan your work and work your plan. The philosophy of planning is as important in the business as it is in life. In the same way, marketing also needs a plan to reach its objectives, and that is called marketing plan. Marketing plan includes an executive summary with the SWOT analysis of the company's marketing strategy, market assessment in terms of segmentation, targeting and positioning, its marketing and financial goals, sales revenue and marketing budget forecasts on annual, quarterly and monthly basis, and monitoring, evaluating and controlling the action plan. The marketing plan leads to segmenting and targeting the market. Once the segments are identified, marketing mix helps the company to achieve its objectives. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed about marketing plan. Marketing plan is very, very important for a marketer to get ahead in the business. Thank you. In this video, we are going to check out customer relationship management. In the era of cutthroat competition globally as well as locally, customer relationship management plays a key role in marketing. Customer relationship management can be defined as the process of predicting customer behavior and selecting actions to influence that behavior to benefit the company, usually leveraging on information technology and database related tools. CRM involves using technology to organize, automate, and synchronize business processes, principally sales activities, but also those for marketing, customer service, and technical support. The overall goal is to find, attract, and win new clients, nurture and retain those the company already has, entice former clients back into the fold, and reduce the cost of marketing and the client service. CRM helps to retain the customers by understanding and fulfilling their needs proactively and thus delighting them in the long run. Earlier, it was very difficult to understand and manage the customer's data. But now, with the usage of CRM software from companies like SAP, Oracle, Amdocs, and others, many companies are utilizing the benefits of enhancing customer loyalty through customer relationship management. In the banking sector in India, new age private banks like ICICI Bank, SDFC Bank, Axis Bank are at the forefront of utilizing the data mining techniques to enhance the customer relationship. Measuring and valuing customer relationships is critical to implement CRM strategy. Examining and analyzing the data can turn raw data into valuable information about customers' need. By predicting customer needs in advance, business can then market the right products to the right segment at the right time through the right delivery channels. Customer satisfaction can also be improved through more effective marketing. Another objective of the CRM initiative is to transform the company into a customer-centric organization with a greater focus on customer profitability as compared to line profitability. The insights gained from CRM enable companies to calculate or estimate the profitability of individual accounts. Other CRM objectives include increased cross-selling possibilities, better lead management, better customer response, and improved customer loyalty. In India, ICICI Bank is using CRM with the technique of data mining to acquire new customers also. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the meaning and role of customer relationship management. It can be defined as the process of predicting consumer behavior and selecting actions to influence the consumer behavior to benefit the company. Now, with the usage of CRM software, many companies are utilizing the benefits of enhancing customer loyalty through customer relationship management. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss about SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis is an acronym for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. A company needs to do SWOT analysis for doing the strategic planning. It is the overall evaluation of its internal factors and its external factors. Strengths and weaknesses are internal factors, while opportunities and threats are external factors. You need to remember that a SWOT analysis can be carried out for any product, company, place, industry, or person. So it involves specifying the objective of the business and identifying the internal and external factors that are favorable and unfavorable to achieve that objective. Now, what does these factors mean? Strengths mean those characteristics of the business which gives you an advantage over others. Weaknesses mean those characteristics of the business that place the business at a disadvantage relative to others. So strengths are favorable and weaknesses are unfavorable for the business. While opportunities are the elements in the environment that the business could exploit to its advantage, and threats are the elements in the environment that could cause trouble for the business. So opportunities are favorable and threats are unfavorable. The internal factors may include brand name, cost, financial resources, manpower, and so on. So either it may be a strength or a weakness to the company. So you may have a very good brand name, so that can be a strength, while your cost may be high, so which may be a weakness. Similarly, the external factors may include macroeconomic matters, technological changes, government regulations, and socio-cultural changes, as well as changes in the marketplace or in competitive positions. You can present the SWOT analysis in the form of a 2x2 matrix, which may help you analyze your current position. So you may capitalize on your strengths to gain further foothold in the market, while opportunities will look out for investment from your side to tap it properly. You need to take care of the weaknesses and need to keep an eye on threats. This will help you stay ahead in the game of business. You need to remember that the internal factors are under the control of the company, while external factors are uncontrollable. Secondly, SWOT analysis may be used for profit-seeking organization, non-profit organizations, government units, and individuals. It may be used in any decision-making situation, pre-crisis planning, and preventive crisis management. SWOT analysis may also be used in creating a recommendation during a viability study or viability survey. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed about SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis is a very popular tool in the strategic planning. It can be carried out for any company, product, place, industry, or person. Now, can you do a SWOT analysis for a company or yourself? Think about. Thank you. In this video, we are going to talk about Ansoff matrix, that is Ansoff's product market expansion grid. Once a company looks forward to expand its businesses, it can do so in any of the three ways. The first one is intensive growth opportunities. By identifying opportunities to achieve further growth within current businesses. Then comes the integrative growth opportunities. By identifying opportunities to acquire or build businesses that are related to current businesses. And then comes the diversification growth opportunities. By identifying opportunities in the unrelated attractive businesses. In the case of intensive growth opportunities, when a company wants to grow within current business, Ansoff has suggested a product market expansion grid matrix. that is also known as Ansoff matrix. Product market expansion grid can help the company to identify the market opportunities in respective markets and products. Ansoff has talked about 4 strategies on the basis of 2 parameters like products and markets. These strategies are market penetration strategy, market development strategy, product development strategy, and diversification strategy. So let us check out. The first thing a company can consider is to gain more market share in the existing or current products in the current markets, and that is called market penetration strategy. Or the company can look forward to expand its markets for current products through market development strategy. Then a company can consider as to whether it can develop new products to its current markets, and it is called product development strategy. Lastly, the company can take up the diversification route, and that is called diversification strategy to develop new products for new markets. As far as market penetration strategies are concerned, the company can encourage its current customers to buy more, or it can try to attract competitors' customers, or it can include non-users to start using the product. This type of strategy is quite prevalent. If you remember Cadbury's campaign, "कुछ खास है जिंदगी में," and then "कुछ मीठा हो जाए," it is a very good example of how a company can achieve growth as well as profits through market penetration strategy. Cadbury has not only increased its sales of chocolates but also tried to expand the market by promoting it as a substitute of our age-old sweets. In Diwali, there is a tradition of gifting sweets and dry fruits. To cater to this business opportunity, Cadbury comes out with a special gift packages of chocolates for the customers. Even Kurkure, Bikaji, Lay's now comes out with gift hampers in Deepavali as a part of market penetration strategy. Besides intensive growth opportunities, the company can also look forward to integrative growth through backward, forward, and horizontal integration. Now Maruti Suzuki has entered into India's fast-growing small commercial vehicle space, besides its passenger vehicle business. Again, Asian Paints has also acquired 51% stake in Sleek Group, a leading organized player in the modern kitchen space, to move up the value chain. Now Asian Paints is selling a new home buyer paints, waterproofing, and a modular kitchen under one roof. But attractive opportunities do not only lie in the current businesses, it can lie in different businesses too. For many industrial or business conglomerates all across the world, the diversification is the driver of their growth. Be it Virgin, Reliance, Tata, Wipro, or ITC, you name the business and the company is there into. For example, the well-known cigarette manufacturer ITC, earlier known as Imperial Tobacco Company of India Limited, has diversified into FMCG products like packaged foods, confectionery, toiletries, incense sticks, safety matches, hotels, paper boards, information technology, and agricultural products. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed Ansoff matrix, that is also known as product market expansion grid. Product market expansion grid can help the company to identify the market opportunities in respective markets and products. We talked about 4 strategies under this: market penetration strategy, market development strategy, product development strategy, and diversification strategy. Thank you. In this video, I am going to talk about an important topic that is known as BCG matrix. Now, BCG matrix means Boston Consulting Group matrix. It is also known as growth share matrix or the product portfolio. and it is also known as Boston matrix or portfolio diagram. Now, BCG matrix is a chart that was created by Bruce D. Henderson for the Boston Consulting Group in 1970 to help corporations to analyze their business unit, that is their product lines. For example, some company is dealing with many product lines. Then what kind of a strategy they can follow? For example, there is a company like Hindustan Unilever, there is a company like Procter and Gamble. All these companies are dealing with different product lines and they are dealing with different business units. Now, how do they decide as to how much resources will be allocated to different units? BCG matrix helps the company allocate resources and is used as an analytical tool in brand marketing, product management, strategic management, and portfolio analysis. To develop the matrix, it takes into account the market growth rate and the relative market share of the business unit or the product line. The need which prompted the idea was to manage the cash flow in the companies. It was reasoned that one of the main indicators of cash generation was relative market share, and one which pointed to cash usage was that of the market growth rate. That's why it takes into consideration the market share as well as the market growth rate. Now, based on this, a product can be classified into one of the four categories. A product may be classified as a cash cow, or it may be classified as a star category, or it may fall in the question mark category, or sometimes the product may also fall in the dog category. Now, let us have a look at the matrix. Now, as far as cash cow is concerned, cash cow is a product with high market share and low market growth, and cash cows are needed to be milked. The fact that the market share is high means that the product is strong in the market and the businesses may be able to charge a higher price. Now, in the cash cow category, the market share is high. So, there is little marketing expenditure as the market is not growing. This means that increased market share is hard to come by as it cannot be gained from new customers but must be taken from competitors. Now, cash cows are very profitable to have in the portfolio because it provides a lot of cash to the company so that they can invest the same in the exercises for question marks, in the exercises for dogs, or in the exercises for star category. Now, as far as a star is concerned, a star has a high market share and high market growth. Now, stars are the dominant product in the market, but they must work harder to maintain that lead in market share. That is because the market is growing quickly and rival businesses can gain market share by attracting the new customers who are entering the business. As a result, rising stars require high levels of marketing expenditure to retain their status. If they manage to do so, the benefits will come as they will be the cash cows once the market matures, and that's why a star category becomes very, very important. And now, how do you become a star? You generally become a star from the question mark category. Now, what is a question mark category? Question mark has low market share and high market growth. So, in this market, the market grows very fast, but the product has got low market share. Now, question marks pose a problem for businesses, and that's why it is known as a problem child. Although in the companies it is known as a problem child, but then also question mark has also the capability of becoming the star for the company. This is because the market growth is rapid, offering a business the possibility of growing its market share through new customers, which is far easier than trying to tempt them from a rival. If a business wants to develop a question mark, it will need to spend very large amount of money on marketing, and even then it may not succeed. And that's why the company needs to be very, very careful. Businesses should selectively choose which question marks to develop, spending on the ones with the best chances. And now we come to the another category that is known as dog category. Now a product classified as a dog has low market share and low market growth. And very few businesses want dogs in their product portfolios. But in all the businesses, you will find certain businesses which are falling in the dogs category. Not only do these products not have much market share, the chances of them of gaining a market share are very limited, as the market itself is not growing, and businesses tend to get rid of dogs unless the products have secondary benefits, such as being a necessary part of product line that is profitable overall. So sometimes there is a possibility that although the product is falling in the dog category, but then also it may be useful to your star lineup, it may be useful to your cash cow lineup, and that's why you wanted to continue that business. Now, commenting on the BCG matrix, Bruce Henderson, who developed the BCG matrix, said, to be successful, a company should have a portfolio of products with different growth rates and different market shares. The portfolio composition is a function of the balance between cash flows. High growth products require cash inputs to grow. Low growth products should generate excess cash, and both kinds are needed simultaneously. Now, BCG matrix helps a company to ensure that it has products that are performing well and generating a profit, in addition to new products in the pipeline to replace existing products once they reach the decline phase of the product life cycle. And that's why BCG matrix becomes very useful in maintaining the product life cycle of different products in the company. Hello friends. In this video, I am going to talk about Porter's 5 forces model. This is one of the most important models or framework in a strategy. Porter's model talks about the market attractiveness of an industry in terms of its profitability. Let us try to understand 5 forces model through 3 different industry setups: airlines, FMCG, and information technology or software services. What do you think of airlines industry? Do you think it's cool and sexy? I also think so. But is it so? Would you set up an airline company if you have got money? Let us find out what Michael Porter would like to say about this. Welcome to Marketing by Vijay. Please subscribe the channel and like the video. Your comments are most welcome. Michael Porter formulated this 5 forces model in 1979 to analyze competition in the market and to help determine the market attractiveness of an industry in terms of its profitability. So here you need to remember 3 key terms. The first one is analyzing competition, the second one is market attractiveness, and the third one is profitability. That's why Porter developed this model in reaction to a very popular tool which was called SWOT analysis. That is strength, weakness, opportunities and threat model, which Porter found both lacking in rigor and ad hoc. That's why he developed the model. Porter was of the view that a company does not only deal with the existing competitors in the market but also get affected by 4 other forces which needs to be taken care of. That's why he developed 5 forces model. Before you check out 5 forces, you need to understand 2 aspects. First, an unattractive industry is one in which the effect of these 5 forces reduce overall profitability, while the attractive ones will be enhancing overall profitability. Secondly, the overall industry attractiveness does not imply that every firm in the industry will return the same profitability. Firms are able to apply their core competencies, business model or network to achieve a profit above the industry average, and that's possible. Let us check out these 5 forces. These 5 forces are industry rivalry, threat of new entrants, threat of substitutes, bargaining power of suppliers, and bargaining power of buyers. Porter's 5 forces include 3 forces from horizontal competition, the threat of substitute products or services, the threat of established rivals, and the threat of new entrants, and 2 others from vertical competition, the bargaining power of suppliers and the bargaining power of customers. Now let us take an example to understand the model. What about taking an example of the airline industry? Airlines, you may be familiar. The views expressed regarding the airline industry is based upon Porter's thoughts. Let us talk about the first force, industry rivalry. What is industry rivalry? For most industries, the intensity of industry rivalry is the major determinant of the competitiveness of the industry. How many firms are there in the industry? How big are they? The larger the number of competitors along with the number of equivalent products and services they offer, the lesser the power of a company. On the other hand, when competitive rivalry is low, a company has greater power to charge higher prices and set the terms of deals to achieve higher sales and profits. Then in airline industry, you may find that there are many airline companies which are operating in different countries and the rivalry is very, very high. You may find a lot of rivalry among airline companies like American Airlines, Delta Airlines, EasyJet, Singapore Airlines, Air New Zealand, Qantas, Qatar Airways, Virgin Australia, Emirates, All Nippon Airlines, EVA Air, Cathay Pacific, Japan Airlines, Indigo Airlines, and so on. So if the rivalry is high, it means it will be less attractive and less profitable. But if you just take the competition in picture, then you can't judge industry attractiveness. You need to look at 4 other forces. The second force is threat of new entrants. This is a real threat for any industry. If more and more players join the industry, profitability may go down ultimately. The less time and money it costs for a competitor to enter a company's market and be an effective competitor, the more a company's position may be significantly weakened. An industry with strong barriers to entry helps companies to charge higher prices and negotiate better terms. Under threat of new entrants, we take into consideration various factors like existence of barriers to entry in some form of patents, rights, etc., government policies, capital requirements, brand equity, economies of scale, product differentiation, distribution channel, customer loyalty, etc. Let us check out an example. In airline industry, threat of new entrants are quite high, as you can start your airlines by even leasing one aeroplane. But it may be low in case of FMCG, like soft drinks category, with players like Coke and Pepsi, as brand equity and customer loyalty to these brands is so high that it becomes a big deterrent to enter the market. Again, in the IT industry or software, the threat of new entrants is low. Let us talk about the third force, that is threat of substitutes. Substitute means a replacement. Can your products or services may be substituted? Can Pepsi or Coke may be substituted? The answer is yes. It can be substituted by coffee or tea or even water. On the other hand, you may also increase the consumption by promoting Coke or Pepsi a lot. But in the case of IT services or software, there is a difficulty in substitution. While airline may be substituted by public transport or by a car or by waterways. So you need to take into consideration substitutes also. as it may impact market attractiveness and ultimate profitability. Fourth factor is bargaining power of suppliers. Any firm or a company cannot work in isolation. It is dependent upon its suppliers. A firm needs to have raw materials, components, labor, and services such as expertise to produce. In the case of Coke and Pepsi, the raw materials you require are water, sugar, and few chemicals. These suppliers are aplenty. That's why bargaining powers of suppliers will be low here. But in the case of airline companies, the bargaining power of aeroplane manufacturing firms like Boeing and Airbus may be too high. Even the airline leasing companies' bargaining power may also be high. Again, fuel prices are also volatile and your pilots and airline crew may act pricey, and this may put you in the tight spot. So you need to take into consideration suppliers also. Fifth and last force is bargaining power of buyers. Bargaining power of buyers is their ability to put the firm under pressure. In airline industry, buyers' sensitivity to price is high, and it puts a lot of pressure on airline companies. The bargaining power of buyers may be reduced if you have good loyalty program and customers stick to you. In the case of Coke or Pepsi, buyers are loyal to the brand and their bargaining power of buyers tends to be low. Bargaining power of customers will also be low when the customers have got fewer choices. So understanding Porter's 5 forces and how they apply to an industry can help a company to direct its resources to generate higher earnings for its investors and stakeholders. But the markets are dynamic. You need to assess the same regularly, and 5 forces does just that by giving you tools for understanding the dynamics of the industry and taking the right kind of decision. Let us recap. Porter's 5 forces are industry rivalry, threat of new entrants, threat of substitutes, bargaining power of suppliers, and bargaining power of buyers. So that's all for now. In this module, we are going to learn about marketing information system and marketing environment. Let us check out marketing information system. Information is power. Today's business is driven by information. The same applies to marketing also. The company needs to be informed about its customers, competitors, and its context. The company also needs to be aware about the changing business scenario and changing customer needs. That's why a marketing information system should be in place to help the marketer. Now, what is marketing information system? Marketing information system consists of people, procedures, and systems to collect, analyze, and distribute the information needed to marketing decision makers. It is based on internal company records like sales information system, order to payment cycle, databases, marketing intelligence activities, marketing research, and marketing decision support system. Now, internal records are very important in marketing information system. Right from order to payment cycle, to the sales data, to prices, to costs, to inventory levels, to receivables and payables. All these information play a key role in decision making process. Then there are a lot of databases like customer database, product database, salesperson's database. All these databases are very important. Now, besides these records and databases, a company also puts in place a very effective and efficient marketing intelligence system. Marketing intelligence system is very important because it helps the company in understanding today's and tomorrow's customer needs better. A marketing intelligence system is a set of procedures and sources managers use to obtain everyday information about developments in the marketing environments. Marketing managers collect marketing intelligence by reading books, newspapers and trade publications, talking to customers, suppliers and distributors, monitoring social media on the internet via online discussion groups, emailing lists and blogs, and meeting with other company managers. Now, the success of marketing intelligence system lies on the effectiveness of the information provided by distributors, dealers, retailers, and its own sales force on the basis of online and offline customer feedback and through governmental and private data sources. Now, on the basis of this info, a company can shape its marketing strategy and its implementation in a better way. On the whole, it helps a company to stay updated and ahead of competition in understanding the changing needs of the consumers. You think about Nokia and Kodak. If only the marketing intelligence been good at their end, they would have survived the change in market conditions. So that's why marketing intelligence system is very, very important. Now let us recap. In this video, we talked about the meaning and importance of marketing intelligence system and marketing information system. Marketing information system is based on internal company records like sales information system, order to payment cycle, databases, marketing intelligence activities, marketing research, and marketing decision support system. So, marketing intelligence is a part of marketing information system. Thanks. In this video, we are going to discuss marketing environment and its factors. We will check out macro environment. We will also check out pest or pestle analysis. A company needs to understand its marketing environment to successfully operate in the market. Macro environment presents an uncontrolled environment for the company. In this environment, the company needs to operate and make profits. Now let us check out macro environment. Macro environment include 6 factors, that is demographic environment, economic environment, socio-cultural environment, green environment, technological environment, and legal and political environment. These macro environment factors are also known as pestle analysis or pest analysis. Pestle is a mnemonic. It is in abbreviated form. It means P for political, E for economic, S for social, T for technological, L for legal, and E for environmental. Sometimes last 2 factors are not included, and then it is known as pest analysis rather than pestle analysis. Now let us recap. In this video, we checked out the factors in marketing environment. We also checked out the macro factors like demographic, economic, socio-cultural, green, technological environment, legal and political environment. We also understood these factors in terms of pestle or pest analysis. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss demographic environment. Demographic environment gives an overview of the opportunities available for a company. Marketers are interested in population because it serves their customer base. They are also interested in knowing the size and growth of population, age, sex, education, income, occupation, marital status, family size, family life cycle, religion, nationality, and social class of population. It helps the marketer to segment and target the market. Now let us take an example. I will give you 2 statements. You need to think about the impact. The first statement. The number of Japanese people aged 65 years or older accounted for 26% of Japan's population in 2014. Now come to the second statement. India has more than 50% of its population below the age of 25 and more than 65% below the age of 35. Now what does it mean? It means a lot to a marketer. It talks volume about the nature of demand in the respective markets. So demographic variables are very important. Now, why these factors are important? Because it will give you a broader picture of the market with population age mix and literacy data. All these data points help a marketer to plan its marketing strategy. Now, let us check out population. Currently, the world population is estimated to be 6.91 billion by the United States Census Bureau. Asia accounts for over 60% of the world population with more than 4 billion people, and China and India together have around 37% of the world population, and Africa follows with 1 billion people, that is 50% of the world population. Europe's 733 million people make up 11% of the world's population. Latin America and the Caribbean range goes up to 589 million, that is 9%. North America is home to 352 million, that is 5%. And Oceania, Australasia is around 35 million, that is less than 1%. So that you can estimate what kind of population is there and what kind of demand can be there into those markets. Now currently India accounts for 17.3% of the world population, estimated at 1.21 billion. Now India is the second most populous country in the world after China and followed by USA. By 2050, it is estimated that India will be the most populous country in the world. So now India will become the biggest market in the world by 2050. The Goldman Sachs BRIC report says that India would become the third largest economy by 2050. And that's why all the large multinational corporations are lining up in India to do business. Now let us check out the second factor, population age mix. Besides the size and growth rate, population age mix is also very important. Now population age mix helps to understand the demand size of various products and services. For example, India's young population, as we have given the example earlier, require mobiles, laptops, electronic gadgets, home appliances, mutual funds, homes, milks, diapers, toys, etc. Whereas Japan's older population require more of healthcare, insurance and other products and services. Now let us check out the third factor, literacy. Higher level of literacy leads to demand for education and related products like newspapers, magazines, books, etc. Now internet literacy is also important for a marketer as it entails a lot of demand for several products. All these demographic factors help the marketer in current as well as future demand estimation. That's why these factors are very important. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the importance of demographic environment. Under demographic environment, we checked out population age mix and literacy factors and how does it impact the demand and ultimately the marketer. Thanks. In this video, we are going to discuss economic environment. Economic environment of any economy defines the market for products and services. The size of an economy is defined in terms of nominal gross domestic product, that is GDP, or in terms of GDP on the basis of purchasing power parity. So either you can take nominal GDP or you can take GDP on the basis of purchasing power parity. The top 10 countries in the world in terms of nominal GDP are United States, China, Japan, Germany, United Kingdom, France, India, Italy, Brazil and Canada. Now let us check out the top 10 countries in terms of GDP on the basis of purchasing power parity. Now in purchasing power parity, the exchange rate between two currencies equal the ratio of the currency's respective purchasing power. So here purchasing power becomes very important. Now which are those 10 countries? These 10 countries are China, United States, India, Japan, Germany, Russia, Brazil, Indonesia, United Kingdom and France. So in terms of PPP, India ranks third on the list. Besides the GDP, the economic environment concerning per capita income, inflation, interest rate, and a stage of the business cycle also means a lot to the marketer. It either helps the company to grow or to make them shrink. Recently, USA was gripped with recession between end of 2007 to June 2009. Now, it not only impacted the demand in US, but it also led to hundreds, thousands of employees losing their jobs. Now, the recession also spread into European countries and affected the demand as well as livelihood of many people. These recessionary trends also had a great impact on Indian as well as other Asian economies with the international business linkages. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the economic environment. Under economic environment, we checked out GDP in terms of purchasing power parity, per capita income, inflation, interest rate, and a stage of the business cycle, which may be a lot of interest to a marketer. Thanks. In this video, we are going to discuss socio-cultural environment. Marketing is all about understanding the consumers well. The socio-cultural environment plays a major role in defining the needs and wants of the consumers, as their lifestyle patterns and consumption behavior depends upon these factors. Language, culture, norms, religious beliefs, values, etc. form the socio-cultural environment. Multiplicity and ethnic diversity in the socio-cultural environment creates a lot of complexities for the marketer, as it happens in USA or it happens in India. In USA, Indian Americans, Chinese and South Asia population are fast growing minority segment, which provides a lot of appeal to marketer. In India, these factors become too prominent than the other developed countries like USA and UK, as India is a land of cultural diversity and regional differences. With more than 33 major languages and 6 major religions, India presents a dramatic picture to the marketer with a wide diversity in the consumption habits and needs and wants of the consumers. Regional diversity does not only require a marketer to plan their promotional exercises, but it also requires making necessary changes in the products and service offerings on a global scale. Now, most of the companies are playing globally. Let us take the example of McDonald's. McDonald's, the world's largest chain of burgers, operates in 119 countries. Now, based on the local taste and preferences, it modifies its product line. In India, it sells aloo tikki burgers, while it does not serve any beef products as in USA. Now, in some countries, it offers rice burgers as well as shrimp burgers. It is all due to socio-cultural differences in the countries of the world. Let us recap. In this video, we discussed the socio-cultural environment. Socio-cultural environment consists of language, culture, norms, religious beliefs, values. All these factors are important for a marketer, as we have seen through the examples of McDonald's, which modifies its menu in accordance with the differences in the socio-cultural environment in different countries. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss green environment. With growing environmental concerns, the word green has received a lot of attention in the recent times. For a marketer, it has become very important to be in sync with the natural environment, as it provides a lot of opportunity and also creates challenges to adapt to the changing business environment. Now, for a marketer, going green has become the new success mantra in marketing. To differentiate the products and services from their competition, it has also become a platform for innovation. Now, more and more organizations are trying to follow the green path, either directly or indirectly. Whether it is the case of Panasonic with the eco ideas implemented in their production facilities, or the case of organic food products. Marketers all across the world are trying to relate their products and services to be green. And that's why they want to be green in the market. They want to be more marketing savvy and innovative. Green also means new opportunities for a company like Tesla for electric cars. Sometimes there might be changes in the packaging as well as in advertising to make the products and services green. Now let us recap. In this video, we discuss the green environment. Green environment is gaining attention from customers as well as marketers. On the one hand, customers are looking out for green products, and on the other hand, it provides a lot of opportunities for marketers. Thanks. In this video, we are going to discuss technological environment. The technological environment has a great impact on the markets and businesses. Many times it creates a business opportunity or it ruins a business. That's why a marketer should be alert. For example, in the MP3 player category, it created an opportunity for Apple, and Apple took the lead through its iPods. But it also ruined the business for Sony Discman and Walkman. And Sony is still struggling to make a mark in that space. So you not only need to be careful about the competitors, but you also need to be careful about changing business space due to technology. Canon, Pentax, all these companies are competing against one another for the market share in the camera market. Whereas a non-camera company like Samsung or Apple is selling the largest number of cameras in the world today through its mobile phones. Now Kodak is not relevant today, but you need to be in the printer business like HP to be successful in photo business. Again, technology is also paving the way for mass customization. In the paint space, Akzo Nobel, Kansai, and Asian Paints can offer more than thousands of shades of paints to their customers through mass customization and through technology. So a company cannot sit on its past laurels to be successful in market. It needs to be proactive in understanding the changing needs of the consumers and moves by its competitors as far as technology is concerned. Let us recap. In this video, we discuss the technological environment. The world of technology is changing and a company needs to be awake to survive in the market. And the best way is to harness the technology to create an opportunity for yourself. And then only you can be successful. Thanks. In this video, we are going to discuss legal and political environment. Legal and political environment also influences a marketer. Through various legislations, a government tries to moderate and regulate the role of the business in the society. With a stable political system in a country, businesses benefit a lot as there is coherence in the legal and business policy. It is also due to the excise policy of Government of India that India is becoming a global hub for the small car market. And that's why the developing countries are formulating different laws to ease the business process and make it convenient for the foreign companies. For a marketer, a stable legal and political environment is must to set up and expand the business. Let us recap. In this video, we discuss the legal and political environment. For a marketer, the legal policies should be consistent and business friendly, while the political environment should be stable. Thank you. In this video, we are going to understand the importance and meaning of environmental scanning. Environmental scanning is of utmost importance for a marketer as it does not create only opportunities, but it also creates challenges to the company. It helps the marketer in taking the right kind of decision for present as well as future. It helps the marketer to be in the market for a long run. HP saw the opportunity coming in the form of digital printing, and then it became the leader in the market. Apple is always keeping the market on its toe with its innovative offerings like iPhones, iPods, and iPads. Now, Samsung has been continuously updating its Galaxy series smartphones, while LG has launched world's first curved OLED TV. Now, it is all due to environmental scanning that the companies are innovating on their front. Now, constant scanning of the marketing environment is going to be the key of success. You need to look at all the factors consistently and continuously to do well in the market. Being aware and being innovative is the only formula for success which can make a company survive and grow in the market. Let us recap. In this video, we discuss the importance of environmental scanning. A marketer needs to check out the environment and its various factors on an ongoing basis to stay ahead in the market. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss the meaning and importance of marketing research. As you know, marketing is all about identifying and fulfilling the needs of the customers profitably. But understanding the customer needs is not an easy task. This task is simplified through marketing research. According to American Marketing Association, marketing research is the function that links the consumer, customer, and public to the marketer through information. Information used to identify and define marketing opportunities and problems, generate, refine, and evaluate marketing actions, monitor marketing performance, and improve understanding of marketing as a process. Now, the success of the marketing strategy depends a lot on the marketing research. Whether you are developing a new product like iPhone latest model, or you are developing Samsung Galaxy latest model, or developing an idea to be propagated or launching a new service, you need to understand the market and its customers. So the process of listening to the voice of the market and conveying information about it to the appropriate management is all about marketing research. Now, have you understood what is marketing research? Marketing research refers to the formal collection, analysis, and reporting of external data that is relevant to a specific marketing situation faced by the company. Based on the complexity of the marketing situation, it can be as simple as a customer feedback form or to a countrywide survey. Now, let us check out 6 scenarios from business world where marketing research has made difference and it has done wonders. Let us talk about case 1. Samsung has been continuously trying to find the loopholes of iPhones so that Galaxy smartphones can be developed and sold to customers. For the same, they have conducted research on the social media as well, and they have been successful also. Case 2. On the basis of research only, P&G revamped the Pantene product line. If you talk about case 3, in India, Titan launched a collection of watches exclusively designed and crafted for women called Titan Raga, and that is all on the basis of research. Honda launched its car Amaze in India on the basis of the research. In the 5th case, the Worldwide Motion Picture Group, a film research company in USA, advises big banners in Hollywood regarding the subject, treatment, and script selection, all based on the research. Now, on the basis of research only, ITC, the second largest hotel chain in India, started sleep menu across all its hotels, which includes a choice of pillow sizes and density, a range of calming aromatherapy essential oils, in-room foot massage, and even a dream kerchief, a handkerchief doused in aromatherapy oils, when it found out that guests find it difficult to sleep in the hotel rooms. And that has all been based upon research. So, Marketing research is very important for a marketer to identify and fulfill the needs of the customers. It is important to develop new product and services and to differentiate its offering against the competition. So let us recap. In this video, we discuss the meaning and importance of marketing research. Marketing research is all about formal collection, analysis and reporting of external data that is relevant to a specific marketing situation faced by the company. It helps in decision making. But there is a word of caution. Some people use research like a drunkard uses a lamppost for support, not illumination. Marketing research should always be used for illumination for better understanding of the business scenario. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss the difference between market research and marketing research. The term marketing research is commonly interchanged with market research. Market research is concerned specifically with markets, while marketing research is concerned specifically about marketing processes. So the core difference between these terms lie in the scope of the concept. In that way, market research may be called a subset of marketing research. Market research only talks about the one P of marketing, that is place. It means it talks about the size, location, features of the market, competition in the market and so on. While marketing research covers all the P's in marketing. Marketing research covers all the aspects and processes in marketing. It can look into research for new product development, pricing, promotional aspects, distribution and so on, while market research is restricted to customers and the market specifically. On the whole, both these terms are used interchangeably, but most of the time for even marketing research, we tend to use market research. Even in Google results, market research throws more than twice the results of marketing research. So let us recap. In this video, we discuss the difference between market research and marketing research. Although both these terms are used interchangeably, market research refers to the place research, while marketing research deals with the marketing problems faced by a company. Thank you. In this video, we will talk about formal and informal marketing research. Marketing research helps the marketer with the information from the concerned stakeholder, whether it's customers or suppliers or retailers and so on. Marketing research can be done in two ways. It can either be a formal marketing research or it can be an informal marketing research. Formal marketing research is a $44 billion industry worldwide. Nielsen, IMS Health, Kantar, Ipsos, GfK, Comscore, JD Power are the leading market research agency in the world. In India, AC Nielsen, NCAER, ORG Mark and IMRB are the leading research agencies. Generally, large companies spend around 0.5% to 2% of company sales on marketing research. There are three types of marketing research agencies. The first one is syndicated services research firms. In this category, most of the leading research agencies will fall, like Nielsen, IMS Health, ORG Mark, IMRB and so on. Then there are custom marketing research firms which carry out research work in accordance with the client's requirement. And then the third one is specialty line marketing research firms. All these three types are part of formal marketing research. Generally, a formal marketing research is a costly affair. But if you are looking for something cheaper or affordable, then informal research is the answer. You may hire MBA students from an MBA college for a summer or winter assignment, or you may monitor the published information and actions to get an insight. So let us recap. In this video, we discuss the difference between formal and informal marketing research. Once the stakes are high for a company, then it should go for a formal marketing research. or else it can do away with the informal one. Thank you. In this video, we'll discuss the various steps in marketing research. As we have discussed earlier, that marketing research refers to the formal collection, analysis and reporting of external data that is relevant to a specific marketing situation faced by the company. Marketing research specifies the information required to address these issues, designs the method for collecting information, manages and implements the data collection process, analyzes the results, and communicates the findings and their implications. On the whole, there are 6 steps to marketing research. The first one is you need to define the problem and research objective. Then you need to develop the research plan. Now, on the basis of the research plan, you need to collect the information. Once you have collected information, you need to analyze the information. Then you need to present the findings and then you are supposed to make the decision. These 6 steps will make the marketing research complete. So let us recap. In this video, we discuss the 6 steps to marketing research, right from defining the problem to making the decision. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss the step 1 to marketing research, that is, we will define the research problem and its objectives. Before you get into research, you need to be clear about the content and scope of your research. Basically, you need to begin with the end in mind. It means you need to be clear as to what kind of decisions are required on the basis of the research. Are you looking for unfulfilled needs? Or are you looking to develop a new product? Or you are looking at your own product's flaw to improve it further? Or are you looking at repositioning your product line with the changing preferences of the customers? The problem as well as the research objective needs to be crystal clear for an effective research. So let us recap. In this video, we discuss the importance of identifying the research problem and its objectives for the effectiveness of research. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss the second step, that is developing the research plan. Once the marketing problem is defined with the research objectives, the second step is the most crucial and the complex stage in the marketing research. In this stage, you need to plan your research. Now, planning the research is not so easy. You need to take 5 different decisions. The first one is, what is your data source? What is your research approach? Which research instruments you have selected for your research? What is the sampling plan? And what are the contact methods? Now let us start with the first decision unit, that is data source. The data source can be classified into 2 categories, primary data and secondary data. Primary data is data collected directly from the marketplace, customers, retailers, distributors, suppliers, salespersons, etc. for a specific purpose. While secondary data is existing data which is collected for another purpose and already exists in the market. That's why it saves time as well as money in the research process. Secondary sources of data includes published reports, industry or trade statistics, news coverage, etc. Now, selected sources of secondary data are census data, readership surveys, economic data, Thomson's indices, credit rating agencies like Standard and Poor's, Moody's, Fitch and all, leading business magazines and newspapers, government data, stock exchanges data and so on in respective countries. In India, you may have census data, National Readership Survey, NCAER data, Thomson Urban and Rural Index, Economic Times, Business Today, Business World coverage, capital market databases, CRISIL reports, Bombay Stock Exchange and so on. In the world of big data, data comes handy for multiple decision making on several aspects. With the advancement in data analytics, a lot of things have become possible and it is getting widely used by Citibank to Walmart to Unilever to McDonald's and so on. Although internal data of a company may be reliable, yet the other secondary data in the public domain may not be adequate and accurate. So you need to be very careful while using the data for research. Primary data sources offer the advantage of accuracy, adequacy and being relevant. But at the same time, it's a time-consuming process and needs a lot of money. You can collect primary data from the whole of it or a part of it. So you can research the entire population or you may take a part of it. Taking the entire population is called census, while taking a part of the population is called sample. In most of the research cases, census cannot be taken. That's why a sample size is selected from the census, which represents the census. Sampling procedures can be random or it can be purposive and judgmental. In the case of random sampling, the samples are collected randomly. For example, you take the sample as every fifth person entering in a shopping mall for a survey. Although this method is free from researcher bias, it may not have the right sample in the process. On the contrary, in the case of purposive and judgmental sampling, the researcher can select its respondent in the sample and may also ask one question to the respondent and based on the reply may either continue or leave the investigation. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed as to how do you develop a research plan. We discussed the meaning of primary and secondary data. We also discussed that the sampling procedure may be random or purposive and judgmental. Thanks. In this video, we will discuss the ways to collect primary data. There are 5 ways to collect the primary data: observational research, focus group, survey, behavioral data, and experimental research. Let us talk about observational research. Observational research happens in the real life surroundings. This technique is based on the behavior shown in the actual shopping environment as to how does a consumer buy, what he buys. On the basis of the observation, the findings are generated. These findings are found to be useful in tracking brand preferences and brand movements. Besides the researcher, this technique has been widely used by the leading retail chain Big Bazaar founder Mr. Kishore Biani. In his book, It Happened in India, he has talked about the observational research for understanding the psyche of Indian buyers. The second way to collect the primary data is through focus group research. A focus group is a small group of 6 to 12 people who are guided by a moderator to discuss a product or a service or the image of a company or a political party. The moderator throws a question to the participants and in turn a discussion happens. Based on the findings of the discussion, the outcome is noted. Focus group research is useful in exploratory research, but the findings cannot be generalized. With the advent of internet, now many companies are using the online focus group research. Let us talk about the third one, survey research. Survey research is the most widely used tool to collect data for descriptive research. Yes, you are right. Survey research is the most widely used tool. It can be used to find out knowledge of products and services, preferences, satisfaction, price resistance, and so forth from the population. As most of the time it is not possible to go through the whole population, a sample survey is used to find the required information. Survey can be conducted anywhere, in your office, on the road, in the mall, or elsewhere. Now surveys are also conducted online with the help of several cloud service providers like SurveyMonkey, Typeforms, Google Forms, Question Pro, etc. Online surveys are getting popular nowadays. Primary data may also be collected through behavioral data. Your purchasing behavior generates a lot of primary data. In the era of internet and barcodes, the tracking of consumer purchasing behavior is possible. And so is understanding the consumer's buying pattern and preferences. Unlike the survey, the respondent cannot tell lie, as it is based on the actual data and actual purchases. With the usage of data analytics, the behavioral data leads to know a lot about the customers. Many companies are utilizing the power of behavioral data through their loyalty programs like Virgin Atlantic, Amazon Prime, Starbucks, Hilton, American Express, etc. The fifth one is experimental research. Experimental research is often done by many companies before introducing the product in the market or to understand the impact of changes in price. As it is based on cause and effect relationship, this is the most scientific valid research. For example, Aquafina wants to implement a different bottle design for its mineral water. To understand the customer response, it can put both the designs on an interval in a shop. After a certain period of time, the results will be tabulated to understand the customer response. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the 5 ways to collect the primary data: observational research, focus group, surveys, behavioral data, and experimental research. Out of these, survey research is the most widely used tool to collect data for descriptive research. Thank you. In this video, we'll talk about the different research instruments to collect primary data. There are 4 research instruments to collect primary data. These are questionnaires, psychological tools, mechanical devices, qualitative measures. Now let us check out the first one, questionnaires. Questionnaire is the most widely used tool for collecting primary data. It consists of a set of questions given to the respondent by the researcher. The success of this technique lies in preparing right kind of questions with suitable alternatives or no alternative. The question can be of 2 types: closed-end questionnaire and open-end questionnaire. Closed-end questionnaire are easier to interpret, answer and tabulate, as it provides all the possible answers. For example, if you ask the respondent that whether he uses Colgate toothpaste and if the options are yes and no, then it's very easy to interpret, answer and tabulate. In the open-end questions, the respondent can answer in his own words. The answer often reveals more about what people think about. So if you ask the respondent that what does he feel about Colgate, then the answer may reveal a lot many things to the researcher than just the answer to the question. A good questionnaire should be specific, simple to understand and without any bias. It should not contain any technical jargon and should avoid questions with a negative in them. Psychological tools. Psychological tools are quite different and difficult to implement than questionnaires, but it gives far more insight than questionnaire based. The consumer's feelings and beliefs can only be understood by psychological tools like depth interviews, laddering technique, and Rorschach test. In the case of in-depth interviews, the researcher tries to gain a deeper insight into the consumer's feelings and beliefs about the product. These feelings and beliefs leads to many surprise findings, which is quite useful for many companies. Laddering technique. Laddering technique also helps to find out the inner desire and feelings about the product. So for example, if you ask a person who owns a Land Rover that why have you bought Land Rover, then the answer might be he likes the looks of the vehicle. Now once you further question him, then you might get a different answer. Once you go and probe him further, then you will be getting different answers. Now this is called the laddering technique, where you are going to questioning the respondent again and again, so to find out the real motive behind the purchase. By using metaphors to non-verbal images, Joltman introduced a technique called Joltman Metaphoric Elicitation Technique, that is called JMET or GMET. In this technique, respondents are asked to use his imagination and let the product be described with a picture or non-verbal image. This helps the researcher to understand the feelings about the product. Besides questionnaires and psychological tests, mechanical devices are also used in the research. Let us take an example from our day-to-day life. Say television. The viewership for any channel on a satellite television is decided by television audience measurement, that is TAM. That helps to gauge the time spent on television viewing and the time spent on any particular channel by the viewer. The data compiled through the device is calculated cumulatively and called television rating points, that is TRP, in terms of gross rating points and target rating points. Then there is another one, galvanometer. Galvanometer is another device to gauge the interest or emotions or feelings aroused by exposure to a particular picture or advertisement. Another device, tachistoscope, flashes an advertisement to a subject with an exposure interval that may range from less than 1/100th of a second to several seconds. After each exposure, the respondent describes everything he or she recalls. The fourth one is qualitative measures. Qualitative research has also gained importance in the course of time. The depth review, the group depth interview, retail store audit, product testing, and corporate image study are some of the ways which help the marketer to understand the consumers. Semi-structured questionnaires are used in the depth interview. Similarly, more consumers are interviewed in the case of group depth interview. In the case of retail store audit, the database gathered from the retail store helps in understanding the retail sales trends, movement of products from shelves to the customers, and inventory level required. Through the retail store audit only, it was found that the average shelf time in a normal grocery store was almost 2 to 3 months. But with the advent of organized retailers like Big Bazaar, Spencer's, Reliance Fresh, the average shelf time has been reduced to 9 days to 2 weeks in India. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed 4 research instruments to collect primary data. These research instruments are questionnaires, psychological tools, mechanical devices, and qualitative measures. Thank you. In this video, we will talk about sampling plan. Once the research approach and instruments are finalized, the next question of sampling plan needs to be answered. Sampling plan consists of sampling unit, sampling size, and sampling procedure. In the case of sampling unit, the target population should be clearly defined by the researcher. Then the number of samples are also taken into consideration. A large sample size will always give a better and reliable result, but many times it will not be possible for the researcher. Sample size of approximate 1% of the population generally gives reliable results. The third question is sampling procedures, as to how does the samples are selected. In the case of probability sampling, every member of the population has got equal chance of selection. On the contrary, in non-probability sampling, the respondents are selected on the basis of accessibility. Once the samples are selected, the researcher can contact them on mail, telephone, or through online interview or through personal interview. Now, the mail questionnaire is not so popular due to internet and online questionnaire or interview which has taken the lead. The best way is the personal interview, but it is also the most time consuming and a costly process. Personal interviews can either be arranged or can happen through intercept. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed sampling plan. Under sampling plan, we discussed sampling unit, sampling size, and sampling procedure. Thank you. In this video, we'll try to analyze buyer preferences. The preferences of the buyer is as important in the product development stage as in marketing communications. There are two approaches: concept testing and conjoint analysis. Concept testing is meant to test an idea based on a response scale. If you want to find out that in a particular locality in New York or New Delhi, whether an upmarket Chinese restaurant will work or not, then it can be found out through concept testing. Importance scale and intentions to buy a scale can be used to understand the buyer preferences on the factors like food quality, menu variety, ambience, service quality, and ample parking from the respondents. Now let us talk about conjoint analysis. Conjoint analysis has become important to understand buyer preferences in the recent times. As many products and services offer a bundle of benefits, it becomes difficult from the buyer's point of view to make the right judgment. For example, a mobile phone is not just a communication device for the customers. It's a radio, it's a camera, it's your personal digital assistant, it is your MP3 player, it is an internet surfing device, it is your mailing device, and it is your video player too. Conjoint analysis is a statistical technique to predict the trade-offs between different attributes. It helps the company to understand that which combination of different attributes of a product or service will make it more buyer-friendly. Although the data is collected individually, the analysis is done cumulatively to understand which attributes are more important to the buyer and which attributes are not so important. For example, in the smartphone market, a lot of companies like Apple, Samsung, Google, Oppo are focusing on camera a lot. Why is it so? When the smartphone is used for a number of tasks, why these companies are focusing on the camera? This is because camera per se has got a higher preference from the customer set through a conjoint analysis. So let us recap. In this video, we analyzed buyer preferences with the help of concept testing and conjoint analysis. Both these tools help a marketer a lot. Thank you. In this video, we'll discuss the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth step to marketing research. These are collecting and analyzing the information and then to presenting the findings to make a decision. Let us talk about step 3, collect the information. After defining the problem and research objectives and subsequently after developing the research plan, the third step of the marketing research is to collect the data. This step is very important as the reliability of data depends upon the data collection phase. This stage is also the most expensive and time-consuming one. On the other hand, this stage is also prone to error. The respondent may be biased and may give dishonest answers. Sometimes it becomes difficult to meet the respondents. The respondent may not cooperate with the researcher. To make this process simpler and better, now a lot of technologies like mobile, web, and barcodes are getting utilized for collection of data. Now, online questionnaire, interactive kiosks, data mining, and web mining are helping out the researcher to find out the correct picture. Step 4 is to analyze the information. Once the data is collected, it needs to be analyzed. Through various statistical techniques, the marketing researcher tabulates the data and frequency distribution. It then uses averages and measures of dispersion to generate the finding. In the fifth stage, the marketing researcher presents the findings. On the basis of the findings, the marketing decisions can be taken by the management, and that is step 6, to take the decision. Based on the findings by the researcher, the management can make the decision in favor of the research findings if they find it suitable. They can also go against the research findings if they don't believe the findings or if they think otherwise. The marketing research is supposed to help in the decision-making process through the insight it provides in the marketing situation. But it can only be a guiding force. The ultimate responsibility lies with the management only, as they are the only responsible people to own up the decisions. On the whole, a good marketing research should be based on a scientific method, should apply creativity, should be cost effective, should be based on healthy skepticism, and should be ethical in nature. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed 4 steps out of 6 steps to marketing research. Besides defining the problem and research objectives, you need to develop the research plan. Then step 3 onwards, you need to collect and analyze the information, and you need to present the findings to make a decision. Thank you. In this video, we'll talk about marketing decision support system. Marketing decision support system helps the marketer to make better decisions. The concept of MDSS is given by John Little. Marketing decision support system is a coordinated collection of data, systems, tools and techniques with supporting software and hardware by which an organization gathers and interprets relevant information from business and environment and turns it into a basis for marketing action. There are several decision models used by marketing managers like John Little's marketing mix model brand aid, Mediac for media planning, detailer for salespeople, promoter for sales promotion, call plan for salespeople, geoline for sales and service territories. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the concept of marketing decision support system. There are several decision models like branded, Mediac, detailer, promoter, call plan, geoline, and so on to help a marketer in decision making. Thank you. In this video, we'll check out the 4 broad categories of market size. While forecasting the demand for a product, the size of the market and its categories needs to be understood. The size of a market can be divided into 4 broad categories, that is potential market, available market, target market, and penetrated market. Potential market. The market potential for a product or service includes all the consumers who are interested in the product. The interest may not be backed by the income. It means potential market may not be the right indicator of demand for a product. Now let us come to the second one, that is available market. A marketer is more interested in finding out the available market of a product or a service, as these consumers are not only interested in the product, but they also have the income and the accessibility to buy the product. So that creates the right kind of demand. So available market is the right indicator of demand. Now let us come to the third one, target market. The target market is the market targeted by the company to market its product. A company may decide to market its product into certain countries or regions. For example, Unilever does not market all of its brands in all the countries where they are present. Brands like Dove, Lux, Lifebuoy, Knorr may not be present everywhere. Again, do you know Unilever also sells water purifier in India, China, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. For a marketer, it's very important to decide which market you want to target, which market you want to cater to. The same may be expanded afterwards. Now let us come to the fourth one, that is the penetrated market. Penetrated market is the actual market and its set of customers. Penetrated market brings a revenue for a company That's why ultimately a marketer needs to work hard to be able to sell its product in the said market. Now let us recap. In this video, we checked out the 4 broad categories of market size, that is potential market, available market, target market and penetrated market. A marketer needs to decide the target market and then the penetrated market will bring the revenue for the marketer. Thanks. In this video, we will check out the demand forecasting for new products. Demand forecasting for new products is more complex than the old and existing product. It requires a good understanding of the consumer per se, besides the point of differentiation from the competition. Generally, it has been found that demand forecasting for new products in the year 1 has been off the target. It becomes even more difficult if the product or service is totally new to the market. For example, you are the CEO of Tesla and you are launching Model 3. How many orders can you expect for your electric car at a price point of $35,000 US? And what do you say? Is it easy or pretty difficult exercise to decide? So what to do? The demand for new products can be estimated on the basis of old products and its data in the similar category or product segments. So you may try to find out the demand for electric cars like Nissan Leaf and Toyota Prius and so on, and then try to gauge the demand. Now in fast moving consumer goods category, a tried and tested method is test marketing for the product to understand the interest and willingness to buy at a given price point. Now in certain cases, retail simulation is also used. The consumer is asked to select the top 5 or 10 brands in a product category. Then the new product is added to the list and the feedback in the form of choice is counted. Thus, survey of buyer intentions is understood in the way besides the survey approach. When the product is just an improvement on existing product, then the demand can be estimated with an evolutionary approach and be projected as an outgrowth. But in the case of new product, it becomes a difficult exercise. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the method for demand forecasting for a new product. On the whole, it's a pretty difficult task than an existing product. Then also retail simulation, test marketing and survey of buyer intentions may come handy in finding out the answers. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss the meaning of demand forecasting. Demand forecasting is very important from a company's perspective. The assessment of demand forms the base for planning the finances, manufacturing, purchases, human resources, as well as marketing efforts. Demand forecasting is a quantitative estimation of the demand of a product or a service by customers during some defined future period. The demand forecasting can be done either for the industry or for a company or its individual products. For example, demand forecasting can be done for the soaps on the whole, and then it can be done for, say, Unilever, and then it can be done for an individual brand, say Dove. Demand forecasting for a multinational corporation like Unilever can also be done at global level, country level, region level, state level and district level. Again, the forecasting will be different for various products and services and its different brands as well as its variants. Right from personal care to home care to food and drinks category, all forms the complete picture of demand forecasting for a company like Unilever. Now, demand forecasting can be done either for short term, say a quarter, or 3 to 6 months, or it can be done for medium term between 1 to 3 years, or it can be done for a long period, say 5 to 10 years. The duration also varies depending upon the nature of the business. Generally, core infrastructural sector's time frame will be much longer than, say, a fast-moving consumer goods company like Unilever. Although the long-term demand forecasting is very important from the business planning, financial planning and manpower planning purposes, yet with the dynamic business environment today, a company needs to keenly watch and plan for short-term as well as medium-term requirements. With volatility in the business environment today, coupled with technological and other changes, a company needs to look out for short as well as medium-term forecasting. In the short term, a company may gain from planning for the right manufacturing schedule, a right purchasing schedule, a right financial schedule with the realistic sales target. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the meaning and importance of demand forecasting. Demand forecasting helps to understand the quantum of demand for a future period. The demand can be understood for short term, medium term and long term and can be calculated at global level, country level, region level, state level and district level. Thank you. In this video, we'll check out the methods of demand forecasting. Although there are several methods of forecasting the demand for a product or service, yet no forecasting method is useful for all the products. A company should use more than one forecasting method for correct decision making. And the choice of the forecasting method also differs from product to product, to the objective of the company, to data availability besides others. So you need to understand that forecasting only acts as a light to guide the path, but it may not be accurate all the time in the dynamic business environment. So that's why you need to be very, very careful. For example, could Tesla have guessed that they are going to get more than 400,000 reservations for its Model 3 car that is priced at $35,000? The answer is a big no. While on the other hand, many products have been fared badly after the launch, it means they could not meet the demand forecast. So that's why you need to be very, very careful. Now, does it mean that you don't need to forecast? No. Demand forecasting helps you to understand the market better, plan your production and marketing efforts better, and to beat the surprises in most of the cases. If the surprises are pleasant, then it's always good for the company. Now, if the demand is too high, it's good for the company and the same may be adjusted over a period of time. But if the demand is low, you need to take corrective steps to make things better for you. Now, what are the methods of forecasting? There are two forecasting methods which are generally used, and these methods are survey methods and statistical methods. Now, under survey methods, we discuss survey of buyer intentions, sales force composite, reasoned opinion and test marketing. While in statistical methods, we discuss time series analysis, graphical method including semi-averages method, moving averages method, least square method and regression analysis. Now let us recap. In this video, we checked out the two forecasting methods, survey methods and statistical methods. While survey method is based on the opinions and qualitative in nature, statistical methods are dependent on numbers and quantitative in nature. Thank you. In this video, we'll check out the different methods under statistical methods. Besides survey method, demand forecasting is also done a lot on the basis of statistical methods. It is favored by a lot of companies as it is more logical and unbiased, as it depends on the historical data and its extrapolation, and that's why it is reliable and useful for a company. But there are two problems with this kind of demand forecasting. The first one is that past may not give correct picture of the present. Now think about forecasting demand for Nokia and Kodak, and the picture will look too rosy. because both were the market leaders. But the reality is harsh. Both the companies are almost non-existent today. Secondly, it cannot be used for new product as there is no historical data. That's why let us talk about the statistical methods now. Under a statistical method, demand can be forecast with the help of time series analysis or regression analysis. Now, what is time series analysis? Time series is a statistical arrangement of data in a chronological order. Its analysis helps a company to analyze the trend in the future. The arrangement of data can be done in the form of a graphical representation, or it can be in the form of a table. Now, time series analysis helps to give us a trend, long-term tendency of the data, and it can also show us the variations due to festivals, holidays, weather, fashions, and all. Similarly, cyclical variations like boom, recession, depression, and recovery can also help us in analysis. Sometimes unforeseen events like flood, war, epidemic, fire, etc. leads us to residual variations, which can also help in demand forecasting. Under this method, we primarily use graphical method, semi-averages method, moving averages method, and least square method. Now let us come to the second part, that is regression analysis. Regression analysis is one of the most popular methods of demand forecasting. It analyzes the average relation between two or more variables mathematically. Under simple regression, analysis is done for two variables only, while under multiple regression, it is done for multiple factors simultaneously. This method is not only descriptive but also prescriptive and objective in nature. It analyzes time series and cross-section data for more accuracy, but there are few problems. If you do not select the explanatory variables realistically, then it may be misleading. Again, in the case of autocorrelation, the analysis results may be biased. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the statistical method for demand forecasting. Under a statistical method, we discussed that the demand can be forecast with the help of time series analysis or regression analysis. Both these methods are widely used, but you need to calculate it carefully for the accuracy of your demand forecast. Thanks. In this video, we will check out the different methods under survey method. One of the two methods in demand forecasting is survey methods. Survey methods help a marketer to forecast the demand based on the buyer intentions, expert opinions, feedback from the market, and with the help of test marketing. Let us check out the first one, survey of buyer intentions. In survey of buyer intentions, a sample size of current or potential customer is selected and is asked about the purchase intention of a particular product at a given price within a specified period. Then the data is extrapolated to the whole population to have the right forecast. But there are few drawbacks. The sample may not be the representative of the population. So this may not result in accurate demand forecast. It may also be possible that the intentions may not translate into the actual purchase by the consumers. Let us talk about the second component under survey method, that is sales force composite. Sales force composite is based on the collective data provided by the salespeople all across the region or a state or territory or a country. Now in terms of reliability, it scores better than the other method as it is based on the real data collected by real people, although there are still chances of being overestimation or underestimation. The third one is reasoned opinion. Reasoned opinion is also known as Delphi method, which is a variant of poll and survey method. This method was developed by Rand Corporation USA for technical changes in the late 1940s. Just like Salesforce Composite, this method uses the opinions of the experts and a group of knowledgeable individuals anonymously to estimate the future demand. But this method can be subjective as it is also based on somebody's estimation. The fourth one is test marketing. Under test marketing, a company test markets its product in a limited geographical area, which may be representative of the whole population to measure the demand. Test marketing also facilitates feedback on the packaging, pricing, design, likability, etc. besides gauging the demand. So in India, Bangalore, Pune and Hyderabad has been a major testing ground for FMCG companies. While in USA, Columbus, Ohio has been a testing ground, and in UK, London has been the testing ground. Now let us recap. In this video, we checked out the survey methods. Survey methods help a marketer to forecast the demand based on the buyer's intentions, expert opinions, feedback from the market, and with the help of test marketing. Thanks. In this video, we are going to discuss three concepts related to markets: marketplace, market space, and meta market. Now, can you tell me what is a market? So you will say market is a place where the buyers and sellers meet to exchange any type of goods and services. Yes, you are right. In economics, the concept of market means any structure that allows buyers and sellers to exchange any type of goods, services and information. So traditionally, the market is meant to be a physical place where buyers and sellers meet to buy and sell goods. But with the advancement in telecommunication, the world has become a market. The advent of internet, now market can be divided into two parts: marketplace and market space. Now, as you know, the physical place for buying and selling is a marketplace, while market space is digital in nature, as buying and selling can be done on the internet. And most of the time, you will also be buying on the internet. So that is a market space. Nowadays, we also use a term called online marketplace. According to Wikipedia, an online marketplace or online e-commerce marketplace is a type of e-commerce site where product or service information is provided by multiple third parties, where transactions are processed by the marketplace operator. So online marketplace are the primary type of multi-channel e-commerce. And the examples may be Amazon and eBay. Now you also need to remember that sometimes market also means grouping of customers. Okay? So now let us talk about meta market. The concept of meta market is given by Mohan Sahni. Meta market consists of a cluster of complementary products and services which are closely related in the minds of the consumer. So these products and services may be from different industry. The automobile meta market consists of automobile manufacturers, new car and used car dealers, financing companies, insurance companies, mechanics, spare parts dealers, auto magazines, classified auto ads in the newspapers and auto websites. Thus, right from Toyota car to Goodyear tires to Motherson Shumi to Citibank to Agja Insurance to Top Gear magazine and website, all are part of the auto meta market. Now, I hope meta market is clear. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed three concepts related to market: marketplace, market space, and meta market. Marketplace is physical, market space is digital. Now there is another concept which is getting widely used, is online marketplace. It is same as market space. Then we talked about meta market, which consists of a cluster of complementary products and services which are closely related in the minds of the consumers. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the classification of consumer market. We will check out fast moving consumer goods in this video. Before we start, let us check out what is consumer market. Consumer market are the market for products and services like toothpaste, ice cream, shampoo, car, LED TV, refrigerator, apparels, air travel, etc. bought by individuals for their own or family use. Consumer markets are meant for final consumption. In the consumer market, companies try to identify and meet the needs of the consumers through their products and service offerings. Additionally, they try to position the product into the minds of the consumers for better awareness and purchase. Now let us classify consumer markets. The first classification is FMCG. FMCG is a very popular word in marketing. So what does FMCG mean? FMCG means fast moving consumer goods. It seems you have heard about it. So you would have also heard about Unilever, Procter & Gamble, Coke, Pepsi, Nestle, Johnson & Johnson and so on. Yes, these are the leading FMCG companies in the world. So what is FMCG? FMCG, fast moving consumer goods. So it includes a wide variety of frequently purchased products such as toothpaste, shampoo, soap, cosmetics, hair oil and detergents, as well as other non-durable such as plastic goods, LED bulbs, paper and stationery and glassware. FMCG may also include chocolates, pharmaceuticals, packaged food products and soft drinks. So what are the characteristics of FMCG? Fast moving consumer goods are of low unit value with high volume potential. So it has got low unit value and high volume potential. And as the product may be consumed in single or few uses, it may require frequent repurchase. That's why it is called fast moving consumer goods, as it moves fast on the retail shelves. The topmost FMCG companies in the world are Procter & Gamble, Nestle, Johnson & Johnson, Philip Morris, Pepsi, Unilever, AB in Beverages, Coke, Mondelez and L'Oreal. In India, the topmost FMCG companies are Hindustan Unilever Limited, ITC, Nestle India, Amul, Dabur, Mondelez, Patanjali Ayurved, Britannia Industries, Procter & Gamble, Marico, Pepsi, Bajaj and Godrej and all. Now there is a new subset of FMCG that is called fast moving consumer electronics. Fast moving consumer electronics include innovative electronic products like smartphones, MP3 players and digital cameras. Now these are replaced more frequently than other electronic products. That's why these products are called fast moving consumer electronics. So let us recap. In this video, we defined consumer markets and said that consumer markets are meant for final consumption. We also classified the consumer market and talked about FMCG and FMCE products. Can you recall? Fast moving consumer goods and fast moving consumer electronics. We also discussed the topmost FMCG companies all across the world as well as in India. In the next video, we will talk about consumer durables, soft goods, yellow goods and services. See you in the next one. Thanks. In this video, we will check out consumer durables, soft goods, yellow goods and services. The second classification of consumer market is consumer durables. Consumer durables are opposite to FMCG. Consumer durables are low volume product with high per unit value. So that's what you need to remember. As these products last long, these are called consumer durables. consumer durables may further be classified into white goods or brown goods. White goods include refrigerators, freezers, washing machines, dishwashers, microwaves, while brown goods include television, DVD players, home theaters, camcorders, game consoles, and PC. Now you need to remember consumer durables are also known as white goods when the goods are not classified as white goods or brown goods. And it will also include household electronic items earlier categorized under brown goods. So that's what you need to remember. Now let us talk about soft goods. Soft goods are relatively priced higher than the FMCG and lesser than the consumer durables. Now these goods are also low volume in nature and requires a shorter replacement cycle than consumer durables. Now soft goods are clothing material, apparels, shoes, etc. Now let us talk about the third one, that is the yellow goods. Besides white and brown goods, there is another not so popular classification of yellow goods. Yellow goods include material for construction and earth moving equipments, forklift trucks, etc. These goods are generally painted in yellow. That's why the term is also used for agricultural equipments like tractors and all. Now let us come to services. Besides the goods, consumer markets are also require a lot of services. Goods are physical, tangible articles, while services are non-physical and intangible in nature. Services can also satisfy a need like goods. You can talk about financial services, banking, telecom, DTH, courier services, hotel, airline, multiplex, trains, doctors, lawyers, healthcare, management consultancy and all. Let us recap. In this video, we completed the consumer market classification. We discussed consumer durables, soft goods, yellow goods and services. Now let me ask you a question, a sort of homework. Can you name two companies each in the category of fast moving consumer goods, consumer durables, soft goods, yellow goods and services? This is the homework. All the best. See you in the next one. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss what is consumer behavior. Since beginning of the course, we have been telling you that marketing is all about identifying and fulfilling the needs of the consumers profitably. Now, to understand the needs of the consumers, you need to understand the behavior of the consumers. Consumer behavior is defined as the behavior that consumers, whether it is an individual or a group or a business organization, display in searching for, purchasing, using, evaluating and disposing of products and services that they expect will satisfy their needs. It focuses on how individuals make decisions to spend their available resources like time, money or effort on consumption related items. That include what they buy, why they buy it, when they buy it, where they buy it, how often they buy it, how often they use it, how they evaluate it after the purchase, the impact of all such evaluations on future purchase and how they dispose of it. And this contains everything in consumer behavior. So if you can answer the questions related to the three key alphabets B, U, Y, that is buy, then you can understand the consumers well and can fulfill the needs of the consumers well. As an individual, everybody is unique, but everybody use or consume products or services on a regular basis. Now, marketers need to understand the personal and group influences that affect consumers' decisions, and they also need to understand how these decisions are made. In fact, consumer behavior and the decision-making process is interdisciplinary. It's a relatively new field of study, started in the mid to late 1960s. There is no history or body of research of its own. It depends heavily on the concepts developed in the scientific disciplines such as psychology, that is the study of individual, sociology, the study of groups, social psychology, the study of how an individual operates in groups, anthropology, the influence of the society on the individual, and economics. Now, consumers don't always buy to maximize their benefits. Sometimes they are also likely to purchase impulsively. They are influenced not only by their friends and families, but also by advertisers and role models. They are also influenced by mood, situations, and emotions. Now, all these factors combine to form the consumer behavior. So, a consumer's buying behavior may be influenced by cultural, social, and personal and psychological factors. And we will check out all these factors in the next video. So, let us recap. In this video, we defined consumer behavior. All the questions related to three important alphabets B, U, Y answers the marketer's dilemma. Let us check out the factors. Whether it is cultural, social, personal, or psychological, which influences the consumer behavior. All these things we'll see in the next video. Thank you. In this video, we'll discuss the cultural factors influencing consumer behavior. Cultural factors have got the deepest influence on a consumer. A consumer's behavior is largely shaped by his culture, subculture, and social class. Culture is a society's personality including language, knowledge, laws, religion, food customs, music, art, technology, work patterns, products that give a society its distinct flavor. It is the sum total of learned beliefs, values, and customs that serve to direct the consumer behavior of members of a particular society. Beliefs and values are guides for consumer behavior. Beliefs consist of the very large number of mental or verbal statements like I believe, that reflects a person's particular knowledge and assessment of something, like another person, maybe a store, maybe a product, or maybe a brand. Consumers both view themselves as the context of their culture and to their environment based upon the cultural framework that they bring to the experience. Each individual perceives the world through his own cultural lens. For example, in the northern part of India, people generally prefer tea, while in USA, Americans prefer coffee. Again, in the northern part of India, that is Punjab, people eat more rotis than rice, while in southern India, people prefer more rice preparations. In the case of USA, it becomes bread for them. Now, each culture consists of a smaller subcultures, distinct cultural group that exists as an identifiable segment within a larger, more complex society or culture is known as subculture. Subculture can be categorized on the basis of nationality, religion, geographical region, race, age, gender, occupation, and social class. Now let us talk about a curious case of Kellogg's in India. When Kellogg's entered the Indian market, they assumed that cornflakes is going to be used with cold milk, as it was used in USA and other developed countries. But the strategy fell flat in India, as Indians were used to hot milk, not cold milk. Ultimately, Kellogg's understood the cultural nuances and changed the strategy to selling its cornflakes with the usage of hot milk. Let us come to the third factor. The third factor, social class, also influences the buying behavior of the consumers, as they tend to associate themselves in the other members of the class. In social class, the society is divided into a hierarchy of distinct status classes. so that members of each class have relatively the same status and members of all other classes have either more or less stage. In USA, Dennis Gilbert has talked about 6 class systems: capitalist, upper middle class, lower middle class, working class, working poor, and underclass. Now, generally in many countries, social class structure can contain 2 class systems to 9 class systems. If we classified it in 6 classes, then it can be upper class, lower upper, upper middle, upper lower, and lower class. Socio-economic differences among the classes are reflected in differences in attitudes, in leisure activities, and in consumption habits. This helps the marketer in understanding the customers better. In India, the socio-economic classification is also known as SEC system, that is socio-economic classification. It is used to classify households in India, and it is based on 2 variables: education of the chief wage earner and number of consumer durables owned by the family. Now the list has 11 items ranging from electricity connection to agricultural land to cars and air conditioners. Now based on the 2 parameters, each households are classified in one of 12 SEC groups. So which are those 12 SEC groups? A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, C1, C2, D1, D2, E1, E2, E3. So A and E has been classified 3 times, the other have been classified only 2 times. Now these 12 groups are applicable to both urban and rural India. Okay, so now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the cultural factors. Cultural factors have got the deepest influence on a consumer and is largely shaped by his culture, subculture, and social class. In India, you can better understand the social class by SEC, means socio-economic classification. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss the social factors influencing consumer behavior. Besides cultural factors, consumer buying behavior is also affected by social factors. Social factors means reference group and family. Let us talk about reference group. Any person or group that serves as a point of comparison for an individual in forming either general or a specific values, attitudes, or a specific guide for behavior. These reference groups serve as a frame of reference for individuals in their purchase decisions. Now, reference groups can be divided into 3 types: normative reference group, comparative reference group, and indirect reference group. So what is normative reference group? Normative reference group that influences general or broadly defined values or behavior. So that is child and family, influences the development of a basic code of behavior. So that is normative. Let us talk about comparative reference group. Comparative reference group serve as benchmarks for a specific or narrowly defined attitudes or behavior. Like neighboring family influences the expression of a specific consumer attitudes and behavior. In indirect reference groups, those individuals or groups with whom a person does not have direct face-to-face contact, such as movie star, sports heroes, political leaders, television personalities. So all these are indirect reference group. The degree of influence that a reference group exerts on an individual's behavior usually depends on the nature of the individual and the product and on specific social factors. Selected consumer-related reference groups are friendship groups, shopping groups, work groups like colleagues, virtual groups, and customer action groups. Now, there can be 5 major types of reference group appeals, and this can be celebrities, experts like automobile mechanic, common man testimonial, executive and employee spokesperson, and trade spokes chapters like Kellogg's Tony the Tiger, Vodafone Juju, and McDonald's Ronald. Secondly, family is also very important in social factors. For many consumers, their family is their primary reference group for many attitude and behavior. Family is the prime target for many product and product categories. Two or more persons related by blood, marriage, or adoption who resides together is called family. It may be married couples, or nuclear families, or extended families. Now, family consumption decision making may be husband dominated, wife dominated, or it may be joint. It can also be autonomic decisions, either solitary or unilateral. In India, generally the decision is husband dominated, while in USA it can be joint or maybe solitary depending upon the product. Now, children also influence the family consumption decisions. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the social factors. Under social factors, we talked about reference groups and family. Under reference groups, we talked about the normative, comparative, and indirect reference groups. For many consumers, their family is their primary reference group, which influences the buying behavior. Thanks. In this video, we will discuss the personal factors influencing consumer behavior. Besides cultural and social factors, personal factors also influence consumer buying behavior. These factors are age and stages in family life cycle, lifestyle, personality, and self-concept. The needs of a consumer may vary with the age. As a kid, you require different products than adults, and so in old age. The needs of the consumers are also guided by a stage in the family life cycle. The family life cycle is a composite variable created by systematically combining such commonly used demographic variables such as marital status, size of family, age of family members, and employment status of the head of the household. Now, a marketer should also consider major life events like marriage, divorce, birth, relocation, job change, which may open up spaces for new needs. While a marriage may require the services of a marriage planner, it may also bring lots of purchases for apparels and appliances on both the fronts. Now, job change and relocation has created opportunities for packers and movers companies like Agrawal Packers and Movers in India. Lifestyle is another personal factor which influences the behavior of the consumer. Lifestyle is a person's day-to-day pattern of living in this world. Now, this wholesome pattern of living is expressed in terms of activities, interest, and opinion, which is also known as AIO framework, that is activities, interest, and opinion. It is important for a marketer to link the lifestyle of a person to the products and brand. Generally, the marketers try to project the brand personality which imitates the target consumer personality. So once you hear about Nike, so Nike is all about athlete in all of us. Reebok is all about success, or it's all about cricket. Levi's is all American, real, authentic, rugged. And Shoppers Stop is all about exclusivity and individuality. So all these sound something for some customers. The brand personality is also endorsed by the celebrity, which personality matches the consumer's persona. Now, the study of lifestyle is called psychographics. Psychographics can be understood in American context through Sri Consulting Business Intelligence VALS framework. VALS framework means Values and Lifestyle Model Framework. Now, VALS is based on 4 demographic factors, that is sex, age, education, and income, and 35 attitude related questions Like, I am often interested in theories. I like a lot of variety in my life. Or say, I like to learn about art, culture and history. All these to profile the customers. The FALS framework divides the American adults into 8 typologies under 2 categories, that is the higher resources and the lower resources. Higher resources include innovators, thinkers, achievers and experiencers, and lower resources include believers, strivers, makers and survivors. Although the framework is not very useful in Indian context, but it can give an insight and can be modified to suit the Indian environment. Now, if you talk about Titan, the topmost watch brand in India, Titan offers different watches under sub-brands like Octane, Orion, Edge, Heritage, Classic, WWF Collection, etc. to target the different psychographic customer base. Now let us check out personality and self-concept. Personality refers to the inner psychological characteristics that both determine and reflect how a person responds to his or her environment. There are 3 distinct personality properties. Personality reflects individual differences, so that is the first one. Personality is consistent and enduring, so that is the second one. And the third one is personality can change by major life events. And the difference in personality traits creates opportunities for different brands. That's why we use the term brand personality, where the brand is personified with the specific mix of human traits and even gender also. The brand personality then attracts people with the similar personality traits. So if Nike is all about athlete in all of us, Reebok is all about success factor and cricket in India, while Levi's is all truly American, real, authentic, there is also a correlation between the product personality and color. Everready is represented by red. Generally, fast food items use more of red and yellow. So you find that in McDonald's, you find that in Pizza Hut. So every color has a different meaning. Red represents exciting, hot and strong, while black means power, authority, mystery. White stands for goodness and purity. Yellow for caution and novelty. Blue commands respect and authority, while green is secure, natural and relaxed. Let us recap. We discussed age and stages in family life cycle, lifestyle, personality and self-concept as part of personal factors which influence consumer buying behavior. We also discussed the AIO framework, activities, interests, opinions framework. And we also talked about Sri Consulting values and lifestyle model framework. Okay, thanks. In this video, we are going to discuss the psychological factors which affect the consumer buying behavior. These factors drive the reason for buying. That's why it is termed as why of buying. A person's buying behavior is influenced by major psychological processes like motivation, perception, learning, attitudes and beliefs. Let us check out motivation first. Motivation is the driving force within individuals which impels them to act. This driving force is produced by a state of uncomfortable tension which exists as the result of an unsatisfied need. Some needs are primary needs, also known as innate needs, which are physiological or biogenic in nature. These needs include all the factors required to sustain physical life like food, water, clothing, shelter, sex and physical safety. Other needs are secondary needs, which are acquired needs. These needs are developed in individuals after their birth. These are primarily psychological, which include love, acceptance, esteem, and self-fulfillment. You need to remember motivation is a highly dynamic construct. It keeps changing in reaction to life experiences. Rational motives can be economic sense, while emotional motives can be pride, fear, affection, status, etc. According to Henry Murray, there are 28 psychogenic needs. Although everyone has the same basic set of needs, but that individuals differ in their priority ranking of these needs. And these needs include achievement, recognition, exhibition, affiliation, order, and dominance. So let us recap. In this video, we checked out the psychological factors which influence consumer buying behavior. We discussed the meaning of motivation as the driving force within individuals which impels them to action. In the next video, we are going to check out one of the well-known theories of motivation, Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory. See you then. Thanks. In this video, we are going to check out one of the well-known theories of motivation, that is Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory. Dr. Abraham Maslow formulated a widely acceptable theory of human motivation based on the notion of a universal hierarchy of human needs. According to him, there are 5 basic levels of human needs, from biogenic to psychogenic. The theory states that individuals seek to satisfy lower level needs before higher level needs emerge. These 5 needs are physiological needs, safety and security needs, social needs, egoistic needs, and self-actualization needs. The lowest and most basic need is physiological needs. Physiological needs are food, water, air, shelter, sex, etc. Now, once these needs are fulfilled, then we move on to safety and security needs, which means we give priority to protection, order, and stability. It means we tend to look out for safety, health, savings, insurance, education, and all. Now, once these needs are fulfilled, we look out for love, affection, friendship, and belonging. Now, it means we are craving for social needs. Then comes the egoistic needs. Egoistic needs are inwardly directed ego and outwardly directed ego. Inwardly directed ego means self-esteem, success, independence, and personal satisfaction, while outwardly directed ego means prestige and recognition. Then comes the highest level in needs hierarchy, that is self-actualization needs, which is meant for self-fulfillment. Now, what does hierarchy of needs theory mean for a marketer? In terms of products and services, these needs can derive demand in different areas like food products, health foods, medicines, or physiological needs, or insurance, mediclaim, home security equipments for safety and security needs, personal care and grooming products, clothing, etc. for social needs, big cars, expensive furnitures for egoistic needs, and hobby-related products, adventure trips, postgraduate education, etc. for self-actualization need. That's why the headline of Mercedes ad says, men talk about women, sports and cars. Women talk about men inside a sports car. So let us recap. In this video, we talked about the hierarchy of needs theory given by Abraham Maslow. These needs are physiological needs, safety needs, social needs, egoistic needs, and self-actualization needs. An individual seeks to satisfy lower level needs before higher level needs. And these needs influence the consumer buying behavior. Thank you. In the earlier video, we discussed motivation and Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory of motivation. In this video, we are going to have a look at other psychological factors like perception, learning, attitudes, and beliefs. Let us check out perception. Perception is the process by which individuals select, organize, and interpret stimuli into a meaningful and coherent picture of the world. Consumers make decisions based on what they perceive rather than on the basis of objective reality. That's why product packages, brand names, ads, television commercials, all are used carefully in accordance with the absolute threshold to increase the response from consumers. And that's why generally cover page ad, use of empty space in ad, usage of yellow, ads on the floors are done to cut the ad clutter and to increase the sensory input. On the other hand, a marketer tries to create just noticeable differences so that negative changes are readily understood by the public. So it should remain below JND. JND is just noticeable difference. And product improvements are visible to the consumers. So that is at or just above the JND, that is just noticeable difference. And just noticeable difference is also known as differential threshold. For example, promotional offerings like Lay's 20% free in the pack or Kellogg's cornflakes 10% free are examples of just noticeable difference. Now let us check out learning. Learning is the process by which individuals acquire the purchase and consumption knowledge and experience they apply to future related behavior. Although some learning is intentional, much learning happens on its own. That's why learning is very important in consumer behavior. And there are three ways to enhance learning: repetition, stimulus generalization, and stimulus discrimination. So how do you take advantage of learning in marketing? You take the advantage by repetition, by advertising the brand again and again. That's why you see the brand again and again on television. That's why you see the brand again and again on print. Now it helps to fortify its brand name in the minds of the consumers. Besides repetition, a company also uses the ability of consumers to generalize to market their products better. Due to generalization only, all the products look similar in a product category. So you find a lot of similarity in food products brand. So all look similar. Similarly, product extensions and family branding is also used in marketing to lure the consumers, as Knorr or Dove or Dettol has done in the market. Now the Dove brand is not only restricted to its personal soaps, but has also extended to shampoo, body wash, moisturizer and all. Besides repetition and stimulus generalization, stimulus discrimination is also used in marketing through distinct positioning efforts. Now, positioning is an image or position that a product or service holds in the mind of the consumer. Then attitude. Attitude is also one of the psychological factors that affect consumer buying behavior. Attitude is defined as a favorable or unfavorable predisposition that a person holds towards an object in the environment. Attitude has three components: cognitive, affective, and conative. Conative is behavioral. Cognitive deals with the rational and logical evaluation, while affective deals with the emotional part. Conative deals with the behavioral part, the action tendencies. Once being aware, a marketer tries to create a favorable attitude towards its products with the help of its branding efforts and positioning through promotional messages and themes. Lastly, beliefs also affect the consumer buying behavior. Beliefs are descriptive thoughts about the products and brands in the market. These brand beliefs reside in the consumer's memory, which help them to select the brand they like. So a marketer tries to create a favorable positioning to attract the consumer. In India, World Diamond Council has tried to create a belief with its positioning, a diamond is forever. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the psychological factors like perception, learning, attitudes and beliefs. Besides motivation, all these factors also affect the consumer buying behavior. Thanks. In this video, we will check out a very important topic in marketing, that is 5 stages of the consumer buying process. A consumer passes through 5 different stages in the buying process. These stages start before the actual purchase and go beyond the purchases. These 5 stages are problem recognition, information search, evaluation of alternatives, purchase decision, and post-purchase behavior. Let us talk about the first stage, problem recognition. The buying process starts as soon as the buyer senses a need or a problem. The problem or need can be sensed by your internal stimuli or your external stimuli. You may be roaming in a shopping mall and you may feel hungry. That leads you to buy food. Or you may like a laptop at Jumbo Electronics or Best Buy while roaming in the mall. In the case of food, it is the internal stimuli, while in the case of shirt, it is the influence of external stimuli, which is driving you to recognize the problem or need. Marketers try to identify and trigger your stimuli to create an interest into their products or services, which can further be translated into purchases. Let us check out the second one, information search. Once you have the need or a problem, you try to search for more information regarding the product. In the case of the need for food, you may not search information because you may be familiar with the options available like McD, Pizza Hut, KFC. In case you are not familiar, then you try to search for the information. You may be longing for a smartphone because the smartphone is a costly and infrequent purchase. It gets you more involved in the purchase. Now, you don't buy a smartphone just based on the impulse. And once you identify the need for a smartphone, you get into the mode of heightened attention, where you become more receptive towards the information of the smartphone. In that case, the print ads, television ads, and hoardings may be popping out for your attention. Then you tend to see more of them, and that is heightened attention. Going further, you may go for active information search, where you are trying to find the information from family and friends through mass media like newspapers, magazines, television, or by browsing technology websites like pcworld.com, or by visiting smartphone showrooms, or by visiting electronic mega stores across your city. Now, in any market, there are several players who offer similar kind of products. All these products are called total set. In the case of a smartphone, total set consists of Apple, Samsung, Lenovo, Oppo, Vivo, Sony, Micromax, Lava, etc. But the customer may not be aware about all these 7, 8, 9 brands. He or she may be aware about say 6 brands, that say Apple, Samsung, Lenovo, Micromax, Lava, Xiaomi. Now these 6 brands are part of the consumer's awareness set. Again, the consumer may only think about Samsung, Lenovo, or Xiaomi. That becomes a part of consideration set. Then the consumer may strongly think about buying Samsung or Lenovo, which becomes a part of the choice set. Then the consumer may take the decision which smartphone to buy on the basis of choice set. As the consumer moves from the awareness set to consideration set to choice set to the decision making, a company must leave no stones unturned to get into the consumer's awareness set first. Once they get into awareness set, it should position its product in such a way that it makes to the final choice and subsequently to the purchase of the product. In this respect, the 4th P of marketing, promotion, comes very handy because it gives you the right message to the right people at the right point of time. Now let us check out the 3rd stage, that is evaluation of alternatives. Once the search for information is over, the consumer needs to evaluate the alternatives before he makes the purchase. In the case of buying salt or buying potato chips, the consumer may not think twice about a brand. But in the case of high involvement purchase like a smartphone, consumer tries to evaluate all the alternatives on the basis of various benefit attributes. In buying any smartphone, the varying attributes may be the processor, screen size, weight, battery backup, memory size, operating system, camera and music capability, price, etc. Now, on the basis of these attributes, the consumer will try to rank the attributes and then take the decision accordingly. Now, for some consumers, some features like camera may be very important, while for somebody else, the priority may be music. Based on the individual preference, the consumer may select the brand. Now, for a company like Apple or Samsung, it means to provide the best combination of attributes widely applicable to the consumers. Now, in this process, the company may emphasize more on the attributes on which they score better than their competitors. Let us check out the fourth one, purchase decision. Based on the choice set, the consumer forms the intention to buy a certain brand. Now, once a consumer has made up his mind about buying a certain product or service, he needs to decide the brand, he needs to decide the retailer, he needs to decide the quantity, purchase mode, and the timing of the purchase. Now, for buying an expensive product, besides the brand and the retailer, the consumer is more interested in knowing about the payment mode as to whether it can be made through credit card or a debit card or equal monthly installments or say EMI or on credit card or on finance through bank or consumer finance company. So now let us check out the fifth stage, that is the final stage, post-purchase behavior. Once you come out watching your favorite movie, say Titanic, from a multiplex, you come out telling your friends or family members that you like the movie, or you say you dislike the movie. And sometimes you say it's worth the money. What does this mean in marketing? This is called the post-purchase behavior of the consumer. The behavior results from consuming the product and the resultant satisfaction that the consumer gets. The buyer satisfaction is a function of the closeness between the buyer's expectation and the buyer's product's perceived performance. Now, once the buyer's satisfaction meets the perceived performance, the buyer is satisfied or the buyer is dissatisfied. In the case of exceeding expectation, the buyer may be delighted. The companies should try to delight their customers. Otherwise, dissatisfied consumers will stop buying the product and take an exit options, or the consumer can go for warning friends and acquaintances against the product or share their views on social media. Besides the post-purchase use of the product, the disposal of the product is also important for the socially responsible companies. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the 5 stages in consumer buying process. These 5 stages are problem recognition, information search, evaluation of alternatives, purchase decision, and post-purchase behavior. Thank you. Welcome to Business Marketing. In this video, we'll try to find out the answers for what is business marketing, what is a business market, what kind of products and services does it deal into, how do you differentiate a business market from a consumer market, and how big is the business market. Let us come straight to all the answers. Business marketing is the area of a study which discusses the different aspects of business market. Business marketing is also known as industrial marketing or business to business marketing or B2B marketing or organizational marketing. Organizational buying has been defined as the decision-making process by which formal organizations establish the need for purchased products and services and identify, evaluate, and choose among alternative brands and suppliers. Now, business markets are different from consumer markets. In business markets, the buying and selling takes place among businesses. It includes profit-making businesses as well as not-for-profit making businesses. It also includes government agencies on a local, national, or a state level, and institutions like schools, hospitals, and all. Business markets deal with many products and services. It deals with finished goods like a personal computer, office furniture, air conditioner, to the raw material and components like steel, paint, timber, plastics, tires, steering wheel, and all, and services like security, courier, accounting, and legal services. Now let us take an example. An auto company like Toyota or Ford may buy n number of items, right from auto components for its cars like tires, steering wheels, speedometers, seats, airbags, headlights, to finished products like air conditioners, office supplies, stationery products, to IT products, to software solutions, to security, courier, accounting, or legal services. So many things a company will buy. Now, most of the times, the products and services are similar in the consumer and business market. So where is the differentiation? So you may buy a product like a fan or a television or a courier service. The classification of the market depends upon the usage by the customer or the business entity. A fan or a television bought by a customer for his home use is a part of consumer market, while the same brand of fan or TV becomes a part of the business market if it is bought by a hotel or by a manufacturing company or by an educational institution. The size of the business market is huge. The purchases made by companies, government agencies, and institutions account for more than half of the economic activity in industrialized countries such as the United States, Canada, and France. Now, you are not looking convinced with the figure of more than 50% being the business market. Are you? Think for a moment and tell me. So your answer is no. Let me explain. Although the business market is bigger than the consumer market, yet only consumer market is seen and heard by you. It is because consumer market rely more on advertising and promotions to reach out to its millions of customers. So you tend to see many ads. That's why you always think about consumer markets. And that's why always you don't think about business market. Secondly, in business markets, the number of buyers and sellers are quite small with respect to consumer market. And it also involves a lot of bulk purchases. In turn, it also nullifies the need for advertising and promotions. That's why business market is not seen and heard, yet it generates more business than the consumer market. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed what a business market is. We also discussed the difference of consumer markets and business markets on the basis of the usage. Then we discussed that the business market is bigger than the consumer market. Thanks. In this video, we'll discuss difference between business market and consumer market. Let us check out a business buying situation that will help you to understand it better. An auto company like Toyota will be sourcing tires for its cars. So now every car will be requiring, say, 5 tires, 4 for the car and 1 for the reserve stepney. Now the sourcing of tires can be done from any one of the leading manufacturers of tires like, say, Bridgestone, Michelin, Continental, Goodyear, Hankook, Yokohama, MRF, C8, Apollo, and so on. So on the whole, if you calculate the number of leading car manufacturers, then there will be 10-15 car manufacturers like Toyota, General Motors, Ford, Fiat, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Nissan, Suzuki, Audi, Honda. So we are talking about the business market equation of around 10 auto companies sourcing tires from say 10 to 15 tire manufacturers. So how many combination it brings to? So for example 15 into 10, so that brings to around 150 different kinds of equations. So that's why we say in business markets there are few larger buyers, while in the consumer markets the number is huge. So you can think about the number of customers for a FMCG product for like soap or toothpaste. There will be millions and millions of customers, okay? And sometimes it will run up to billions of customers across the globe. It also means that in business markets, there will be close supplier-buyer relationship. Why? Because the numbers of buyers and sellers are small. The business buying also requires a professional approach than the consumer buying, as the buyers are well informed. Then there are several buying influences, right from the technical experts to sourcing people to the senior management. Now in turn, several buying influences lead to multiple sales calls to close the deal. So in that way, it becomes a complex affair than the consumer buying. Now, generally the buyers are concentrated in a specific geographical area, like most of the auto companies are based in Detroit in USA, while in and around Gurgaon, Pune and Chennai in India. Now, the demand in consumer market tends to be a direct demand, while the demand in the business market is a derived demand, which is based on the consumer demand. So for example, the major demand for tires in the business market depends upon the demand of cars by the customers. The demand in the business market is also inelastic in nature, as the price difference in tires will not affect the demand of tires. It is also fluctuating in nature, as the demand is based on the consumer demand and is influenced by market sentiments. These are the basic differences in the consumer markets and business markets. Now let us recap. In this video, we talked about the difference between consumer markets and business markets. We checked out the characteristics. The characteristics of business markets are few larger buyers, close buyer-supplier relationship, professional buying and multiple buying influences. The demand pattern tend to be derived, fluctuating and inelastic in business market. And that's what you need to remember. Thank you. In this video, we'll check different buying situations in business marketing. Patrick Robinson, Charles Ferris, and Yoram Wind are of the view that there are three types of buying situations in the business market. And these buying situations are a straight rebuy, modified rebuy, and new tasks. In business markets, there are three types of buying situations. Let us check out one by one. A straight rebuy. When an order is placed on a routine basis, then it is a case of a straight buy. It happens most of the time that the same product or services are ordered again and again. This qualifies for a straight buy. The product or service required are already known, and then there is a approved list of supplier also to make the job easy. So you think about a car company, you think about tire company supplying tires to the car manufacturer, okay, and then what happens? That becomes a straight rebuy, because all the time the car company is ordering tires from the company, tire company, okay. So now let us check out the second one, modified rebuy. If there is a modification in the regular order with respect to product specification, delivery requirement, pricing, service requirement, then it becomes a case of modified rebuy. So whenever a straight rebuy is modified, it becomes modified rebuy. So what do you find? Most of the time, the buying which is taking place in business markets are either a straight buy and modified rebuy. Okay, and then comes the third and last one, that is the new task. When there is a new requirement in the business like software, office space, security system, waste disposal system, water purification system, or if you would like to order auto components for a new car, then it becomes a case of new task. Depending upon the complexity, the decision process can take days to months altogether. Again, if the new task is ordered again, it turns into a straight rebuy. For a marketer in the business buying process, the new task is very crucial, as it entails a great marketing opportunity for the marketer as well as a challenge for the buying organization due to the complexity involved in the overall process. Now, all the buying activities may be clubbed under one of these heads. So either it will be a straight rebuy, modified rebuy, or new task. Let us recap. In this video, we talked about the three types of buying situations in the business market: a straight rebuy, modified rebuy, and new task. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss the different roles played by a buying center. Business buying is a lot more complex affair than consumer buying. Many people are involved in the professional process of decision making in business buying. This decision making unit in the buying organization is known as buying center. It consists of all those individuals and groups who participate in the purchasing decision making process, who share some common goals and risks arising from the decisions. The buying center includes the employees who play any of the following 7 roles in the purchase decision making process. Now, these 7 roles are: initiators. Initiators demand the products, which initiates the process of buying. Then comes the users. Users are those people who use the product. They may also help in defining the requirement. Then comes influencers. Influencers influences the decision making process. In case of technical products, the technical experts influence the decisions heavily. Deciders. Deciders decide the product requirement and supplier. Approvers approve the decision made by deciders. Buyers formally authorize the purchase decision by finalizing the supplier, payment terms, and delivery schedule. Then comes the gatekeepers. Gatekeepers are small people in the buying organization who can make a big difference in marketing your product. These people may be at reception, they may be telephone operators, they may be personal assistants in the organization who may prevent the salespeople from contacting the purchase people. In this way, they are in the capacity to restrict the flow of information. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the concept of buying center. In the business buying process, the employees may play one or few roles like initiators, users, influencers, deciders, approvers, buyers, and gatekeepers. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the 8-stage model in the business buying process. As business buying is a complex affair, it requires more than 5 stages in the buying process, as it was in the case of consumer buying. These 8 stages are called 8 buy phases. These buy phases are suggested by Patrick Robinson, Charles Ferris, and Yoram Wind. Let us check out these 8 stages. The first stage is problem recognition. The starting stage of business buying process is the same as consumer buying. In the same way, the problem can be recognized through the internal or external stimuli in the businesses. Externally, the buyer can be influenced by the technological improvements in various product or service categories or processes involved in production. Internally, it may require the routine supply. In all the cases, a business buyer may recognize the need for a product. The second stage is general need description. Most of the time, a business buyer deals with the technical products or services, which leads to defining the general need description with the required quantity. The third stage is product specification. Besides the general need description, the product specifications should be clearly written. It helps the company to zero in the suppliers with best matching parameters. There is a method called product value analysis, that is PVA, to reduce the cost of components by standardizing or by redesigning or by changing the methods of production in the manufacturing companies. PVA has been a great help in containing the cost of any product. It is a regular feature in day-to-day production process in every manufacturing plant. The fourth stage is supplier search. In the last 20 years, the market has changed a lot due to globalization and the advancement in communication technologies like internet and mobile technology. Now, suppliers are not only searched in the region or in the country, but also all across the globe with the help of internet. Various websites are helping you out in finding the right supplier for your company. So these websites can be grouped under industry-centric vertical hubs like plastics.com for the plastic industry, adp.com for employee benefit administration. In India, indiamart.com, indianyellowpages.com and seekandsource.com are leading business-to-business website. Hong Kong-based Alibaba.com is the world's largest online B2B marketplace, and it's very, very popular also. It has a community of more than 2 million suppliers all across the world. Then thomasnet.com and ec21.com are other websites which are very, very popular. The fifth stage is proposal solicitation. The proposals are sought by the business buyer for the various products and services. In India, in the case of buying by the government market, there is a process of tendering, a request for pre-qualification, and then shortlisting of bidders. These bids are shortlisted on the basis of technical and commercial proposal. Directorate General of Supplies and Disposals, widely known as DGS&D, is the central purchasing organization of the Government of India, including railways and defense. Sometimes global tenders are also invited by Indian government. The sixth stage is supplier selection. Just like the evaluation of alternatives, the suppliers are ranked on the basis of various attributes. Sometimes the companies may use a similar approach to supplier selection when the products or services are not of high value. But in most of the cases, the selection of supplier is very, very crucial and complex. In the case of McDonald's in India, the selection of suppliers for products like dairy and bakery products was not that easy. After a lot of quality checks and deliberations, they had selected Dynamics Dairy for its dairy product requirement and Cremica for its bakery and liquid products requirement. The seventh stage is order routine specification. In business buying, there is a closer relationship between the buyer and the supplier. Once the supplier is finalized, a blanket contract is established with the supplier, as there will be a lot of straight buy or modified rebuy. These stockless purchase plans help the company to source the product easily from the supplier, as and when it is required. The last stage is performance review. The success of any business also depends upon the performance of suppliers. The buyer routinely checks the performance of the supplies and decides to continue, modify, or to end the business relationship with the supplier. All these 8 stages are required in the new task situation. But in the cases of straight rebuy and modified rebuy, the stages like supplier search, proposal solicitation, and supplier selection may not be required. Let us recap. There are 8 stages in the business buying process. These are known as 8 buy phases. These are problem recognition, general need description, product specification, supplier search, proposal solicitation, supplier selection, order routine specification, and performance review. Thank you. In this video, we are going to cover market segmentation. Once the marketing analysis phase is complete, the next stage in the marketing process consists of market segmentation, target market selection, and product positioning. In the abbreviated form, it is widely known as STP. S for segmentation, T for targeting, and P for positioning in marketing jargon. A successful marketing strategy depends a lot on these three steps. Earlier, the life was simple and so was marketing. That's why Henry Ford said that people can have the Model T in any color so long as it's black. That was the era of mass production, mass distribution, and mass marketing. Although the era still exists, but there is a difference. In a world of more than 6 billion people, the needs are different and their tastes are also different. That's why Ford's Model T gave way to General Motors' strategy to produce different cars for different buyers. Right at the top with the brand Cadillac and at the bottom with the brand Chevrolet. Let us take an example. Are you familiar about Colgate? And your answer is yes. Because Colgate is the only brand in the world which is purchased by more than 50% of households globally. Let me ask you a question. How many different types of toothpaste Colgate markets in your country? 5, 10, 15, or 20 or more? Can you count? Let me tell you. In USA, Colgate sells 44 different types of toothpaste. In UK, it sells even more, 50 different types of toothpaste. In India, it sells 28 different types of toothpaste like Colgate Dental Cream, Colgate Max Fresh, Colgate Total, Colgate Sensitive, Colgate Kids, Colgate Fresh Energy Gel, Colgate Herbal, Colgate Sibaka, Colgate Advanced Whitening, Colgate Active Salt, and so on. Now comes the bigger question. Why does Colgate sells so many different types of toothpaste across different countries in the world? Think about it and try to answer. You may also pause the video. The answer is simple. Customers are different and so are their needs. In the same family, all the family members may buy different toothpaste because the liking and preferences are different. That's why a company like Colgate markets so many different types of toothpaste to their different sets of customers, and this process of differentiating different sets of customers are called market segmentation. Market segmentation involves dividing the market of potential customers into homogeneous subgroups. These subgroups may be distinguished in terms of their behavior pattern, attitudes, demographic characteristics, psychographic profile, and the like. Now, these market segments are not created by the company, but it exists in the market. The marketer needs to identify the segment and then decides as to which one he will target. Market segmentation helps large companies to be relevant for the small group of customers. For a small companies, it helps to be the niche player in the market. It is relevant not only for FMCG products but also for other products available in the markets like cars, mobile phones, IT products, consumer durables, and so on. So let us recap. In this video, we talked about the market segmentation. As the customers are different and so are their needs, these different needs are catered through different products sold by a company, as we have discussed the example of Colgate. Thus, market segmentation involves dividing the market of heterogeneous potential customers into homogeneous subgroups. You need to remember two keywords, heterogeneous to homogeneous subgroups. Yes. Thank you. In this video, we'll check out as to how do you segment a market. What are the bases for segmentation? As you are aware, the process of market segmentation is the process of dividing the heterogeneous market into homogeneous subgroups of similar needs and shared characteristics. The basis of market segmentation have gone a long way through different stages. It started with demographic segmentation as the data was easily available. Then it moved on to geographic segmentation, geodemographic segmentation, psychographic segmentation, and behavioral segmentation. So these are the 5 ways to segment the market: demographic segmentation, geographic segmentation, geodemographic segmentation, psychographic segmentation, and behavioral segmentation. In the next video, we'll check out these bases of segmentation one by one, starting with demographic segmentation. Thank you. In this video, we'll discuss the most commonly used base for segmentation, demographic segmentation. Demographic segmentation is very popular among the marketers for segmenting the market. The basis of the segmentation is age, sex, education, income, occupation, marital status, family size, family life cycle, religion, nationality, and social class. All these variables are either used as a single factor or in combination to segment the market. Let us check out the first one, that is age. Age is the most commonly used basis as the same age group people behave in the identical manner and will have identical needs. Marketers design, produce, package, and promote products differently to meet the needs of different age groups like kids, teens, youth, middle-aged, elders, and seniors. For example, Colgate has different products for different age groups like Colgate Dental Cream and Colgate Kids Toothpaste. On the basis of age only, the leading toy maker Fisher-Price has 7 categories of toys based on the age right from birth to 5 years and up. You may even talk about Johnson & Johnson's baby products, MTV, and so on. The second factor is income. Income has been a key driver in segmenting the market. It is based on the belief that the behavior of the consumer changes with the changes in income. Many auto companies, consumer durable companies, financial services, hospitality, apparels, cosmetics, and travel companies segment their market on the basis of income. Broadly, on the basis of income, market can be segmented as low income, low middle income, upper middle income, and high income. It has also been found that with the increase in income, the percentage expenditure on food and other basic necessities goes down. C.K. Prahlad in his book The Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid has talked about the marketing opportunities lying at the bottom of the pyramid, that is, lower income segment. The success of Nirma, Ghadi, and 555 are examples of successful marketing at the bottom of the pyramid in India. The third factor is gender. Gender differentiation forms a fundamental segment in the marketing, as the needs of male and females are different. Clothing and apparel, cosmetics, magazines, shoes are few of the areas where gender differentiation creates its own market. X, Raymond, Pulsar are the brands targeted towards male, while Scooty, Femina, Titan Raga are the brands targeted towards female. Now, few brands target both the genders like Reebok and Garnier through their different products or through sub-branding. The fourth one is occupation. Occupation is also an important variable in segmenting the market. The consumption behavior of a working executive differs from a self-employed person or a blue-collar worker or a businessman. In the same way, there are professionals like doctors, lawyers, teachers, professors, chartered accountants, traders, students, shopkeepers, housewives, whose consumption habits are similar in their own segment. Financial companies and banks like HSBC, ICICI Bank regularly target these sets of customers on the basis of their occupation with their different schemes. The fifth one is education. Education also play an important role in segmenting the market. It can be classified as illiterates, literates, high school pass-outs, university educated and professionally qualified people. The business of information like newspapers, magazines, books, etc. gets seriously affected by the education variable. Then comes the marital status. Being single or being married influences the behavior pattern of the consumers, and thus it paves way for market segmentation. Unmarried people generally use more of fast food and packaged food than their married counterpart. Similarly, married people tend to spend a lot on consumer durables, cars, travel, and financial products. Few businesses like matrimonial websites, wedding management companies, wedding video and photographers are directly dependent on the status of marriage. Then comes the family size. Family size and structure is also an important variable in segmenting the market. The social fabric of life is also changing with more and more nuclear families than the joint families. It has led to the changes in the purchasing behavior. With easy credit availability and younger earning population with more nuclear families and singles living in metros and cities, a new segment has been created and the companies are cashing on it with their different products and service offerings. Right from the apparels to shoes to accessories to multiplexes, all have benefited largely with the changing family size and structure. Then comes the socio-economic status. The customer may also be classified on the basis of socio-economic status, which is also known as socio-economic classification, that is known as SEC in India, to classify the households in India. Now, it is based on two variables: education of chief wage earner and number of consumer durables owned by the family. The list has got 11 items ranging from electricity connection to agricultural land to cars and air conditioners. Based on these two parameters, each households are classified in one of 12 SEC groups, that is A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, C1, C2, D1, D2, E1, E2 and E3. These 12 groups are applicable to both urban as well as rural India. Besides these factors, a market may also be segmented on the basis of race, religion, nationality and language. So let us recap. In this video, we talked about the most commonly used base for segmentation, demographic segmentation, which is very popular amongst the marketers for segmenting the market. Under demographic segmentation, we talked about age, sex, education, income, occupation, marital status, family size, family life cycle, religion, nationality, and social class. You need to remember that all these variables can either be used as a single factor or in combination to segment the market. Thanks. In this video, we'll discuss the starting point and the simplest form of segmenting the market, geographic segmentation. Market segmentation based on geography. Isn't it simple and easy to implement? That's why it is often the starting point of segmentation. Here, the market is divided into countries, states, regions, and cities. For a large company like LG or Samsung or Microsoft or Dell, it is easy to sell the product all across the world in many countries. But a small player like Ghadi detergent based in India needs to expand step by step in different regions of India first. Even the big companies like Apple, Samsung, LG all have succeeded by starting small and then expanding the presence globally. This segmentation method helps a company a lot. as a company may expand its market on a logical basis. So let us recap. In this video, we discuss geographic segmentation. This segmentation is the starting point and the simplest form of segmenting a market. So you may start small and expand your market geographically. Thanks. In this video, we'll discuss geo-demographic segmentation. Do you find the combination of two bases of segmentation, say demographic and geographic? Think about it. Yes, you are right. Geo-demographic segmentation combines the geographic and demographic segmentation. Have you heard birds of a feather flock together? Geo-demographic segmentation is based upon this philosophy. It means that consumers staying in the same area have got similar characteristics and needs. This kind of segmentation helps the companies to market their products efficiently. So one product may be sold in a different region while the other may be sold in another region. It may also even apply to a country. In all the countries, all the products are not available. A company like Apple, Samsung, Toyota, Dell may sell different products in different countries based on the geo-demographic segmentation. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed geo-demographic segmentation. It's a combination of geographic and demographic segmentation. It's a very practical way of segmenting the market and comes very handy for a marketer. Thanks. In this video, we'll discuss psychographic segmentation. Can you tell me why this kind of base for segmentation is required when demographic and geographic is already there? Now, can you answer me a question? Are you same as your classmates or your colleagues? You may be in the same class with similar income background, but you may be different. And that becomes the starting point for psychographic segmentation. It has often been found that people with the same demographic profile may act in a totally different manner. This happens due to the difference in their personality, lifestyle, and values. There are two words in psychographics. It is a combination of psychology and demographics. Once these are combined, you have a different vision to look at your customers. Marketing researchers have tried to map individual lifestyle patterns to segment the market. One of the most famous method of psychographic study is AIO framework, activities, interests, and opinions framework. AIO framework explains the individual lifestyle patterns based on the activities, interests, and opinions with demographic variables. Personality is also an important factor in segmenting the market. Generally, the marketers try to project the brand personality, which imitates the target consumer personality. Now, once you hear about Nike, athlete in all of us, Reebok is all about success and cricket, Levi's is all American, real and authentic, and Shoppers Stop exclusivity, individuality. Now, it sounds you something. The brand personality is also endorsed by the celebrity whose personality matches the consumer's persona. That's why Roger Federer endorses brands like Nike, Rolex, and Gillette, while Usain Bolt endorses Puma. Now, psychographic segmentation can also be understood in American context through Sri Consulting Business Intelligence VALS model framework. VALS is Values and Lifestyle Model Framework. VALS is based on 4 demographic factors: sex, age, education, and income, and 35 attitude related questions like I am often interested in theories. I like a lot of variety in my life. I like to learn about art, culture, and history, and so on to profile the customers. The VALS framework divides the American adults into 8 typologies under 2 categories: higher resources and lower resources. Higher resources include innovators, thinkers, achievers, and experiencers, and lower resources include believers, strivers, makers, and survivors. Although the framework is not very useful in Indian context, but it can give you an insight and can be modified to suit the Indian environment. Titan, the topmost watch brand in India, offers different watches under sub-brands like Octane, Orion, Edge, Heritage, WWF Collection, etc. to target the different psychographic customer base. So let us recap. In this video, we talked about psychographic segmentation. That's a combination of science of psychology with demographics. Under psychographic segmentation, we talked about AIO framework, that is activities, interests and opinions framework. And then we talked about the framework given by Sri Consulting for American consumers, that is VALS framework. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss behavioral segmentation. On the basis of behavior pattern also, the market may be segmented. In the case of behavioral segmentation, the buyers are divided into different groups on the basis. Now, what is the basis? Buyers' purchase decision rule, product or brand usage, occasions, user status, and usage rate. Let us check out buyers' purchase decision rules. In a buying situation, people play 5 roles: initiators, influencer, decider, buyer, and user. These roles are important from a company's point of view as they may target the customers. As kids are becoming more influential in purchasing different products, a lot of products which are not meant for kids gets advertised on the kids specific satellite channels. The benefits sought by the buyer vary from person to person. In the toothpaste category, somebody looks for the economy, somebody else looks out for medicinal properties to help prevent tooth decay, or somebody else wants the cosmetic properties by having white, bright teeth with a fresh breath. All these benefits are answered by a single company through differentiated marketing like Colgate, which offers Colgate Dental Cream for economy, Colgate Total and Colgate Sensitive for medicinal properties, and Colgate Max Fresh for the cosmetic properties. On the basis of occasions also, the consumers can be divided into market segments. Around Christmas, in most of the European countries and USA, a lot of purchases as well as vacations are planned. While the same is planned around Diwali in India and during Eid. User status also defines a market segment. Users can further be segmented into first-time users, regular users, ex-users, potential users, and non-users. In the different stages of family life cycle, a non-user may turn into a first-time user and then it can become a regular user. For example, a kid may use Johnson's Baby for the first time and can become a regular user for few years, and then the baby can leave the usage and become an ex-user. On the other hand, potential user group are mother-to-be who will buy the products relevant to their baby after a certain period of time. Usage rate also helps to segment the market. Telecom companies like Verizon, AT&T, Vodafone, Reliance Jio, etc. regularly segment their customers on the basis of light, medium or heavy users for their services. In the case of cigarettes, the heavy users are very loyal to the brand. But in the case of beer, it has been found that either the heavy drinkers are loyal or they look out for the lowest price. Consumers can also be segmented on the basis of varying degree of loyalty. Now, loyalty is a deeply held commitment to rebuy or repatronize a preferred product or service in the future despite situational influences and marketing efforts having the potential to cause switching behavior. Let me ask you a question. Are you brand loyal? Do you buy the same brand all the time or do you change? George H. Brown has divided the brand loyalty status into 4 groups. Hardcore loyals who buy the same brand all the time. Split loyals who are loyal to 2 or 3 brands. Shifting loyals who shift from one brand to another. And switchers who show no loyalty to any brand. It has been found that in beer, toothpaste, cigarettes and in newspaper category, the consumers are highly loyal to the brand. Buyer readiness stage. In any market, the buyers happen to be in different buyer readiness stage. It goes right from being unaware about the product to being aware about the product, and then progresses to interest in the product, to desire, and then to the intention to buy the same. Now, this is all about behavioral segmentation. Let us recap. We discussed buyer's purchase decision role, product or brand usage, occasions, user status, and usage rate under behavioral segmentation. We also discussed the loyalty aspect and 4 different possibilities under the same. We discussed the buyer's readiness stage also. All these factors help a marketer to segment the market. Thanks. In this video, we are going to discuss targeting, that is target market selection. In STP, T is targeting. Once you are done with segmentation as a marketer, you need to decide your target. With an objective of maximizing profits, a company targets one or more market segments. In the target market selection process, the company evaluates the marketing opportunity with the understanding of the customer and analyzes the competition. It also checks out its ability to reach the customers in the segment and the cost involved in reaching them. The level of customer satisfaction with competitors' products and services are also important. If there are a lot of customers who are dissatisfied, then the chances of success becomes brighter. Then the barriers to entry, potential profitability and growth forecast should also be taken into consideration in target market selection. As it builds the foundation for the product or service, extreme care is required in target market selection. In the process of market targeting, a company can select one of the 5 market patterns. These market patterns are single segment concentration, multi-segment concentration, product specialization, market specialization, and full market coverage. Let us check out the first one. Single segment concentration. In single segment concentration, you may target a single segment like Porsche targets the sports car enthusiasts. In India, in the detergent cake and powder segment, Nirma 555 Ghai detergent cater to the lower segment of the customers with their cheaper products. As the company becomes fully dependent on these kind of products, it involves marketing risk. The second one is multi-segment specialization. A company can also go for multiple segments. Different segments of the customers may be targeted. Multi-segments help to diversify the risk of a company. Then comes the product specialization. In product specialization, the company becomes product specific. For example, Carl Zeiss, the world's leading lens manufacturer, with its tagline, "We make it visible," produces lenses for cameras, binoculars, spectacles, microscopes, mobile video, and industrial metrology. Market specialization. When a company specializes in serving the same market with different needs, then the company is following market specialization. In the university laboratory market, a company can sell all the products required in a lab. And then the last one is full market coverage. Large companies generally go for full market coverage with all the products and services the customers might need. So you think about Unilever, P&G, Toyota, LG, Samsung, Colgate, Maruti Suzuki, General Motors, Hero MotoCorp, Honda, Bajaj Auto and all these companies are having full market coverage and catering to different needs of the customers. The objective of full market specialization may be achieved through differentiated marketing as well as undifferentiated marketing or mass marketing. For example, Colgate sells its Colgate dental cream to target the mass market, while it also sells Colgate sensitive and Colgate herbal for a differentiated market. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed targeting as a part of STP. Targeting or target market selection helps a company to target a single segment or multi-segment, or to look out for product or market specialization, or to go for full market coverage if the company is big enough. Any of these targeting strategy is right for a company given its standing and role in the market. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss positioning. Positioning is the last part in STP. Once the market segment is identified by the company to be targeted, it needs to be positioned in the mind of the prospective customer. Positioning is creating an identity in the minds of the target market. Positioning as a concept in marketing was popularized by advertising professionals Al Ries and Jack Trout through their bestseller book, Positioning: A Battle for Your Mind. This concept was first published in 1969 by Jack Trout in the paper, Positioning is a Game People Play in Today's Me Too Marketplace, in Industrial Marketing Journal. Al Ries and Jack Trout said that positioning starts with a product, a piece of merchandise, a service, a company, an institution, or even a person. But positioning is not what you do to a product. Positioning is what you do to the mind of the prospect. That is, you position the product in the mind of the prospect. Positioning is all about how does the customer perceive your product. On the basis of company's communication efforts, a company's position is created in the minds of the consumers. What do you think about Apple, Google, Facebook, Coke, Nike, Toyota, Starbucks, Volvo, and so on? All these companies have a position in your mind, and it is created through the communication efforts and the experiences we have with the company's products or services. The success of the positioning strategy lies in making one or two characteristics of the product or services stand out in the minds of the consumers. Positioning also takes the form of taglines or slogans that gets attached in the minds of the consumers, like Nike's "Just Do It", LG's "Life is Good", Amul's "Utterly Butterly Delicious", ICICI Prudential's "Jeete Raho". These are few of the popular taglines that is engraved in the consumer's mind. Fevicol has been very successful in positioning the brand through its engaging television commercials, whereas the character Juju has become a rage in India through its Vodafone television commercials. Positioning on the whole helps in differentiating the products from the competition and also leads to top of the mind recall. Now let us recap. In this video, we talked about the last part of STP, that is positioning. Positioning is all about creating an identity in the minds of the target market. It is created through the communication efforts and the experiences we have with the company's products or services. Thanks. In this module, we are going to cover brand. Let us check out what is a brand. Let us go through a few quotes on branding. What is a brand? A singular idea or concept that you own inside the mind of the prospect. A brand for a company is like a reputation for a person, and you earn reputation by trying to do hard things well. And I am not an actress. I don't think I am an actress. I think I have created a brand and a business. Now, do these quotes tell you something? These quotes tell you that a brand is the most valuable asset to any company. So, brand is the driving force of any business. Now, let us define a brand. American Marketing Association has defined brand as a name, term, sign, symbol, or a design, or a combination of them intended to identify the goods or services of one seller or group of sellers and to differentiate them from those of competitors. So you need to remember two aspects of a brand. Brand is a name, term, sign, symbol, or a design, or a combination of them. So you have seen this. This is a brand. So what does it do? It helps to identify and it also differentiates from others. Now, once you have developed your brand identity in terms of name, term, sign, symbol, or design, or a combination of them, you can register it under trademark law in your country. Now, after registration, the seller is granted exclusive right to the use of the brand name in perpetuity. Now, you need to remember, brand is the art and cornerstone of marketing. Perhaps the most distinctive skill of professional marketer is the ability to create, maintain, protect, and enhance brand. So that's why branding is very, very important. A brand is essentially a marketer's promise to deliver a specific set of features, benefits, and services consistently to the buyers. And that's why buyers believe in the brand. Brands vary in the amount of power and value they have in the marketplace. So some brands are not known, while some brands are known globally. Now, branding helps the company to stay ahead in the business than their competition. On the one hand, it helps the customers to differentiate between the different products, and on the other hand, customers are also loyal to the brand. And most of the time, differentiation between the products are not real, but it is psychological, and these differences are created with the right kind of message projected through right media vehicles to the customers. Branding also helps to fight the price wars. Most of the time, customers are willing to pay 10% to 20% more for a brand. In some categories, it can even go up to 30 to 40%. Now, the brand needs to be regularly fortified through the real differences, that is, innovations and the psychological differences like image building exercises. Now, let us check out the top brands. According to Interbrand Best Global Brands 2016 rankings, the top 10 brands in the world are Apple, Google, Coke, Microsoft, Toyota, IBM, Samsung, Amazon, Mercedes-Benz, and General Electric, that is called GE. While Interbrand Best Indian Brands 2015 ranking lists Tata, Reliance, Airtel, LIC, SBI, SDFC, Infosys, ICICI, Godrej, and Mahindra as the top 10 brands in India. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed what is a brand. Brand is a name, term, sign, symbol, or a design, or a combination of them, and it is intended to identify and to differentiate them from those of competitors. Now, brand is the most valuable asset. Then we discussed the best global brands and Indian brands. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the history of branding. Branding means to create a new brand. With the Industrial Revolution and subsequent emergence of packaging, brands originated in the 19th century. But the idea of marking things, people, or animals by burning identifying marks on them was an ancient practice. That's why the brand is derived from Old Norser brander, which means to burn. It refers to the age-old practice of producers burning their mark or say brand onto their products. Let us come down to the modern era. Can you tell me the first registered brand in the world? The first registered brand in the world was the Red Triangle, registered by Base Beer, England. It was the first trademark to be registered under the British Trademark Registration Act 1875, and it was filed as trademark number 1. Now, industrialization helped the branding exercise to take shape for the primary function of identifying the goods or services of one seller or groups of sellers and to differentiate them from those of competitors. Factories started shipping their products with the logo type insignia on the shipping barrels. In USA, Campbell's soup, Coca-Cola, Juicy Fruit Gum, Aunt Jemima and Quaker Oats were the few products which got branded in the beginning. Let us recap. In this video, we talked about the history of branding. Although it has been an ancient practice to mark things, people and animals, the same got its way in the form of branding in the post-industrialization era. Now we live in the branded world. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the benefits of branding from the consumers as well as company's perspective. Let me showcase an experiment. These are available in the market. Now, which one would you buy? You feel that all are looking similar. Confused which one to buy, isn't it? So how does branding benefits a customer? It benefits in several ways. Let us check out. Brand helps identify the product and the company that consumers like or dislike. And that's why the life of consumers becomes very, very easy. Secondly, brand helps consumers in reducing their purchasing time. Brand helps reduce consumers' perceived risk of purchase. In case of difficulty regarding assessing quality of the products, brand helps consumer believe in the product. And lastly, consumers derive psychological reward and pleasure from owning the brand, as it may happen with your Aston Martin car or Rolex watch or Gucci handbags. Now with branding, the world for consumers becomes easy and so for the companies. Now let us check out how it benefits a company. Brand helps the companies differentiate their products from competitors' product. Brands helps companies in getting repeat orders from the customers. Brand helps companies in their price defense against competition. Sometimes companies also enjoy price premiums on the basis of their brand image. Brand helps a company in introducing a new product in the same name. In turn, it helps the company with a lesser cost of advertising and promotion. That we'll see in the brand extension part. Brand attracts partners, be it suppliers, bankers, or an advertising agency. Brand brings loyal customers to the companies, and in turn, it brings sustained revenue and market share for the company. So the benefits of branding are immense from the consumer's perspective as well as from the company's perspective. Now let us recap. In this video, we talked about the benefits of branding. We understood that as a consumer, it has made our life easy, while for a company, it is everything for them. So benefits are immense on both the sides. Okay? Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss brand management. We will try to understand as to what brand management is and why it is so important for a marketer. So what is brand management? According to Investopedia, brand management is a function of marketing that uses techniques to increase the perceived value of a product line or brand over time. Effective brand management enables the price of products to go up and builds loyal customers through positive brand associations and images or a strong awareness of the brand. Developing a strategic plan to maintain brand equity or gain brand value requires a comprehensive understanding of the brand, its target market, and the company's overall vision. For example, once you walk into a Starbucks, you know as to what kind of service you can expect in the cafe. The kind of service remains the same all across the world in different countries, wherever you go. Now, on the one hand, consistency in a product or service helps the consumer to become loyal for the company. On the other hand, a company can also charge premium for their product or service with respect to the competition. So, how old is the concept of brand management? It's pretty old. The discipline of brand management is as old as the brand itself. But the modern discipline of brand management is almost 85 years old. Now, why do we say 85 years old? It all started in 1931 at Procter & Gamble based on the famous memo written by Neil McElry. The memo was written by Neil for the additional manpower required for his brand team for Camé. Are you familiar about the Camé brand? He was of the view that all the brands require a concentrated effort as if it were a separate business. Now, in this way, the different brands would be distinguished from others. The memo has such an impact on the marketing and brand management per se that it is still widely emulated by many FMCG and other companies all across the world. So you find Unilever, P&G, all these companies are following that. Now you need to remember, brand is the art and cornerstone of marketing. And that's why it is the biggest job of the marketer to manage the brand well. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the meaning and importance of brand management. Brand management is a function of marketing that uses techniques to increase the perceived value of a product line or brand over time. Although the concept is pretty old, it has got its modern avatar in 1931. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the meaning and importance of brand image. Marketers try to create a unique or a special identity to create a positive impression in the minds of the consumers. In 1955, Gardner and Levy introduced the concept of brand image in their article, The Product and the Brand. They said that a brand image can be developed by attributing a personality to or associating an image with a product or service, whereby the personality or image is branded on the consciousness of the consumers. They used projective techniques to help define assets of the brand and to help define a holistic brand image. Two basic points being, a reputable brand persists as a stable image over time, and it is rarely possible for a product or a brand to be all things to all people. That's why you need to be very, very specific. So brand image refers to the psychological aspect of a brand. It is based on the proposition that consumers don't only buy the product, a commodity per se, but they also buy image associations like power, wealth, success, sophistication, and identification and association with other users of the brand. That's why Bugatti, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Gucci, Omega, Aston Martin, Bentley can have consumers lining up to buy the products at a very high price with respect to the product and the competition. A good brand image is always positive and unique. it needs to be reinforced by brand communications exercises like advertising, promotion, packaging, customer service, word and mouth, and other aspects of brand experience. Now, once a brand is widely known in the market, it earns brand recognition. Once the brand recognition reaches a level of positive sentiments among the consumers, it is said to have achieved brand franchise. Now let us recap. Brand image is all about psychological aspect of a brand. Customers don't buy products or services just for its functional value, but also for its emotional value. That's why a marketer should strive hard to keep the brand image flag high. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss brand identity. What is brand identity? A brand identity is conveyed through the visual communication in the form of logo, use of specific fonts and colors, signs or symbols, and through taglines. The brand identity is the outward expression of a brand, including its name, trademark, communications, and visual appearance. Here, the brand identity is created by the brand owner in the way in which owner wants to communicate to its consumers. This is different from the brand image, which is a customer's mental picture of a brand, and that is the basic difference. Let us recap. In this video, we discussed about brand identity. Brand identity is all about the outward expression through a name, term, sign, symbol, or design, or a combination of them. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss brand personality. We will also try to understand how it is different from brand image. Then we will discuss views of different scholars on brand personality. Brand is human-like. Brand personality describes brands in terms of human characteristics. Most of the time, it is difficult to differentiate brands on the basis of functional characteristics. That's why companies create brand personality through their communication messages, which makes the brand differentiate from competing brands. Kristin Restall of McCann Erickson has drawn a distinction between brand image and brand personality. In many markets, there are no real differences among the competitors. So you begin to explore a more emotional level, and this is where the brand personality comes in. Brand image refers to rational measurements like quality, strength, flavor. Brand personality explains why people like some brands more than others even when there is no physical difference between them. Krask and Lasky's view of brand personality is that it is the sum of intangible asset of the brand, whereas Paul Southgate defines personality as the human characteristics of the brand in question, while taking a special care that it is the brand that is being described and not the target customer. Acker also believes in brand personality being the set of human characteristics associated with a brand. For example, Harley-Davidson motorcycle brand persona is of a macho, freedom-seeking man, while Coke's personality is real and Pepsi is young, spirited, and exciting. Acker has gone further and developed a brand personality dimension framework to describe and measure the personality of a brand in 5 core dimensions, each divided into a set of facets. It is an easy to understand model to describe the profile of a brand using an analogy with a human being. The 5 core dimensions and their facets are sincerity. Sincerity, that is down to earth, honest, wholesome, cheerful. Second one is excitement, that is daring, spirited, imaginative, up to date. The third one is competence, reliable, intelligent, successful. Then sophistication, upper class, charming. Then ruggedness, outdoorsy, tough. Each facet is in turn measured by a set of traits on a 5-point scale. So 1 is not at all descriptive and 5 is extremely descriptive. The rating of a trait describes the specific brand of interest. Now let us recap. Brand personality describes brands in terms of human characteristics. Most of the scholars agree on this. That's why every brand has a persona. Acker has gone further and developed a brand personality dimension framework in 5 core dimensions. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss one of the most important concepts under branding, that is brand equity. Brand has got the power. Brand equity is an asset to the company. To understand it better, let us check out 2 quotes. If this business were split up, I will give you the land and bricks and mortar, and I would keep the brand and trademarks, and I would fare better than you. Similarly, a former CEO of McDonald's says, if every asset we own, every building and every piece of equipment were destroyed in a terrible natural disaster, we would be able to borrow all the money to replace it very quickly because of the value of our brand. The brand is more valuable than the totality of all these assets. Brand equity is the added value bestowed on the product by the brand name. Brands have equity because they have high awareness, many loyal customers, a high reputation for perceived quality, proprietary brand assets such as access to distribution channels or to patents or the kind of brand associations. A powerful brand has high brand equity. Brand equity is the differential effect that knowing the brand name has on consumer response to the product and its marketing. It also affects consumers' preferences and loyalty. All the leading brands in the world like Apple, Google, Coke, Microsoft, Toyota, and so on have one thing in common, that they deliver unique benefits to the consumers. They forge deep connections with the consumers and stay relevant with the times. Ad agency Young and Rubicam has even developed a brand asset valuator. It measures brand strength on the basis of 4 consumer perception dimensions. The first one is differentiation. What makes the brand stand out? The second one is relevance. How consumers feel it meets their needs. The third one is knowledge. How much consumers know about the brand. And the last one is esteem. How highly consumers regard and respect the brand. Brands with a strong brand equity rate high on all of these dimensions. Even the listing of the top brands takes into account the brand value in consideration to rank them. According to Best Global Brands 2016 rankings by Interbrand, the top 3 brands like Apple, Google, and Coke are valued at $178 billion, $133 billion, and $73 billion respectively. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed about brand equity. Brand equity is an asset to the company. A powerful brand has high brand equity and is preferred by consumers. Consumers also tend to be loyal towards a powerful brand. Then we discussed the Young and Rubicam brand asset valuator framework. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss what is product. Product, the first P in the marketing mix, is the starting point of any marketing activity. A company needs to have some product to sell. If the company is new, then it should develop a new product to sell in the market, or it can buy the product from a manufacturer and market it subsequently. In the case of an existing product, the company needs to differentiate its market offering. So, what is a product? A product is anything that can be offered to a customer to satisfy his or her need or want. Whether it's a television or an insurance policy, the product offers a total bundle of benefits to the customers. Typically in marketing, the term product is used for any good or service or any other entity which can be marketed. Philip Kotler has listed 10 entities which can be marketed, that is goods, services, experiences, events, person, places, properties, organizations, information and ideas. On the whole, all these entities are clubbed under goods and services. So when we talk about only about two entities, then we talk about goods and services. Let us recap. Product is the first P in the marketing mix. A product is anything that can be offered to a customer to satisfy his want. On the whole, all the entities are clubbed under goods and services. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss customer value hierarchy, wherein we will cover 5 product levels. A company can offer 5 levels of a product to satisfy the needs of the customers. Now, these 5 levels are called customer value hierarchy. And these 5 levels are core benefit of the product, generic product, expected product, augmented product, and potential product. Generally, a customer buys a product for its core benefit. That's why core benefit is the center of the circle. For example, in a hotel service, the core benefit is rest and sleep. Similarly, in an air conditioner, the core benefit is the cooling part. For an airline, the core benefit is the traveling from one place to another place. Now in hotels, the core benefit is then turned into a generic product by having a bed, bathroom, TV, wash basin and towels. Now while in the third level, the company can offer the customers the expected product by offering him clean bedroom and bathroom. At the fourth level, the company tries to give the customer an augmented product by providing superior experience. Now the potential product is the fifth and highest level, which can incorporate all the possible benefits the product can provide today and tomorrow. Potential product is at the highest level in customer value hierarchy and all the companies strive for that. Now, you are finding it difficult to remember? Think in terms of C, G, E, A, P. I am telling you again, C, G, E, A, P. C for core benefits, G for generic, E for expected, A for augmented and P for potential. So C, G, E, A, P. Isn't it easy to remember? So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the 5 levels of customer value. The first one is the core benefit, then generic, expected, augmented, and the fifth and highest level is potential product. It can also be remembered in terms of C, G, E, A, P. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss product mix. Under product mix, we will check out product width, length, and depth. Most of the companies in India and in the world deal in many products at a time. It helps the company to differentiate its offering for different set of customers. Product mix is also known as product assortment. It consists of all the products a company can offer. Any product mix consists of several product lines. Product line consists of a group of products which are closely related and similar in nature and sold to the same kind of customer base. The product mix of any company can further be divided into its width, length, and depth. Now, generally, a company starts small with a single product line and with success moves on to become a multiple product line company. Now, multiple product lines in the company are also known as the width of the product mix. For example, Unilever in India, Hindustan Unilever Limited, that is also known as HUL, deals with 4 different product lines: personal care, home care, food and drink, and water purifier. So the width for HUL consists of its 4 product lines. Now, similarly, a consumer durable company like LG in India deals in 6 product lines: television, home entertainment, mobile, computer products, home appliances, and air conditioners. In different product lines, a company offers many items or say brands with distinct characteristics. Now, these are called the length of a product mix. In the case of HUL, the length of personal wash product line goes up to 8 brands, with brands like Lux, Liril, Hammam, Briz, Lifebuoy, Dove, Pears, and Rexona. While in oral care, it has got 2 brands. One is Pepsodent and the other is Close-Up. In product mix, depth refers to different variants offered under the product length. In India, Lux is offered in 6 variants with different sizes. Now, all these different sizes and variants constitute the product depth. If you take into the cars manufactured by Maruti Suzuki, then most of the cars are offered in 3 variants called LXI, VXI, and ZXI. Now, the consistency in the product mix is also important for any company, as it helps the company to leverage the market segment, technology, and the distribution channel. And that's why you find HUL dealing in more and more FMCG products, while LG is concentrating more on electronics. To recap, we discussed the concept of product mix in this video. Product mix consists of several product lines, which forms the width, while the length consists of different brands under a single product line. Depth refers to the variants on offer. Thank you. In this video, we are going to check out product line and brand extension grid. So let us check out the grid. There are 4 possibilities in the grid based on the product category and brand. In the grid, new and existing has been taken into account. So the first possibility is line extension, wherein existing product category comes with the existing brand. Now the second possibility is brand extension, where in a new product category an existing brand is used. The third one is an additional brand with a new brand in the existing category, while diversification is all about new product category as well as new brands. Now let us try to understand the difference in line extension and brand extension. When an existing brand is extended to introduce additional items in the same product category, then it is known as line extension. For example, Lux launched 2 fruit extract soaps like Lux Strawberry and Cream and Lux Peach and Cream under the line extension. In this case, the brand name remains the same, but a new flavor, package size, or different form can be introduced by the company. Now, under the brand extension, the same brand name is used in a new product category. In 1995, HUL launched Dove brand in the premium personal wash soap category in India. Now, the brand has been extended to shampoos, conditioners, and hair oil. In the existing product category, an additional brand may also be introduced, and that becomes a part of multi-brand strategy by many FMCG companies. The company may also go for a new brand in a new product category. It becomes a part of the company's diversification strategy. ITC, the leading FMCG company in India, is into the business of cigarettes. Now it has expanded into food products, lifestyle retailing, personal products, agarbattis, safety matches, and stationery with various brands under its belt. Now in the food category, it has got ready-to-eat products under the brand Kitchens of India, staples like atta, salt, spices and instant mixes under the brand Ashirwad, snack food like biscuits under brand Sunfeast, potato chips and finger snacks under the brand name Bingo, and confectionery under the brand Minto and Candyman. In the case of lifestyle retailing, it markets the apparels under Will's Lifestyle, John Players and Miss Players. ITC is also into the business of paperboards and packaging and agribusiness besides hotels under the brand of ITC Welcome Group and information technology under ITC Infotech. So ITC is quite diversified. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the product line and brand extension grid. Under the grid, we checked out 4 possibilities: line extension, brand extension, additional brand and diversification. A marketer always faces a dilemma as to opt for brand extension or not, and the decision is not so easy. You need to be very careful. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss new product development. Let us start with a quote. The purpose of business is to create a customer. The business enterprise has 2 and only 2 basic functions: marketing and innovation. Marketing and innovation produce results, all the rest are costs. Now, the successful companies all across the world are those who constantly try to innovate and deliver the products or services which the customer wants, be it Google or Apple or Tesla or Tata, Jaguar, Land Rover or Reliance. All these successful companies rely heavily on constant innovation and marketing of their products and services. Now in this globalized world, the customer needs are ever changing. The technology is also progressing at a lightning speed. The competition is hotting up with world becoming a globalized market. That's why new product development has become crucial for a company. If you don't innovate and be with the time, you may just disappear from the market, just like Nokia and Kodak. The development of new products ranges from product modifications to an original product. Either the product development will be incremental or it will be a breakthrough like a Walkman or an iPod or an iPhone or an iPad. So new product projects fall somewhere along a continuum with breakthrough products on one extreme and incrementally altered or improved products on the other extreme. Breakthrough product introduces new products with cost reduction and creates the demand in the market. Incremental product development tries to improve the product offering so that the existing demand can be served better. If breakthrough product development represent innovations to the core, incremental product present innovation at the margin. Most of the time, a company comes out with incremental product like a new variant or additional features on a car, while breakthrough products are very few and takes a lot of time and research to develop. So let us recap. New product development is a necessity as the customer needs are changing and a company needs to keep the growth momentum positive. The development of a new product may be incremental or breakthrough. Great companies will always try to come out with a breakthrough product every few years. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the stages in new product development. New product development is not a simple exercise. It requires a lot of investment, research and development and marketing efforts. Still, the success is not guaranteed and most of the new products fail and only few succeed in the market. These only few make a company great and keep the growth momentum high. You think about Tesla, Apple, Google, Microsoft, Toyota, Sony, Samsung, and so on. The greatness lies in the new product development. New product development process passes through various stages to reach out to customers. These stages are idea generation and screening, concept development and testing, physical product development and testing, and commercialization. The nature of the new product development process generally differs with the product to product across different industries. So in a pharma company like Pfizer, new product development process will be different from a software company like Microsoft, or an auto company like Toyota, or a consumer electronics company like LG, or an FMCG company like Unilever or P&G. In a pharma company, the development of a drug starts with thousands of compounds, years of extensive clinical trials, and innumerable failures to get an effective and commercially successful drug. Similarly, in the software business, after the software development, a beta version is issued to test the product. Once all the problems are rectified in the beta version, the final version is launched. In an auto company, the new product development process passes through new design and engine for the car, to test run, to corrections based on the feedback, and then to the final product. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the 4 stages in new product development process. These stages are idea generation and screening, concept development and testing, physical product development and testing, and then finally commercialization. The risk associated with the new product development is very high, and so is the reward. That's why it is essential to go for new product development. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss product life cycle and its various stages. New product development process is just the starting point of product life cycle, that is also known as PLC. In the life of business, product life cycle passes through 4 stages: introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. Now, while plotting on a diagram, it takes the shape of a bell, leading it to call it a bell-shaped PLC curve. Let us check out the curve. As you can see, there are 4 stages in the product life cycle. Time is plotted on x-axis, while sales is plotted on the y-axis. The time as well as sales figure will depend upon product to product. In the case of a smartphone, the life cycle may be too small, say only 2 years. While in the case of a car, it may be even 8 to 10 years. In the case of FMCG products, it may be lifelong. Lux by Unilever has been there since 1925, and still it is the market leader in India, Pakistan, Brazil, Thailand, and South Africa. Let us check out the stages now. Introduction. In the introduction stage, initial sales growth is slow, but marketing and promotional expenses are high, leading to negative or no profit. The company tries to create product awareness and induces trial for the product. The second one is growth. In the growth stage, sales starts picking up, leading to rising profits. The company tries to maximize market share, resulting in increase in profits. The third stage is maturity. Sales reach to its peak in this stage and then it starts declining. Profit also starts declining. At the end of the stage, the company struggles to keep its market share intact. In the fourth stage, that is decline, sales as well as profits go down. Generally, all the products pass through these 4 stages, but in some cases, the PLC curve may be different. For example, in 2009, the demand for N95 masks had gone up tremendously in India with swine flu outbreak, but the demand had fallen sharply with the improvement in curbing it. This also happens in the case of fads, the fashion that becomes hit among the people instantly, then it peaks, and after that it declines very fast. And that's why the PLC curve will be very, very different into those cases. With the new usage of the product also, the sales and profit cycle shows a different kind of pattern, like in plastics, nylon and fiber. Sometimes a product grows rapidly, reaches its peak and then fell to a petrified level. The petrified level is sustained by the replacement market of early adopters and new market for late adopters. Another PLC pattern is found in the case of new drugs, when the drug reaches its peak and then declines. Again, the company pushes the product and it produces a second cycle. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed about the stages in the product life cycle. These stages are introduction, growth, maturity and decline. Generally, all the products pass through these 4 stages. We also discussed the different possibilities of PLC curve. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss the strategies to be followed for different stages of product life cycle. As far as product strategy is concerned, product life cycle process helps a company to plan its marketing mix. In the introduction stage, the company may focus on the core benefits through the basic product. Then it can add product line extensions in the growth stage. Thereafter, the brand can be expanded in the maturity stage and the same may be curtailed in the decline stage. Let us check out the table to understand it better. Let us check out one by one. In the table, in the introduction stage, a company always focuses on creating product awareness and trial. Then it leads to maximizing market share in the growth stage. In the maturity stage, the objective of the company is to maximize profits while defending its market share. In the decline stage, a company needs to reduce the expenditure and milk the brand. Now, as far as product strategy is concerned, in the beginning, the company offers a basic product, which goes on to offer product extensions in the growth stage. In maturity, it needs to diversify brands and item models, and in decline, it can phase out the weak models. The company offers cost plus pricing in the introduction stage, while it may offer prices to penetrate market and go on to offer competitive prices in the maturity stage. In the decline stage, a company needs to cut the price. On the distribution front, a company can go for selective distribution to intensive to again selective distribution in the decline stage. In the beginning, advertising and promotional efforts are intended to create awareness and induce trials, which go on to brand building exercise in the growth and maturity stage. In decline stage, the advertising and promotional efforts are reduced with the declining sales. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the strategies to be followed by a company under different stages of a product life cycle. In the introduction stage, a company needs to put in enough efforts to take it on to the growth phase. Then the sustenance of growth phase becomes paramount important. In maturity, it needs to maximize profits, while in the decline stage, the company should curtail its efforts and also cut the prices to keep it going. At a certain point of time, it also needs to replace the product with a new one. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss the importance of managing product and brand portfolios. As we have seen, a company passes through 4 stages in product life cycle. To keep the growth momentum, a company needs to look at their product portfolio closely. The concept of PLC, that is product life cycle, gives an idea and direction for the success and longevity of the company. The company should always take a cue from it and formulate its marketing strategy. In the era of cutthroat competition, many companies try to put their eggs into different baskets to minimize the risk. It means that through a product portfolio, a company can counter most of the attacks in the market. The company can also put some life into its products through line extension. Brand extension can also help in getting to a new category through the same brand image, but it should be used very carefully. Many companies like ITC has gone further and added additional brands in several product categories and also diversified in other businesses to sustain and enhance the business growth. Now let us recap. In this video, we talked about the importance of managing product and brand portfolios. It is important for a company to have a basket of products or services to sustain the growth momentum. Thank you. In this video, we are going to understand what is price and how important is it in marketing. Price is the second P in the marketing mix. It has got great relevance in business. Price is important because price is the only element in marketing which produces revenue. It is the monetary amount a buyer pays for a goods or a service. Now, that's why price communicates the value proposition. When a company wants to modify its marketing mix, price is the only factor in the marketing mix which can be adjusted in the short run. All the other factors like product, place and promotion may take a longer time to change. You just need to announce the price cut and it's done. In the era of hyper competition, pricing is also the easiest way to react in the market. So what is price? Price is the money you pay for any product or service. The name may be different like airfare, tuition fee, college fee, hotel tariff, insurance premium, interest charges, rent, leisure rental, retainer fee, consultancy fee, salary, commission, wage, toll or honorarium, but it means the same. Earlier, the process of buying and selling was done through the barter system. The barter system was followed by monetary units. In both the processes, there were no set prices. It was decided through the negotiation process between the buyers and sellers. Now, with the emergence of organized retailing and mass manufacturing, the companies have been setting fixed prices. There are government regulations in India to quote the maximum retail price, that is also known as MRP, for any packaged product. The government is only interested in fixing the MRP so that no consumers are cheated with a higher price under any circumstances. But a retailer or a reseller or a dealer is free to charge a lower price than the MRP. In unorganized retailing also, you can bargain the price in the shop or you can bargain the price with local roadside vendors. So let us recap. Price is all about the money you pay for buying any product or service. It is also the only factor in marketing mix which can be changed almost immediately or in short term. All the other factors like product, place and promotion can only change in the long term. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss as to how to fix the price of a product or a service. We will also check out the factors responsible for setting the price. The pricing strategy plays a key role in the success of any business. Once a company develops a new product, it needs to fix the price. A company may also need to price the product when it enters new markets or a new geographical area. Now, most of the multinational companies face the challenge of pricing the product in different markets. Apple also had to struggle a lot while pricing its iPhones all across the world in different countries. Price produces revenue for the company. The revenue in turn helps the company to fund the firm's current value creation activity and generate a profit. It also helps a pharma company like Pfizer or a technology company like Intel or Microsoft to support research that leads to a future value creation. As the customer is interested in getting the value for his money, the price should be set in relation to the value delivered and perceived by the customer. In case the price is lower than the value received, the company may lose the potential profit, while in the other case, it may lose the revenue. Please check out the graph. If the price is high, you may miss the opportunity, while if you price low, you have unharvested value. Price is consumers' incentive to buy and companies' incentive to sell. It is very crucial for any company, as too high a price will reduce the demand and too low a price will increase the demand but will reduce the profit margin in return. That's why you need to think a lot while pricing your product. A company may set the price on the basis of 6 steps. These steps are pricing objective, demand, cost, competition, pricing method, and final price. Now, on the basis of these 6 steps, you can decide upon the pricing and you can set the prices. Let us recap. In this video, we discussed as to how you fix the price for a product or service. Setting the right kind of price is very crucial for a company as it brings revenue. Lesser the price, the revenue goes down, and higher the price, customers go away. So it is crucial to price it right, and you need to follow 6 steps to set the price right. Thank you. In this video, we'll discuss the first step in setting the price. In this step, we'll check out the pricing objectives which a company may follow. A company may be guided by a pricing objective it sets for the market. Few of the common objectives are market share. For a large company like Apple or Microsoft or Google, the objective of market share is very important, as it produces several strategic benefits for the company. The second one is profit maximization. A company can also look for maximizing its profit in the short run or in the long run. Unit sales maximization. A company like Apple may look forward to more and more people buying its iPhone, or Samsung may try to sell the highest number of LED television, discourage competition. A company can also go for modest profits to discourage the entry of competitors in the market. Then comes the exclusivity. Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Rolex may price their products higher to create a perception about exclusivity of the product. When a company launches a new technology, then they set a higher price to skim the market. The consumer electronics giant Sony regularly follows the policy of market skimming pricing. When it launched high-definition television for the first time in 1990, the price was $43,000. Now the same product costs a mere $300. Partial cost recovery. In the case of non-profit and social organization, the pricing is based on the partial cost recovery, like in the government colleges and hospitals. Then slashing the price of a staple item. The strategy of loss leader is regularly applied by retailers like Big Bazaar and Spencer's in India, where they sell one staple item like wheat, rice or sugar at a lower price to drive the traffic to their store. The losses are made up from stimulating the other profitable sales in the store. And the last one is trial purchases. A company may price the product lower to induce the trial purchases. The objectives may differ from company to company, and situation to situation, but the company which use price as a strategic tool are the companies which will be successful in the long run. And that's why pricing is very, very important. The market forces or the cost should not drive the strategy of pricing. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed different pricing objectives like market share, profit maximization, exclusivity, competition, partial cost recovery, and trial purchases. A company needs to finalize the pricing objective it wants to follow. Thank you. In this video, we'll check out the role of demand in setting the price. Once the pricing objective is clear, a company needs to determine the demand for the product or service. Generally, price and demand are inversely related. The higher the price, the lower the demand, and the lower the price, the higher the demand. That's why it is called price elasticity of demand. Once plotted on a graph, it's a downward sloping curve, and you can check it out in the curve. It is important to understand price elasticity of demand for the pricing strategy, as it is clear in the graph that in the case of inelastic demand, where the impact of price change is not much, the company can change the prices. But in the case of elastic demand, it may hurt the company to increase the prices. But in the case of prestige and exclusive goods like Bentley or Rolls-Royce, the higher price may lead to more demand, as some customers assume it to be of superior quality. In the case of frequently bought FMCG products, the customers are very, very price sensitive. But in the case of infrequently bought items like LED television or air conditioner, they will be less price sensitive. Sometimes a company can charge a higher price and still sell more when the company can convince the customer that the total cost of ownership is lower than the competing brand. HP advertises on the principles of low cost of ownership for its PCs by showing downtime cost to the company for its competitor PCs. Generally, companies try to estimate their demand curve by doing a statistical analysis or price experiments or by a survey. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the role of demand in setting the price. In the inelastic demand, the price may be kept high, but in the case of elastic demand, it may not be kept high, as it may impact the demand. But the same may not apply in the case of prestige and exclusive goods. Thank you. In this video, we'll check out the role of costs in setting the price. Besides the demand, a company also needs to estimate the costs. Costs are internal to company, while demand is an external factor. Demand shows the way as to how much maximum a company can charge its customers, while costs help to find out how much minimum price can a company afford. In any business, there are different types of costs. So fixed cost is the cost which does not vary with the production. For example, fixed cost like plant and machinery remains the same, whatever the number of units are produced. But variable costs vary with the production. For example, for producing one car, 5 tires are required, and if you want to produce 2 cars, then you require 10 tires. Total cost is the sum of the fixed and variable cost, and average cost of the product is taken out from the total cost divided by number of units produced. A company should try to keep the production level at the optimum, where the average cost of production per unit is least. Once a company goes on producing the same product for a longer duration, then the company can reduce the average cost with accumulated production experience. It is also called experience curve or learning curve. Now let us check out activity-based cost accounting. In the age of organized retailing, the real profitability of dealing with different retailers, the manufacturers need to use activity-based cost accounting instead of a standard cost accounting. Now, activity-based cost accounting takes real cost into consideration on each of its customers. Besides the other costs, it also takes overhead costs into account. Now, let us talk about target costing. Generally, in the learning curve, you can reduce the cost of production with your scale and experience. But if you are offering a new product in the market, then how do you do that? You do it by the cumulative efforts of your engineers, designers, and your suppliers. This way, you can reduce the cost and offer the product at a lower price than your competitor like the Japanese company do. They call it target costing. They at first decide the price to sell it and then go backward to the target cost on which they want the product. Now let us recap. We discussed the various types of costs associated in setting the price. We discussed fixed cost, variable cost, activity-based cost, and target costing. A company needs to have a close eye on the cost. The same helps in getting the right kind of prices. Thank you. In this video, we will check out the role of competition in setting the price. Although the price is decided on the basis of the cost and demand factors, the competitive prices and offers are very important to sustain the business. If the differentiation is big enough and understood by customers, then you can relax with your premium pricing. But if the difference is not understood, then the company may offer similar pricing or better pricing than the competitor. Practically, a company competes with the competition in the segment, whether it is the case of FMCG products or consumer durables or auto products. It has a lot of impact. Most of the time, it is taken as a benchmark, so you are left with three choices. Either you price it more, or price it less, or price it equal. In all the cases, your price is influenced by competition. In the case of smartphones also, we find the pricing almost at par in the case of Apple and Samsung flagship models. Now let us recap. Competition has a lot of impact on the pricing of a company. Practically, a company competes with the competition in its segment. Only in the case of luxury products, the pricing may be a stand-alone and may not be impacted by competition. Thank you. In this video, we'll check out the role of pricing method in setting the price. On the basis of the customer demand, cost of the product, and the price set by the competitor, the company can select a pricing method. There are several ways to select the price. The first one is full cost or markup pricing. Full cost or markup pricing is the most elementary and desirable way of pricing by the company. The company just needs to calculate its costs and then it has to decide the margin or the markup it wants and price is decided. But the market is not that easy to let you decide your price. Most of the time, the customer and competition will drive you to go for a different pricing altogether. Second one is target return pricing. In the similar way, a company may decide its return on investment. On the basis of the ROI, that is return on investment, the company can decide its target return pricing. The third one is perceived value pricing. In the case of perceived value pricing, price is decided on the basis of perceived value from the product by the customers. The value can be understood with the help of a survey, focus groups, conjoint analysis, a statistical analysis of the past data, and through own judgment. Most of the time, leading companies price their products higher than their competitor on the basis of higher perceived value. As the perceived value with the company is higher than the competitors on account of better performance, warranty offered, customer care, and brand value. Companies like DuPont and Caterpillar generally go for perceived value pricing. Now let us come to the fourth one. The fourth one is value pricing. Value pricing is an age-old technique to price the products lower while giving a high-quality product to the customer. The success of retail giants like Walmart, Big Bazaar are a proof of that. Low-cost airline like Southwest Airline, Air Asia and Indigo also follow the value pricing method in the airline segment. Bata also follows the value pricing for its footwear products in India. Walmart follows the philosophy of value pricing through everyday low prices, that is called EDLP, where it charges constant low prices. Another method is high-low pricing, where the prices are temporarily lowered for a specific period than the EDLP level. On the other days, the retailer charges a higher price. The fifth one is follow the crowd or going rate pricing. It is largely based on competitors' prices. Most of the commodities like cement, steel, paper, fertilizer, TMT bars are sold at a similar price. If there are some differences in the price, it is very minuscule. Although the going rate pricing is based on the collective wisdom of the industry, it cannot be the best option for many companies. So now let us talk about auction type pricing. Sealed bid auctions has been quite popular with the government agencies for getting the price from their suppliers. In the business to business marketing segment, it is quite prevalent. Now it is also becoming popular for business to consumer or consumer to consumer segment through eBay. The last one is group pricing. Group pricing is quite popular in Western countries, where through internet, buyers join groups to purchase the products at a lower price. Nearby, earlier known as Groupon, is very popular website which is present in many countries across the globe besides India. So let us recap now. In this video, we discussed different pricing methods like full cost or markup pricing, target return pricing, perceived value pricing, going rate pricing, auction type pricing and group pricing. These pricing methods help in setting the final price for a company. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss as to how to select the final prices. Pricing methods help a company to select a price from a range of prices. While selecting the final prices, a company must consider various things like customer psychology and pricing. Many customers feel that if they are buying an expensive product, they are buying a better quality product. In a status symbol and ego-sensitive product also, price becomes an indicator of quality. Again, if the price happens to be an odd number and falls on say 99 or 95 or 0.95, then the consumers might feel it being cheaper. In USA, many products are priced ending with $0.99, while in India, Bata prices its product ending with 0.95. Now, many products are priced like a book priced at rupees 295 or a LED television priced at 29,990 rupees. These prices look attractive to the customers. Many companies also like to keep their maximum retail price higher than the actual price in the market. That is called market operative price. It leads the consumers to believe that the product is of high quality and now it is available for a lower price. In the case of Sony, actual price may only be lower by 5%, while in the case of LG, it can be 10 to 15% below the MRP. In the case of new cars in demand, there is often lesser or no discount, while there may be more discount on the models which are not so much in demand. The second one is gain and risk sharing prices. In the case of software, generally the prices are too high. In those cases, The software development company may guarantee the expected return or expected profits or expected efficiency for the buyer company with the usage of the software. Here, the seller company might bear the risk in selling, and the method is known as gain and risk sharing prices. The third one is impact of other marketing activities. Besides the price, depending upon the quality of the product and the advertising and promotions, a company can charge a premium price or it can go for competitive pricing. Most of the time, consumers are more concerned about the quality, service, customer support, delivery, and other aspects. The fourth one is company pricing policies. Different companies in different sectors have different pricing policies while selling the product. In the banking sector, with more usage of ATM and other facilities like online banking or mobile banking, most of the banks are charging penalty for not maintaining average quarterly balance. In the same way, most of the low-cost airlines charge a cancellation fee on their tickets. Dell uses a technique called cost forecasting to price its product based on consumer demand and the company's own costs. Then the last one is pricing impact on other parties. While a company decides its pricing, it needs to take into consideration its distributors, dealers, and retailers, besides the competition and the government regulation. So let us recap. While finalizing the price, a company may go for psychological pricing. In the case of IT services, gain and risk sharing prices are popular, while the final price may also be impacted by other marketing activities. Many companies have their own pricing policy also, while a company also needs to gauge the impact of pricing on other parties. Thank you. In this video, we'll discuss different ways to adapt the price. Based on different factors like geographical cost and demand, purchase timing, delivery frequency, guarantees, service requirement, a company may adapt its pricing. Geographical pricing. In several countries, the pricing of a product changes geographically. In India, in the case of auto products, the consumers are charged differently based on the locations. The difference can also be attributed to the difference in excise duty and road tax structures in different states. Second one is price discounts and allowances. In the distribution channel, most of the companies give discounts for early payments, bulk purchases, and off-season buying. Price discount is also a regular phenomenon in the case of consumer durables and cars purchases. In FMCG goods also, all the big retailers like Big Bazaar, Spencer's give regular discounts. The third one is promotional pricing. Time to time, companies also employ various pricing techniques to increase the sales. The first one is loss leader pricing. The strategy of loss leader is regularly applied by retailers like Big Bazaar and Spencer's in India, where they sell one brand at a lower price to drive the traffic to their store. The losses are made up from stimulating the other profitable sales in the store. But this kind of philosophy might hurt the brand on whose discounts are given. Cash rebates. Cash rebates are also given on several products including consumer durables and auto products. Low interest financing. As an incentive to the consumer, a company can provide low interest financing or zero interest financing. Honda generally sells its bikes at a lower rate of interest, while Mercedes and BMW also follow the same strategy. Warranties and service contracts. Warranties and service contracts can also be utilized to make the product more attractive to the consumers, as it is successfully done in the case of cars or bikes. The fourth one is differentiated pricing. Sometimes companies follow differential pricing strategy across different market segments. In the case of low-cost airlines, different fares are charged from different customers. If you buy the tickets early, you get it cheaper or you will pay a high price. It is also known as time pricing. Under this, let us talk about product mix pricing. To maximize profits, a company needs to price its product in a different way when the product is a part of the product mix. Due to demand and cost interrelationships and varying degree of competition, the pricing becomes a very difficult exercise. Then comes the product line pricing. Most of the companies deal in multiple products under single product line. That's why they need to form a policy of pricing so that the profits of the company can be maximized and pricing can suit different market segments. It is equally applied to a FMCG company like Unilever selling Lux to Dove, or a technology company like Intel to price their products properly for their different microprocessors. For a typical desktop, Intel has got different microprocessors to select from. Optional feature pricing. This strategy is regularly used by car manufacturers to price their cars at a lower price for the basic model and better equipped models at a higher cost a lot. Ultimately, consumers end up buying better equipped model at the higher prices. Then comes the captive product pricing. The utility of some products are dependent upon captive or ancillary products like shaving razors require cartridges. A printer also requires cartridges. In this case, a leading company in printer, HP, often prices its printers at a very low cost and prices cartridges at a higher price. Similarly, Gillette also prices its razors at a lower price and makes it up by selling its cartridges at a higher price. Let us come to two-part pricing. Two-part pricing involves fixed fee and a variable usage fee. In the case of mobile postpaid and telephone services, generally a monthly fee is charged and then on the basis of the usage, a variable fee is charged. In the case of discotheques also, there is a cover charge and then there is the variable payment if ordered something more than the cover charge. Then comes the byproduct pricing. In the case of petroleum and vegetable oil, the production also results in a byproduct. Depending upon the usage and prices of those byproducts, the pricing of main products can be lowered. Then comes the product bundle pricing. Many companies try to sell a product bundle to a customer for making the offer attractive by giving more value to the consumer. For example, one product may be bundled with an ancillary products like hand wash with hand wash refill pack, or in some cases the bundle may be totally different, like selling a television with a refrigerator in the wedding season, or in some cases products may be offered with services like Samsung handset with Airtel connection. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed geographical pricing, price discounts and allowances, promotional pricing and differentiated pricing. Under promotional pricing, we discussed loss leader pricing, cash rebates, low interest financing and warranties. Under differentiated pricing, we discussed product mix pricing, product line pricing, optional feature pricing, captive product pricing, two-part pricing, byproduct pricing and product bundle pricing. Thank you. In this video, we will discuss the price changes in the form of price cuts or price increases. Companies also need to respond in the situations when the prices are needed to be changed. The price change can either be on the company's initiative or reaction to the changes in competitors' prices. The first one is price cuts. Many companies go for price cuts to gather more market share or to sell the unsold inventory due to excess plant capacity. But the company should be careful as not to get into low quality trap. The company should also avoid fragile market share trap where the customer switch their products frequently on the basis of the price cuts offered by different companies. In shallow pockets trap, a big company like Tata or Reliance in India can cut the prices and can sustain themselves for a longer period of time due to their deep cash reserves. Now let us talk about price increases. Increases in prices leads to more profitability for any company. In normal circumstances, every company wants to increase their prices. Generally, a company increases its prices by a small amount so that it is below the just noticeable difference for the customer. FMCG companies like Unilever, Colgate tend to reduce the quantity of the product rather than increasing the price. The company may also go for larger packaging to sell at a lower price, or it may remove few of the product services. The company may also offer a fighter brand to counter the competitors' low pricing and to increase its market. For example, Levi's has launched Levi's Signature and Wrangler has launched Hero Wrangler to fight the competition with a lower priced offering under these brands. Price changes directly affect the customers, competitors, dealers, retailers and the government. Customers perceive price cuts in FMCG as a welcome step, while with respect to other costlier products, they might think about the low quality of the product. Price increase is thought out favorably in the market for a costlier item, but in the case of FMCG or services like telecom, it can affect adversely in the hyper-competitive market. Let us recap. In this video, we have discussed the price changes on the basis of the company's initiative or on the basis of competitors' reaction. Although price cuts are welcome by customer, but it may not have a positive impact on the balance sheet. While price increase also needs to be done carefully to sustain the market. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the third P in marketing mix, that is place. Place is very crucial for the success of any business. Place is all about reaching out to the customers. Once you have a product and you want to sell it in the market for a price, you need to have the place to sell it. It means you need to have a distribution channel to sell it. Place is a set of mechanisms or the network via which a firm goes to the market. Place is also known as marketing channel or trade channel or a distribution channel. Now, marketing channels are sets of interdependent organizations involved in the process of making a product or service available for use or consumption. Now, what does a marketing channel or a distribution channel do? It serves mainly four functions. The first one is demand generation, demand fulfillment, after sales service, and information and feedback for strategy development. On the one hand, manufacturer or a company is there, and on the other hand, customers are there. Both will be connected through the distribution channel and will perform all the functions. The marketing channel helps to generate the demand for the company. The company then fulfills the demand and also provide after sales service through them. It also helps in giving the information and feedback to the company from the customers. In the market, different companies follow different ways to reach the market. While Unilever sells its products with the help of millions of retailers, Suzuki in India appoints its dealer network and its service network. A company like Eureka Forbes, Asia's largest direct sales organization, sells its water purifiers, vacuum cleaners, air purifiers and security solutions through 7,000 direct sales force touching 1.5 million Indian homes. Similarly, Amway sells its products through 450,000 Amway business owners in India. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the meaning and functions of the third P in marketing mix, that is place. Place fulfills four functions: demand generation, demand fulfillment, after sales service, and information and feedback for a strategy development. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss as to why do you require a place or a marketing channel or a distribution channel. Marketing channels or distribution channels are essential for the success of any business. Most of the companies do not prefer to sell the products directly, but with the help of marketing channels. Can you tell me why? Let us check out the first one. Think about a situation where a car company needs to sell its car to the customers all across the world or in a specific country. Then he needs to invest into dealerships. Now, one dealership will require investment to the tune of almost $500,000 to $1 million. And if there are 500 dealerships, then the overall investment may go up to $250 million to $500 million. So how many companies will be able to generate enough financial resources to distribute the products on their own? That's why they opt for a marketing channel. Now, let us think about a different situation. You are trying to sell Lux or Dove soap in the market, and you need to reach out to over 1 million retail outlets, say in India. Now, how do you reach out on such a massive scale? The answer is through marketing channel, and that's why you require a marketing channel. These channels also help in breaking the bulk and create assortment for the customers. This is particularly important in the case of rural areas where the goods are sold in small quantities. From the business perspective also, by concentrating on manufacturing, a company can earn more than it can earn into direct retailing or direct selling. Besides that, it fulfills four functions: demand generation, demand fulfillment, after sales service, and information and feedback for a strategy development. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed as to why do you require marketing channel or distribution channel. Marketing channels are required to make life easier for a company, either due to necessity as in FMCG products or due to huge investments required in managing the channel. The channel also facilitates demand generation, demand fulfillment, after sales service, and information and feedback for a strategy development. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the classification of marketing channel intermediaries. On the whole, marketing channel intermediaries can be divided into three categories: merchants, agents, and facilitators. Merchants buy, take title to, and resell the goods from the company like wholesalers and retailers. Agents do not take title to the goods and just help the company in forwarding the goods to the stockist or distributors. They are also known as brokers, manufacturers' representatives, and sales agents. Facilitators help a company in the distribution process. These include warehouses, transportation companies, banks, advertising agencies. Now let us recap. In this video, we classified the marketing channel intermediaries into three categories: merchants, agents, and facilitators. All these three categories are important from a company's perspective. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss marketing channel levels. Have you ever thought why cars are sold through dealerships, while FMCG products sell through general convenience stores, and consumer durables are sold through exclusive dealerships or multi-brand outlets? Let us check out that. For any company, successful value creation needs successful value delivery. A company needs to design the distribution network and then it needs to manage this network. A company can decide its way to reach the customers. In some cases, the company has a choice to decide, but in some cases, there are no choices. When a company reaches its customers directly, then it can be called a zero-level channel. It is also called a direct marketing channel. Companies like Eureka Forbes, Amway, Dell, Tupperware, Avon, and Bata do their businesses directly. It also includes door-to-door sales, telemarketing, television marketing, internet selling, and manufacturer-owned store. Now, Eureka Forbes sell its product directly to the customer through its sales force. Bose sells its sound systems through its showrooms in India. Many products are also sold through infomercials on various television channels in the late night. Customers can order the products through phone and get the home delivery. Now these are all zero-level channel. Now one-level channel. One-level channel includes one intermediary between the company and the customers. For example, all the two-wheeler and four-wheeler companies like Honda, Bajaj Auto, Maruti Suzuki, Toyota, Hyundai, Ford have dealerships in between the company and the customers. In two-level channel, a wholesaler and a retailer deals with the company on the one side and customers on the other. In three-level channel, there are three intermediaries: distributor, wholesaler, and retailer. In certain products, there is the existence of multi-level channel. In case of Unilever also, there are three and more intermediaries depending upon the point of sales to the customers, like clearing and forwarding agents, a stockist, and then to retail outlets. Sometimes there is a wholesaler in between the stockist and retail outlets. In the case of food grains and vegetables also, sometimes there are 3 to 6 level channels involved. In the case of industrial marketing also, a similar structure exists in the market. Either the manufacturer sells its product directly or it can sell through a distributor. As the products are technical in nature, sometimes the distributor is assisted with the manufacturer's representative or manufacturer's sales branch. So we have checked out the consumer one as well as the business one. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the presence of different channel levels. These channel levels are decided as a part of company's marketing strategy. But on the whole, in auto products, you find one level channel, while in FMCG, there may be multiple level channels. In consumer durables, there may be one or more channel levels. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss marketing channel flows. A marketing channel performs the work of moving goods from producers to customers. It overcomes the time, place, and position gaps, which separate goods and services from those who need or want them. As far as the flow of goods, title, and promotion are concerned in different channel levels, there is a forward flow. But in the case of payment, it goes backward to the company from the customer. In the case of information, negotiation, finance, and risk taking, it flows both ways between the company and the customer, with the intermediaries in between. Then there are reverse flow channel also, in which the product moves back to the company. For example, in resale or exchange offers, products also go back to the company to refurbish it. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the marketing channel flows. There may be forward flow, backward flow, flow taking both ways, and reverse flow as far as channel flows are concerned. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the channel design decisions. How do you design a marketing channel? Channel design decisions are crucial for any company, whether it's new, or it's old. In the case of a new company, it becomes even tougher to get the products on the shelves of the retailers. The problem does not lie in deciding the channel design, but the problem lies in convincing the wholesalers, dealers, and retailers to carry your product. In the case of an old and established company like Toyota, the company might be spoiled with choices for the dealers. But the same case will not apply to all the companies. The length of the channel can be decided on the basis of various factors. The first factor is analyzing customers' desired service output levels. Under this, we will talk about various factors. Size of the market. Larger market requires longer channel to serve the customer, while shorter channel is required for small markets. Service requirement. If the product requires a service backup like a car or a bike, the channel should be 0 or 1 level channel. Lot size. A customer may require the product in lot size of 1, while a business customer may require the same product in bulk quantity. Depending upon the requirement, the channel length is decided. Product variety. Most of the companies deal in wide assortment of products. Then the availability of all the products becomes essential at the retail outlet. The second consideration is establishing objectives and constraints. Channel objectives are also taken into consideration while deciding the role of intermediary. FMCG product does not require any support. That's why the length can be longer. While the products needing service support like construction equipment, machineries require to be sold directly by the company or by an agent. Perishable products like vegetables are sold directly to the customers in the rural areas, but gets into a 1 to 2 level to 3 level channels in the urban areas. Identifying major channel alternatives. There are several channel options available with any company to market its product like distributor, dealer, wholesaler, retailer, sales force, agents, direct mail, telemarketing, and internet. It depends upon the company as to which channel it wants to sell its product through. Eureka Forbes sell its water purifier through direct selling, and Kent RO water purifier sells the product through distributor, direct marketing dealers, and showrooms. In the same way, A1 sells its cosmetic range through direct selling network, while Revlon, Garnier sell its cosmetic through a regular channel involving stockists, wholesalers, and retailers. Now you need to evaluate major channel alternatives. Channels of distribution may be evaluated on such primary criteria as cost of distribution, coverage of market, customer service, and communication with the market and control of distribution network. A detailed cost analysis of distribution is the first step in evaluating various channel alternatives on a sales cost basis. The decision that a company should go with wholesaler or it should have its own branch office depends upon the costs involved into that. Generally, costs can be calculated from the published sources and through market information network. Companies generally try to move towards lower cost channels. Among all the channel alternatives, internet is the lowest cost channel, while direct sales force is the highest one. In between channels like telemarketing, retail stores, distributors, value-added partners, all these channel partners exist. For example, a bank can deliver its services to the customers with branch banking, through ATMs, or through net banking, or through mobile banking. Companies, those are successful in switching their customers to lower cost channels, assuming no loss of sales or a deterioration in service quality, will gain a channel advantage. Now, coverage of the market is also important to help you out in decision making. Coverage can be decided on the basis of number of customers or on the basis of a geographical area. In both the cases, the cost is taken into consideration for channel decision making. Now let us recap. In this video, we discuss the factors which may help in channel design decision. A company needs to analyze the customer's desired service output levels. It needs to establish objectives and constraints. It needs to identify the major channel alternative, and it needs to evaluate major channel alternatives. All these factors will help a company to design its marketing channel. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss distribution strategies. At each channel level, a company also needs to decide the number of intermediaries. Let us check it out. There are 3 distribution strategies available to the company. The first one is exclusive distribution, intensive distribution, and selective distribution. Let us talk about the first one, exclusive distribution. Exclusive distribution strategy is generally followed in the case of two-wheelers, four-wheelers, consumer electronics, men's and women's apparels, besides other products. A company can provide the best customer experience through its exclusive distribution network. BMW, Mercedes, Toyota, Honda, Gucci, and Bose try to give the best of sales and service support to their customers. Fast food companies like McDonald's, Pizza Hut, and Domino's Pizza also go for exclusive distribution through their franchises. The second one is intensive distribution. Intensive distribution is just the opposite of exclusive distribution. A company tries to sell its product through many channels to get more market share. It works well in the low cost and low involvement products like FMCG products. Now, most of the convenience goods are sold through a wide variety of different retail outlets. The distribution setup of Unilever is based on intensive distribution. In the case of intensive distribution, the distribution may go up to millions of outlets. The third one is selective distribution. Selective distribution is about selecting the middle path to sell your goods. Selective distribution is about selling the products in few places rather than all the places. In the consumer electronics category, apparels category, PCs, laptops, and smartphones, companies prefer to go for selective distribution. Companies like Sony, LG, Levi's, Wrangler, HP, Lenovo generally go for selective distribution by having their own brand shops like Sony World or LG Best Shop or Samsung Plaza, or selling through big retailers like Big Bazaar, Chroma, eZone, Best Buy, or selling through retailers or resellers. Besides the type and number of intermediaries, a company should also decide the role and responsibilities of its channel partners with respect to price policy, condition of sale, and distributors' territorial rights. It helps to build a long-term relationship with its channel partners. In the case of exclusive dealerships and franchises, these rights and responsibilities in black and white becomes more important. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the 3 distribution strategies available to the company: exclusive distribution, intensive distribution, and selective distribution. Exclusive distribution happens with auto products and fast food companies, while intensive distribution works well in FMCG sector, and consumer durables mostly fall in the selective distribution category. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the difference between pull and push strategy. A company needs to understand as to what kind of marketing strategy it wants to implement, whether it will be a push strategy or pull strategy. In the case of low cost, low involvement, impulse products, push strategy works better. The company just needs to push its products through the marketing channel by its sales staff. Sales staff is supported by the trade promotion scheme. On the other hand, pull strategy works better in high involvement products like consumer durables and auto products. In this strategy, manufacturer advertises the products heavily to induce customers to ask for their products. So on the whole, in push strategy, the product is pushed to the retail shelf, so that is visible and available, while in pull strategy, the customers are pulled towards the product by advertising and brand building exercises. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the pull as well as push strategy. It is always better to pull the customers towards your product, but if it is not happening, push will give you the way to market your products. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss channel management decisions. The decisions may be related to selection, training, motivation, evaluation, and modification in channel management. The success of any marketing channel lies in the foundation of a right channel design decision. But design decision is just the planning part. It needs to be implemented to be successful. The implementation can be taken care of with the help of channel management decisions. It includes right from selecting a channel member to training them, to motivating them, and to evaluating them on their performance. In case the performance is not as expected, the modifications are done by the company in the channel arrangements. Now let us check out the first one, selecting channel members. The first priority for any company in selecting the right kind of channel members. As the business is dependent upon the marketing channel partners, it becomes crucial for the success of any company to select the best channel partner. All the companies, whether it's a product manufacturing company like Colgate or LG, or a service company like a Starbucks or McDonald's, need a good channel partner to succeed. Generally, all the companies advertise through newspapers and trade magazines to look out for channel partners. If the company is known and successful, it becomes quite easy for the company to find them. But in the case of a new company launching a new product, then finding a channel partner can be very tough. In both the cases, the parameters for selecting a channel partner should be very clear from the company as well as the channel partner perspective. In some businesses, like opening a McDonald's franchise, the location becomes very important than in any other business, as the business is dependent on the footfalls it can get. The company can evaluate any channel partner on the basis of business experience, financial capabilities, locational advantages, growth and profit record, experience of the promoters. In the case of exclusive distribution, these parameters become more important for the company. The second part is training channel partners. Once the channel partner is selected, they need to be trained as they are the face of the company. All the companies have intensive training programs for its dealers to tell them about their sales and service capabilities, product knowledge, expected service quality, and operational procedures to follow. For example, Samsung regularly trains its sub-dealers, direct dealers, and service franchises. The training tries to facilitate performance, improve knowledge, skills, and attitude of its dealers and sales staff. The training is given both through online as well as offline methods, which covers functional, technical, and behavioral aspects. Motivating channel members. As the channel members are as important as your customers, a company needs to make them happy. Just like anybody, channel members are also needs to be motivated. On the one hand, the company tries to train them for their better performance, and on the other hand, the company provides them incentives, higher margins, premiums, display allowances, advertising allowances, and special deals. While managing the relationship with the channel members, a company can use coercive power, or it can use reward power or legitimate power. A company can also use expert power or referent power. In the case of coercive and legitimate power, the relationship can turn sour and it may not be productive in the long run. But the widely used reward power works the best to get the cooperation from the channel members. In the case of expert power, the channel member look forward to the company for its expertise and becomes dependent if the expertise is ever changing. When a company is highly respected like Sony, LG, Apple, Maruti Suzuki, then they have referent power. The channel members feel proud to be associated with it. In turn, it makes the channel partners cooperate with the company. This is the highest authority a company can possess. Evaluating channel members. Channel members are evaluated on the basis of their sales, inventory level, service support, delivery time performance, complaint redressal, promotional program implementation, and training performance. If the performance of the channel member is satisfactory, then it is rewarded for its effort, and if the performance falls below mark, it is advised to make necessary changes in the processes. In case of channel members where the problems are beyond rectification, they are removed and the company appoints a new channel member. Modifying channel arrangements. With the changing times, the company needs to modify its channel arrangements. The product line can expand, the customer buying pattern can change, the new competition can come up, a new distribution channel can emerge, or the demand of the product can change by getting into the later stages of product life cycle. All these factors can lead the company to change its channel arrangement, and that will be very crucial for the success of the company. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the channel management decisions related to selection, training, motivation, evaluation, and modification. All these factors are crucial for managing a successful channel. A company needs to be careful at all these levels to help the channel to perform at desired levels. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss channel conflict. With more competition in the market, channel conflict arises among most of the channel members. In the cases of selective distribution and intensive distribution, the channel members are always at loggerheads. Now, a typical retailer faces the competition not from the competitors to sell its product, but also from the other retailers or resellers or dealers from the same brand. A retailer faces competition from its neighborhood stores, exclusive brand shops, and organized retailer. For example, a Sony retailer faces competition from Sony World, other stores selling the Sony product, and the organized retailers like eZone and Chroma in India. A company needs to manage the channel conflicts in such a way that ultimately it should lead to more sales. Now, what are the causes of channel conflict? Vertical channel conflict happens when wholesalers and retailers come into conflict. While in the horizontal conflict, it may arise at the same level. Like in the case of two-wheelers, it may happen that one Honda dealer is giving more discount to the customer than another Honda dealer. Multi-channel conflict arises when the company has more than two channels, as discussed in the case of Sony. These kind of conflicts are quite common. Many times the conflict arises due to differences in the perception by the company and the channel members. The company may be optimistic about the current and future sales, but the channel members may not be. The channel members can also be affected by the product and pricing policies of the company, which may lead to conflict. Sometimes a conflict may arise between the sales force and the dealers for over-promising the customers. Now, how do you manage channel conflict? Sometimes channel conflict may be constructive, but most of the time it's destructive in nature. The best way for a company is to manage it at the channel level. Ultimately, a channel as well as company seeks more profit in selling the product. The 4 strategic alternatives available for resolving conflicts are bargaining, boundary, interpenetration, and super organizational strategies. The bargaining strategy involves both the parties to look out for mutual benefit and return to be ready for some give and take. For example, Samsung can say that it will increase the inventory level of its dealers by 50%, but will also give credit from the earlier 30 days to 60 days. The boundary strategy is meant for resolving conflict through diplomacy. The diplomat should be fully aware with the situation and should know what to negotiate. In the interpenetration strategy, the conflict is resolved through frequent informal interactions. A dealer council helps to remove horizontal channel conflict as well as vertical channel conflict. Here the company needs to talk to the channel members to understand their mutual benefit and implement strategies which are useful for both of them. Lastly, if the conflict is not resolved, then super organizational strategy of conciliation, mediation, and arbitration works for the company. In some cases, government authorities also interfere in solving the matter. As Telecom Regulatory Authority of India looks after the mobile telephony and drug controller looks after the pharma industry in India. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the causes as well as remedies for managing channel conflict. Channel conflict may arise even after you are taking enough care of your channel members. Once it arises, you need to manage it better. Otherwise, it may prove costly in the short as well as long run. Thank you. In this video, we are going to talk about promotion, the 4th P in marketing. Promotion can also be understood in terms of integrated marketing communication. So what is promotion? Promotion is the coordination of all the efforts the company undertakes to aware and persuade the customers to buy products and services. Once the product is developed in accordance with the needs of the customers, it needs to be priced attractively, and then it needs to be available at the point of purchase. But the customer will ask about your product in the market only when he or she is aware about it. Again, awareness or communication to the customer is not everything. It should be in such a way that customers select your product over competitors' product. Robert Lauterbach calls promotion as a communication from the perspective of the consumer. Now, it is also widely known as integrated marketing communications. Earlier, it was known only as marketing communication, as the media vehicles were few and doing promotion was simpler before 1980s. Now it has become very complex. Today, a company needs to integrate all the marketing communications activities to get the maximum reach to the target audience with minimum resources. Don Sulj, referred as the father of integrated marketing communications, is of the view that IMC deals with all the sources of brand and company contact that a customer or prospect has with a product or service. It takes big picture approach to planning, marketing and promotion programs and coordinating the various communication functions. It requires that a company develop a total communication strategy that recognizes how all of a firm's marketing activities, not just promotion, communicate with its customers. There are several advantages of integrated marketing communications, that is also known as IMC. The biggest advantage is that it creates synergy among the various promotional tools. When the consumers are less responsive to traditional advertising, it tries to reach through different tools like digital marketing, public relations, and other tools. It also tries to create interactivity in the sales and promotional messages through the usage of technology. As there have been decline in the audience size for many media, it helps to develop more efficient and effective marketing communications program. Many companies try to indulge customers in the teaser campaigns through digital medium. IMC builds the most effective platform to promote a product or service through its integrated usage of communication tools for selling soaps or selling services to a job seeker. In both the cases, the promotional requirements are different, but IMC does the job. The promotional requirements of Unilever are different from Naukri.com. In the case of Unilever, all the FMCG products are meant for mass consumption and distribution, which in turn makes Unilever depend more on television commercial than the other media vehicle. On the other hand, in the case of Naukri.com, the users can only be internet literates who can surf a website to find a job. That's why most of the communication is done to target online people through ad banners on leading websites. Here the revenue of Naukri comes from the companies who place their job requirements and from the people who have gone for premium services. Besides giving a lot of emphasis on digital marketing, it also advertises with a television campaign to attract the people associated with the companies who are using or may use their services besides their target job seekers. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the meaning, importance, and advantages of integrated marketing communications. A company needs to integrate all the marketing communications activities to get the maximum reach to the target audience with minimum resources. It also helps to create synergy and interactivity among various tools of promotional mix, that is also known as tools of IMC. Thanks. In this video, we are going to discuss the communication process, which is also known as communication model. Today, customers are communicated through various communication channels like print advertisement, television commercial, posters, leaflets, point of purchase materials, hoardings, video films, and so on. This process of marketing communication passes through 9 major components as shown in the figure. In this figure, as you can see, there are 2 major parties, sender and receiver, in the communication process, and 2 communication tools, message and media. In the process, 4 communication functions are involved: encoding, decoding, response, and feedback. Besides these, there is noise which falls in the process of communication. Through this model, the communication exercise can be done effectively. The sender, that is the company, needs to know whom they want to reach. On the basis of the audience, the message is designed and right media vehicle is selected to communicate the message. The message should be in such a way that can be decoded by the audience easily. Through feedback and response, the company can modify its message and communication channel to be more effective. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the communication process. The process of communication happens between 2 parties, sender and receiver, utilizes 2 communication tools, message and media, and involves communication functions like encoding, decoding, response, and feedback. Thanks. In this video, we are going to discuss the consumer response hierarchy models. The ultimate goal of a company is to motivate customers to buy your products. The consumers goes through different stages before landing on to the actual purchase. The stages can be understood more clearly by the three different consumer response hierarchy models. These models are ADA model given by E.K. Strong, hierarchy of effects model given by Robert Lavage and Gary Steiner, and innovation adoption model given by Everett Rogers. Through a consumer response hierarchy model, a company seeks cognitive, affective, and behavioral response. A company at first tries to make the consumer aware by putting information in the consumer's mind. Then it tries to change the attitude, and then it seeks the consumer to act and buy the product. The most commonly used model is ADA model, that is attention, interest, desire, and action. It says that a company needs to get the attention of the consumer about the product. Attention leads to generation of interest and then to desire, which ultimately leads to action by the purchase made by the consumer. Similarly, in the hierarchy of effects model, Lavage and Steiner have talked about two stages in cognitive process, that is awareness and knowledge, which leads to liking, preference, and conviction in the affective stage, which in turn leads to purchase by the consumers. Taking the model towards the innovation, Roger has given the model called innovation adoption model. This model starts with awareness and goes on to interest and evaluation in the affective stage, and finally it goes for trial and adoption. While ADA model can be widely applicable to almost all the products, it suits more to the low involvement and low cost purchases like potato chips, ice cream, soft drinks, and all. For costlier and higher involvement purchases, generally the consumer goes through 6 stages of Lavage and Steiner model like consumer durables. An innovative or a technological product requires the benefit to be clearly understood by the consumers. That's why an actual purchase happens in the process of interest, evaluation, trial, and then adoption. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the consumer response hierarchy models. We discussed ADA model. We discussed hierarchy of effects model, and then we discussed innovation adoption model. Among these, the most commonly used model is ADA model, that is attention, interest, desire, and action. Thanks. In this video, we are going to check out the promotional mix and tools under promotional mix. These tools may also be called tools of integrated marketing communications. Integrated marketing communications utilizes 6 tools to reach its target market and to build its brand equity. These tools are also called elements of promotional mix. These tools are advertising, sales promotion, public relations, direct marketing, personal selling, and digital marketing. All these tools help a company to promote its product efficiently and effectively. We will discuss about these tools in the next few videos. Thank you. In this video, we are going to check out the first tool in promotional mix, that is advertising. Before we define advertising, let us go through 3 interesting quotes on advertising and promotion per se. Unless your campaign has a big idea, it will pass like a ship in the night. Half the money I spend on advertising is wasted, and the problem is I do not know which half. For a business, not to advertise is like winking at a girl in the dark. You know what you are doing, but no one else does. So what is advertising? Advertising is defined as any paid form of non-personal presentation and promotion of ideas, goods, or services by an identified sponsor. Advertising is a paid medium. as a company needs to pay for the advertising space in the newspaper or magazine, or it needs to buy time on the television channels. Sometimes ad space or the time is donated by the newspaper or magazine or by the TV channel or by radio for public service announcements. Advertising is non-personal in nature as it utilizes mass media like TV, print and radio to transmit the message to large number of people at the same point of time. The payment is made by some identified sponsor like Unilever, Intel, Dell, Ford, LG, Apple, Samsung and all. Advertising works best in the case of mass consumer products when the message can be transmitted to millions of people at the same point of time in any country or across the globe. As it reaches more people, it also becomes a very cost-effective medium for the advertiser. Advertising is also used to create brand images because it has got the ability to persuade consumers through the advertisements. By attracting consumers, it can help generate sales. Advertising include print advertisement, television commercials, directories, billboards, hoardings, banners, posters, brochures and booklets, audio-visual material, display signs and point of purchase displays. The objective of any advertising campaign differs from company to company. So it can be to generate immediate response or action from the consumer and or to develop awareness about the product or service or a positive image over a longer period of time. Now most of the FMCG products like soaps, toothpaste and shampoo are meant for consumers' immediate response. But in the case of cars, the objective of the advertising campaign is to achieve both the goals of influencing the customers to buy and to have a positive image around them. Now let us talk about advertising to consumer markets. As marketing can be classified between the consumer and business markets, the advertising efforts for both the markets differ. As far as advertising to consumer markets are concerned, it can be classified on the basis of geographical area and on the basis of the demand structure. On the basis of geographical area, it can be divided on the national basis, regional basis and on a local basis. On the basis of demand, the advertising is done either for a primary demand or for a selective demand. In primary demand advertising, the whole industry or product class is promoted, like World Gold Council, Tea Board, Coffee Board advertises to promote the usage of primary demand. Now in these campaigns, individual brands are not promoted, but only the primary product is promoted. While in selective, a specific brand is promoted like Tata Steel. Now let us talk about advertising to business and professional markets. Advertising is not only effective for the consumer markets, but it is also effective for business markets as well. On the whole, business markets can be classified into three categories. A business advertiser can advertise to businesses, or it can advertise to professionals, or it can target the trade channels. For example, industrial goods equipment manufacturers, office equipment and computer companies like Hitachi, GE, Infosys, HP, Xerox, Canon. All these companies regularly advertise their products for their business buyers. Now many companies also advertise to professionals like doctors, lawyers, professors to encourage them to recommend the product or services for the end user. A business entity also advertises to the marketing channel members like distributors, wholesalers and retailers to keep, promote and sell the product. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the first tool in marketing mix, that is advertising. Advertising is defined as any paid form of non-personal presentation and promotion of ideas, goods or services by an identified sponsor. Advertising includes print advertisement, television commercials, directories, billboards, hoardings, banners, posters and all. We also discussed advertising to consumer as well as business markets. Thanks. In this video, we are going to check out the second tool in promotional mix, that is sales promotion. Sales promotion is a very effective tool in the promotional mix. It helps to induce the sales on the customer side as well as the marketing channel or trade side. Sales promotion is a variety of short-term incentives to encourage trial or purchase of a product or service. Consumer-oriented sales promotion efforts are targeted towards the ultimate user. It contains free samples, rebates, gifts, contests, more quantity, low interest financing, and so on. While trade-oriented sales promotion is targeted towards marketing channels like distributors, wholesalers, and retailers. It includes volume discounts, promotional and merchandising allowances, price deals, free offers, sales contests, and all. Most of the FMCG and consumer durable and auto companies like Procter & Gamble, Unilever, Samsung, LG, Apple, Honda, Ford all go for consumer as well as trade promotion offers. While pharma companies give more emphasis on trade-related sales promotion schemes toward pharma retailers and doctors. Organized retailers like Walmart, Metro, Big Bazaar, Spencer's also come out with promotional schemes from time to time. Sales promotion scheme should be used very carefully by the company as it also has a negative impact on the brand image. In marketing, the terms promotion and sales promotion are often confused. Promotion is the part of the marketing mix, while sales promotion is a part of promotional mix. Promotion includes advertising, direct selling, personal selling, public relations, internet and interactive marketing besides sales promotion. Sometimes the term promotion is used alternatively for sales promotion. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the second tool in the promotional mix, that is sales promotion. Sales promotion is a variety of short-term incentives to encourage trial or purchase of a product or service. Thanks. In this video, we are going to talk about public relations. Public relations is also known as PR, that is public relations. It is gaining importance day by day as a communication tool in the promotional mix. The importance of public relations has been well written by Al Ries and Laura Ries, one of the famous authors of Positioning: The Battle for Your Mind, in their book The Fall of Advertising and the Rise of PR. In the early 1900s, Edward Louis Bernays, the founding father of modern public relations, along with Ivy Lee, has defined public relations as the management function which evaluates public attitudes, identifies the policies and procedures of an individual or an organization with the public interest, and executes a program of action to earn public understanding and acceptance. In Encyclopedia of Public Relations, in 2005, Robert Heath has defined PR as a set of management, supervisory, and technical functions that foster an organization's ability to strategically listen to, appreciate, and respond to those persons whose mutually beneficial relations with the organization are necessary if it is to achieve its mission and values. Public relations is a variety of programs systematically designed and distributed to promote or protect a company's image or products. PR tools consist of press kits, seminars, speeches, publications, lobbying, company magazines, events, sponsorships, donations, and annual reports. Philip Kotler has coined a term called pencils of PR, PENCILS, where it talks about publications, events, news, community involvement, identity tools, lobbying, and social investments as the tools of modern PR. Public relations always generate a buzz around a new product or service. Generally, the consumers are less skeptical about public relations exercises. It also involves low cost, as there is no direct expenditure to buy the time or a space in a channel or a publication. When Tata Motors showcased its cheapest car in the world, Tata Nano, on 10th January 2008 at Pragati Maidan, New Delhi, almost all the leading newspapers, magazines, television channels from India and across the world covered the presentation and the launch. The amount of coverage it got from the channels and publications is unthinkable and worth millions of dollars. Sometimes public relations and publicity are used intermittently, but PR has a broader objective than the publicity. Publicity refers to non-personal communication regarding an organization, product, service, or idea not directly paid for or run under identified sponsorship. It also includes news story, editorial, or announcement about an organization or its products or services through news releases, press conferences, feature articles, photographs, videos, but there is a difference. Publicity is not always under the control of the organization and is sometimes unfavorable. The film reviews which you see in the leading publications and websites becomes a part of the publicity, as the reviewers are not under the control of the film production companies. The public relations and publicity space has also changed with the technological advancement like internet and mobile technology. Now there are more people who are blogging besides the celebrities and experts. Now anybody can voice their opinion through blogs or through various websites. Now you can also find online communities for various products and services on Facebook or Twitter or other online channels. A company needs to utilize these developments in technology to become efficient and effective marketer. So let us recap. In this video, we talked about public relations, importance of public relations, and the difference between public relations and publicity. Thanks. In this video, we are going to talk about direct marketing. With the success of Amway, Dell, Tupperware, Avon, and Eureka Forbes, direct marketing is becoming popular for many companies. In direct marketing, companies communicate directly with their target customer to generate a response and for a transaction. Direct marketing is much more than direct mail and mail order catalogs. It involves a variety of activities including database management, direct selling, telemarketing, and direct response ads through direct mail, internet, and various broadcast and print media. Direct marketing companies regularly advertise their products through direct response ads with mass media vehicles like newspapers, magazines, radio, and television. Dell regularly advertises in computer and technology magazines like PC World, Digit, Chip, and business magazines like Business World, Business Today, besides through Times of India, Economic Times, and Hindustan Times in India. Direct marketing companies are also gaining ground with the usage of mobile, internet, and online payments. Now let us recap. In this video, we discussed the importance and meaning of direct marketing. Thank you. In this video, we are going to talk about personal selling. Personal selling involves two-way communications as the seller gets into face-to-face interaction with the buyer. The buyer may be a single person or there may be many buyers at the same point of time. In this case, the seller or sales representative from the company makes a presentation and answers queries of the buyer. If the buyer is convinced, the sales representative gets the order for the product. As it gives an immediate feedback, the personal selling is a powerful tool in the promotional mix. It happens through sales presentations at home or offices, in sales meetings, and through fairs and trade shows. The only drawback is that it's an expensive tool to promote a product, as you need to manage a sales force to get the desired results. But it is also the most flexible way of marketing communication with great results. So let us recap. In this video, we talked about the meaning and importance of personal selling and how it can be used for promotional effectiveness. Thank you. In this video, we are going to talk about digital marketing. In the last 20 years, the consumer behavior has changed a lot with internet. The advancement in technology has led to create a separate space for digital marketing as the promotional medium among the other tools available under IMC. Earlier, it was limited to internet marketing. Now it has expanded too much. According to Wikipedia, digital marketing is marketing that makes use of electronic devices such as personal computers, smartphones, cell phones, tablets, and game consoles to engage with stakeholders. Digital marketing applies technologies or platforms such as websites, email, applications, and social networks. Social media marketing is a component of digital marketing. Many organizations use a combination of traditional and digital marketing channels. In other promotional tools, the communication is one-sided. But in the case of digital marketing, it is both-sided. Here the consumer can interact and can give feedback or response to the company. It has become almost mandatory for every company now to promote themselves through a website on the internet. Now, internet is a unique promotional tool as it can execute all the elements in the promotional mix. Internet itself can promote a product. It can also be used as a medium for advertising. Internet also acts as a direct marketing tool by having consumer response form on the web page through a link. Internet also helps in sales promotion efforts of the company. Whenever a company likes to give a short-term incentive to the consumer, internet also becomes one of the ways to reach out to the consumers. Many companies also send their offers to the consumer mailboxes. Internet also helps in public relations and publicity exercises. Many companies and PR firms use internet to build a public relations campaign. Now, with the increased usage of community websites like Facebook, Twitter, and all, consumers are connected through the internet. That's why even Bollywood and Hollywood is also using internet for promoting its films. Besides internet marketing, digital marketing also include mobile marketing through SMS, MMS and all, social media marketing using Facebook, Twitter and all, search engine marketing or any other form of digital media. That's why we talk about digital marketing so much. So let us recap. In this video, we talked about the meaning and importance of digital marketing. Now, digital marketing is all pervasive. It's everywhere. You cannot live without digital marketing, and it can implement all the elements of promotional mix. Thank you. In this video, we are going to discuss the difference between above the line and below the line advertising. Above the line and below the line advertising are two terms that are most talked about these days in the advertising world. These terminologies often have the layperson confused as to what do they stand for. To quote Michael John Baker from the marketing books, the terms above the line and the below the line came into existence way back in 1954 with the company Procter & Gamble paying their advertising agencies a different rate and separately from the agencies who took on the other promotional activities. Now, what are ATL and BTL activities? They seem simple enough. Above the line advertising is where mass media is used to promote brands and reach out to the target customers. These include conventional media as we know it, television and radio, print as well as internet. This is communication that is targeted to a wide spread of audience and is not specific to individual customers. ATL advertising tries to reach out to the mass as well as consumer audience. Below the line advertising is more one-to-one and involves the distribution of pamphlets, handbills, stickers, promotions, brochures placed at point of sale, on the roads through banners and placards. It could also involve product demos and samplings at busy places like malls, marketplaces or residential complexes. For certain markets like rural market where the reach of mass media like print or television is limited, BTL marketing with direct consumer outreach programs do make the most sense. Other BTL activities could include road shows or moving hoardings with the ad of the product, and vehicles with promotional staff interacting with people, demonstrating the product and distributing literature on the product. BTL advertising is advertising that uses less conventional method of advertising, that the specific channels of advertising that may or may not be used by ATL advertising to promote the products and services. Interestingly, there is a new phrase called through the line, that is TTL, which integrates both ATL and BTL activities. So let us recap. In this video, we discussed the difference between ATL and BTL, that is above the line and below the line advertising. Above the line emphasizes more on the advertising medium, while below the line medium works better on the ground. Thanks. In this video, we are going to talk about promotional mix monitoring, evaluation and control. Once the promotional plan is implemented, it needs to be monitored and evaluated. The objective of the company is matched with the outcomes from the promotional campaigns. The objective may be awareness, or it may be enhancing the brand image, or it can be more sales. Whatever may be the result, the company can take necessary efforts in making it more productive. It is done by changing either the creative strategy or the media strategy, or by both. Under the creative strategy, a company can modify its message and can promote it in a different way, or it can use different media vehicles to promote the product or service in the right way. Taking the control, a company can achieve its promotional objectives with tools of integrated marketing communications to create awareness and to encourage sales of the products and services. So let us recap. In this video, we talked about promotional mix monitoring, evaluation and control. Only the promotional plan is not enough. It needs to be monitored, evaluated and controlled. Thanks.